Chapter 151 I am not strong yet, but when I grow strong, I will change. Part 1. 151 Why not take action now? The Queen Flower thought to herself. If she showed up now, the two soul saints sent by the temple would see that Mu Yang was protected by her soul Douluo, and they would most likely give up the assassination plan when they knew that it was impossible. But if she showed up now, the plan made by the young master would also fail. After all, judging from the current situation, the Ghost Wolf Soul Emperor was no match for Shui Binger. When Mu Yang and the others did not realize that there were two Soul Saint level assassins in the dark, there was no such thing as saving his life. Waste. The Queen Flower cursed the Ghost Wolf Soul Emperor inwardly. With such little strength, you dare to come out as a killer? Waste. Coincidentally, when the Tyrant Flower secretly cursed the Ghost Wolf Soul Emperor, two thin Soul Saints, one tall and one short, also cursed secretly. 6 rings against 5 rings, a full level advantage, but he was beaten to pieces in just 2 moves? I've seen losers, but I've never seen such a loser. I'm afraid that a white, yellow, purple, or black Soul Emperor would be more useful than you. But don't say it, the boss is really far-sighted. He saw at a glance that the target was extremely talented. Not only did he cultivate his soul power quickly, he became a high-level Soul King at a young age, and even his combat power was so strong. It was indeed necessary to eliminate him in advance, so as not to become a big trouble in the future. Sure enough, there was a reason why his boss could stand out among many Soul Douluo and be entrusted with an important task by His Majesty. Just this vision alone is difficult for ordinary people to achieve. Brother Jackal, do it. The tall and thin middle-aged man said to the short and thin middle-aged man through voice transmission. It was obviously impossible to expect the Ghost Wolf Soul Emperor to kill Mu Yang and Shui Binger. Besides, the fighting here had already spread. It was the Soul Master competition, and the royal guest group that was maintaining the security of Tiandu City would arrive soon. If they were delayed for too long, they would not be able to escape. Go! Wind Shadow Eagle, possess! Thunder Jackal, possess! The blue wind soul power and purple lightning surged, and 2 soul saints possessed by beast souls, one tall and one short, jumped down from the rooftop in the distance and rushed straight towards Mu Yang and Shui Binger. What? Shui Binger's pupils shrank when she noticed the appearance of the 2 people. She decisively gave up the Ghost Wolf Soul Emperor who was about to be killed and retreated to Mu Yang's side. What should I do? Staring closely at the 2 soul saints running towards her, Shui Binger asked without looking back. She was not worried that the 2 of them could not beat the other party. With the 2 trump cards of battle armor and martial soul fusion skills in hand, she would not be afraid of 2 7-ring soul saints, let alone 2 8-ring soul Douluos. However, whether it is battle armor or martial soul fusion skills, they are trump cards. If they can be kept secret, it is better not to expose them, especially martial soul fusion skills. After all, the exposure of martial soul fusion skills is equivalent to the exposure of Mu Yang's second martial soul, Ice Flame Holy Shadow. He is a genius who attracts attention. Now he has attracted the assassination of 2 soul saints. If he adds twin martial souls, I am afraid that it will not be long before a titled Douluo level assassin will come to his door. Cold. We will just watch. Realizing that his 2 blood sacrifice metal objects appeared within a radius of dozens of meters, Mu Yang's mouth curled up slightly and said indifferently. Although the Xiaitang Pavilion was a remote place far from the city center, Tiandu City was not too big. The city was much smaller than the metropolis in his previous life. The titled Douluo was very fast, and Huo Lai and the others set off as soon as they sensed the signal, so they had arrived at this moment. Boy, go to hell! 5th Soul Skill, Wind Shadow Split. 5th Soul Skill, Explosive Thunder. Looking at Mu Yang and the others who were only more than 20 meters away from their brothers, the 2 soul saints all grinned and activated the 5th strongest attack soul skill of 10,000 years. Humph! However, just when the 2 thought they could complete the assassination immediately, the Ba Wanghua iron-armored barbarian dragon martial soul in the dark was possessed, and when they were about to activate the soul skill to stop the 2's attack, a cold snort sounded. Immediately afterwards, the terrifying soul power pressure swept over, and then targeted the 2 soul saints who took action. Puff! The terrifying soul power pressure directly enveloped them, and the 10,000 years of strong attack soul skills were forcibly interrupted in the process of activating them. The 2 soul saints, one tall and one short, vomited blood and their faces turned pale. Feng title Douluo. Resisting this terrifying pressure with difficulty, looking up and seeing Huo Lai and Mu Zihu standing in the air, the two soul saints, one tall and one short, said with despair and bitterness. Not to mention that the two brothers recognized these two people, even if they didn't recognize them, they knew that there were only 9 rare soul masters on the continent who could fly in the air without relying on other means. Your Highness, the titled Douluo. Huo Lai glanced at the two of them indifferently, and then fell from the air with Mu Zihu. Little soul saint, you dared to assassinate my nephew, die. Mu Zihu pointed out, a red light flashed, and an orange-red flame gushed out, about to burn the two who were unable to move under the pressure of soul power. And, wait, I haven't asked about the origins of these two people. Seeing that the two were about to be turned into ashes by a fire, Mu Yang hurriedly dissuaded them. He had to figure out one thing, that is, whether his plastic brother Qian Rongxiu was really going to eliminate him. If these two soul saints were really sent by Qian Rongxiu, he would not dare to continue to participate in this soul master competition, otherwise if the finals were held in Wuhan City, wouldn't he be a sheep walking into a tiger's den? Hearing this, Mu Zihu raised her hand and immediately extinguished the orange-red flame that could turn the two into ashes. Indeed, just as Mu Yang said, it is necessary to torture these two people to find out their origins. Even if the other party is powerful now and it is difficult for me to retaliate with my small fist, at least I can confirm who the enemy is. When my fist is hard in the future, I will repay you twice as much, and even scatter your ashes. At this time, the extremely uncomfortable Ba Wanghua walked out of the dark, put away the iron-armored barbarian dragon martial spirit, and saluted to Huo Lai and the others, "Meet the two your majesties." "No need to be polite, tell His Royal Highness the Crown Prince that we appreciate your kindness," Huo Lai said to Ba Wanghua. He had seen Ba Wanghua's previous actions, and naturally he could see that even if the couple did not come, and Mu Yang and Shui Bing'er did not resist the trump cards of the two soul saints, Ba Wanghua would have taken action in time to save Mu Yang and the others. Without knowing Qian Rongxiu's plan in advance, in Huo Lai's eyes, it was Prince Shui Qinghe who arranged his guards to secretly escort Mu Yang and the others back to Tiandu Hotel safely. Although this Queen Flower didn't play a role in the whole process, Huo Lai still had to acknowledge this friendship. End of this chapter. 152 Chapter 152 I am not strong yet, but when I grow strong, there will be changes. Part 2. 152. I will definitely convey your majesty's intention. Goodbye. Glancing at the two soul saints who were suppressed by the soul power, the Queen Flower, feeling inexplicably, bowed to Huo Lai and the others and turned away. What a sin. It's okay that the plan didn't work out smoothly, but his own spirit hall also lost 2 7-ring soul saints. And most importantly, if these two people don't keep their mouths shut and are tortured to reveal their origins, then Mu Yang and Blazing Fire Academy will definitely have no good feelings towards the spirit hall. Then, seeing that there was no one around, Mu Yang walked to the front of the Ghost Wolf Soul Emperor who was severely injured and disabled and was also pressed to the ground by the soul power. The soul-stealing secret technique was activated, and the invisible and intangible spiritual power invaded the mind of the Ghost Wolf Soul Emperor. In an instant, the Ghost Wolf Soul Emperor became Mu Yang's temporary spiritual slave. Mu Yang asked, "Who sent you here?" "I don't know. I am one of the gold medal killers of the killer organization Dark Soul. The killers at all levels in the organization do not contact customers directly, and all are completed through the organization. Customers do not need to leave their identities when issuing assassination missions. They just need to state the assassination target and leave enough bounty," the Ghost Wolf Soul Emperor explained honestly. Hearing this, Mu Yang couldn't help but twitch his mouth. "You are a gold medal killer? It seems that this Dark Soul organization is just a third-rate killer organization. Of course, as long as there is no next time for this Dark Soul organization, Mu Yang is not interested in finding trouble with it. It's just a killer organization that works for money. Finding the mastermind behind the scenes is the key. Otherwise, if there is no Dark Soul organization, there are other killer organizations such as Light Soul and Shadow." Unable to get anything out of the question, this Ghost Wolf Soul Emperor lost his value in Mu Yang's eyes. With a flick of his fingertips, an ice-blue flame rose and fell on the Ghost Wolf Soul Emperor. The ice-blue flame spread and burned quickly. In a blink of an eye, the Ghost Wolf Soul Emperor disappeared. Only a little white ash and blood on the side proved that he had existed. Then, Mu Yang's eyes fell on the two soul saints, one tall and one short. "And, what level are these two people?" Mu Yang asked Mu Zihu. The other party's soul power level is not low, and he has no qualitative advantage in mental power. Mu Yang is a little unsure about the specific soul power level of the two. In order to avoid mental backlash, he did not directly activate the soul-stealing secret technique to ask questions. The tall one is 76 levels, and the short one is 73 levels. Mu Zio glanced at the two and said, "Level 73. It's settled." The short and thin soul saint's martial soul is the thunder chi of the strong attack system, and he is not good at mental power. As long as he fails to refine the head soul bone to improve his mental power, he will not be able to resist the soul-stealing secret technique he activated. The next second, invisible and intangible mental power surged out and descended on the consciousness sea of the Thunder Chi Soul Saint. After a mental power confrontation, Mu Yang successfully controlled the mind of the Thunder Chi Soul Saint. Without Mu Yang asking, the Thunder Chi Soul Saint took the initiative to confess, "Great Master, the mastermind behind the scenes is Saras. More than half an hour ago, he asked the two of us to come and assassinate you and Miss Binger." Salas. As soon as the Thunder Chi Soul Saint finished speaking, the faces of the two Huolai beside him changed. Salas is the master of the Tiandu Martial Soul Temple, representing the face of the martial soul. Things are a bit tricky. With Huolai and the two different, Mu Yang secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that the two were instructed by Saras. It's better if it's Saras, not Jian Rongxiu. The power that Saras can mobilize is at most the Heaven Dome Martial Soul Temple. In the Heaven Dome Martial Soul Temple, there is absolutely no titled Douluo. After all, Saras, the Platinum Bishop, has an identity and status that is not as good as the titled elders of the Elder Hall. But Jian Rongxiu is different. If she wants to eliminate herself, let alone the titled elders of the Elder Hall, even the elders of the Worship Hall will not be a problem. Combined with the known information, Mu Yang roughly guessed what happened today. It should be that Jian Rongxiu used the name of a banquet to get him out of the sight of the Thai and planned to kill him together. The Ghost Wolf Soul Emperor was hired by Jian Rongxiu. While planning this ambush, she also arranged for her own 8-ring level guard to follow secretly and rescue herself at the critical moment, so as to earn a favor and pave the way for subsequent recruitment. Others stab a brother in the ribs, while Jian Rongxiu, this plastic brother, stabs a brother in the ribs several times, and the abacus beads are broken on his face. As for these two soul saints, it should be Saras who has been sending people to monitor his whereabouts. When he received the news that there was no master to protect him, he arranged two soul saints to take advantage of the loophole to eliminate the extremely threatening uncertain factors for the Wuhan Hall in the future. Mu Yang, it is indeed the evil Saras. It is a pity that both Jian Rongxiu and Saras underestimated the strength of themselves and Shui Binger. The killers invited by Jian Rongxiu, who directed and acted by herself, were not strong enough and could not even beat Shui Binger. As for the two soul saint assassins sent by Saras, let alone that he secretly notified Huolai and Mu Ziu, even if there was no such notification, the two soul saints of the seventh ring could not do anything to him. Well, Mu Yang saw one thing, that is, Jian Rongxiu had not communicated with Saras about this assassination plan. Otherwise, if he had not secretly notified Huolai and Mu Ziu, Saras sent two soul saint assassins to kill him, which was equivalent to destroying Jian Rongxiu's self-directed and self-acted plan. You know, the burly woman just now was an 8th ring soul Douluo. With her protection, the two soul saints of not too high level theoretically could not escape, and at worst, they could leave behind the Thunder Jackal soul saint who was not a flying soul master. And the soul saint of the 7th ring was not just any cat or dog. His martial soul had been exposed, and he was left behind. No matter whether he was a living person or a corpse, it would not be difficult to trace his identity later. From Jian Rongxiu's perspective, since she chose to recruit him and even took the trouble to write a script directed and acted by herself, she would definitely not leave him with the impression that the Spirit Hall is a bad guy. After all, she, the young master of the Spirit Hall, represents the Spirit Hall. If she recruits him, when her identity is exposed in the future, Jian Rongxiu will definitely be extremely embarrassed. Salas, right? Wait for me, you will suffer tomorrow. Mu Yang has no good feelings for Salas who dared to send someone to assassinate him, and he is determined to give Salas a hard time tomorrow. Even if he fails to kill Salas, he must learn a lesson. Of course, even if there is no such thing, Salas must learn a lesson. Can we only say that there is a right or wrong? As for Jian Rongxiu who plotted against him? Well, she is the strongest second generation in the current continent, and has an invincible grandfather in the world. He dare not touch her, so he will record her in his little notebook for the time being. Mu Yang, I am not strong yet, but when I grow strong, I will change. End of this chapter. 153 Chapter 153 It hurts, my friend. 153. In a private room of a tea house, sipping tea, Jian Rongxiu quietly listened to the report of the Queen of Flowers. The subordinates did not do their job well, please punish me, young master. After reporting the reasons for not completing the plan smoothly, the Queen of Flowers looked ashamed and self-blamed. No need to be like this, how can everything go as you wish in life? Just do your best. Jian Rongxiu waved her hand calmly and let it go. It was no big deal that the life-saving grace directed and acted by herself failed to be completed. As Mu Yang's brother King He, she would have plenty of opportunities to deepen her relationship in the future. But although she thought so, Jian Rongxiu also remembered Sarath in her heart. Although the assassins she hired were not strong enough to pose a fatal threat to Mu Yang and the others due to her misjudgment of Shui Binger's strength, and Huo Lai and the others were still following them secretly, even without Sarath's private actions, her self-directed and self-acted plan could not be successfully completed, but this matter cannot be counted like this. I want to recruit Mu Yang, but you want to kill him. Are you going to go against me, Sarath? Jian Rongxiu is also tolerant. Because of the lack of communication in advance, he went against her inadvertently. If it does not cause other effects, it is not unforgivable considering that it is a first offense. After all, no one is saintly, who can be without mistakes. But the premise of all this is that it does not cause other effects. Now it's all right. The two soul saints sent by the Tiandu temple were captured alive. Through torture, hypnotic interrogation, and other means, Mu Yang and Shuo Academy can probably know that the mastermind behind this ambush is the Wuhan temple. Fortunately, Jian Rongxiu has a dual identity, otherwise it would be impossible to win over Mu Yang and others, as well as Shuo and Tian Shui colleges in the future. Of course, the above are not the biggest points. Compared to these, in Jian Rongxiu's view, when the two soul saints of the heavenly Douluo temple took action, Huo Lai and Mu Ziu, the two titled Douluo, could have stopped them in time. This is the biggest point. Because this means that the two Douluos have been secretly following Mu Yang and the others, otherwise Jian Rongxiu doesn't believe that there will be such a coincidence in the world. And Mu Yang and the others are the guests she invited to the lunch banquet today, which means that these two Douluos are guarding against her. After all, even if they are prepared to be assassinated by other forces, they won't follow them, right? Having a Douluo secretly guarding is definitely enough to block any conspiracy in Tiandu city. Could it be that this lady is exposed? Jian Rongxiu couldn't help but think secretly. Thinking like this, Jian Rongxiu felt that she seemed to be in danger. No, I have to ask my grandfather to send more masters over. If I am really exposed, I will seize power by force. Clenching her fists, Jian Rongxiu secretly made a decision. On the other side, in the office of the Dean of Shrek Academy, Flanders. Mubai, Xiaosan, the top 5 teams in the qualifying round can enter the promotion round and the finals. Tomorrow's opponent is Blazing Academy. I mean give up. What do you think? Yu Xiaogang said to Dai Mubai and Tang San after looking at everyone in the Shrek team. Teacher, do you really want to give up? Tang San said unwillingly. Who is he, Tang San? He is the only, self-proclaimed, time traveler in the world, the son of Haoshan Douluo, and a peerless genius with innate full soul power and twin martial souls. He has already been so showy, but when facing the Blazing Academy team, he actually surrenders without a fight? It's so frustrating, so frustrating. Xiao San, don't act on impulse. We have to admit that the Blazing Fire team is very strong. All the main players are above level 40, and there are 3 5-ring Soul Kings. We have no chance of winning. And if the opponent plays hard on the field, we will be in a very unfavorable situation in the subsequent games. If you are not willing, then wait until we get the qualifying quota for the preliminaries, and then have a good fight with the Blazing Fire team in the promotion match. Dai Mubai patted Tang San's shoulder and said earnestly. Let's not talk about other things for now, let's get the 5 qualifying quotas for the preliminaries first, otherwise if we miss the subsequent promotion matches and finals because of the challenge to the Blazing Fire Academy team, it will be a big loss. After struggling for a long time, Tang San finally nodded. There is no way, his own strength is weak, and the opponent's attributes are very restrained. In order to consider the overall situation, he can only endure it. It was because Mu Yang and the others did not appear in front of Tang San at this moment, otherwise they would have been labeled as already dead. By the way, Xiao Ao, I see that the blue-haired captain of the blazing team is also a food-type soul master. Is the soul skill spell of Deng Yan as obscene as yours? Ma Hongjun said to Oscar with an inquiring look. Although the preliminaries have been held for 4 rounds, Mu Yang has not used soul skills on the field so far. Teammate is too powerful, opponent is a loser, and he, a food-type soul master, is not needed for assistance. Obscene? You are obscene. Fatty, if you have the ability, don't eat my sausages in the future. Oscar said with a displeased face. Haha, Xiao Ao, don't mind. Ma Hongjun laughed. Although Oscar's sausage soul spell sounds quite obscene, the effect is not bad. It is better to have something to eat than nothing to eat. Speaking of Mu Yang of the Blazing Fire team, don't you find it strange? At this time, Ning Rongrong on the side spoke. Strange? Hearing this, everyone turned their eyes to Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong said, if Oscar's soul power level is the same as Dai Laode, San Ji, and Xiao Wu, and he has also cultivated to the 4-ring soul master realm, can Oscar become the captain of our Shrek team? This. When Ning Rongrong finished speaking, everyone in Shrek was stunned. Yes, Mu Yang is just a food-type soul master, how can he become the captain of the Blazing Fire team? You know, in the Blazing Fire team, Huo Wushuan and Huo Wu are also 5-ring soul kings. In theory, the Blazing Fire team should be led by Huo Wushuan and Huo Wu as the captain and vice-captain of the team, but the fact is that Mu Yang and Huo Wu are the captain and vice-captain of the team. Maybe this Mu Yang is extraordinary and has cultivated his own soul skills. Tang San said thoughtfully. It's not impossible. Dai Mu Bai nodded in agreement. Perhaps, he can make special soul food that can make food-type soul masters also have the strength of combat soul masters. Oscar guessed. Seeing that his friends were discussing Mu Yang's strength, the honest Xiao Wu hardly added, what does this have to do with us? Just based on the level and soul ring configuration of the main players of the Blazing team, even if their captain does not have much combat power, we are not their opponents. Everyone at Shrek. It hurts, my friend. End of this chapter. 154 Chapter 154 Slightly Changed Plan. 154. The next morning, the sun was shining and the sky was clear. Yes, it's a good day. Looking at the bright sunshine outside, at the entrance of Tiandu Hotel, Mu Yang nodded with satisfaction. Such good weather, it's time to do something. And it's suitable for doing big things. Not long after, facing the bright sunshine, a group of people rushed to the big soul fighting field. In the rest area, Mu Yang was thinking carefully about the next action plan to see if there was anything else. Details he ignored. Today he was going to blow up Tang San, and the subsequent commotion would certainly be huge. This plan must be as perfect as possible. Flaws could exist, but he must not be involved, otherwise what awaited him would be the revenge of Tang Hao or even the Haoshan sect. At this time, a competition staff member came over, bowed to Huo Lai and Mu Ziu, and said, Deans, today in the match between Blazing Academy and Shrek Academy has given up, and Blazing Academy automatically wins. What? Shrek gave up? Mu Yang couldn't help but widen his eyes full of astonishment. Good you, Tang Fozu, the plan hasn't even started yet. You're giving up? Mu Yang felt like he punched cotton and almost sprained his waist. Tisk, it seems that Shrek is still a little self-aware. Unlike Mu Yang, Huo Wu raised her neck and smacked her lips after hearing that Shrek Academy gave up. In Huo Wu's opinion, although the Shrek team is a dark horse and is much stronger than the opponents they met in the first 4 rounds, it is still not good enough compared to their own Blazing Fire team. Giving up is the most correct choice. If Shrek really bites the bullet and goes on the court, it would be an unwise choice. Shrek has given up, then my plan. With a dark face, Mu Yang secretly wondered whether the plan should be changed to continue. Give up the plan? Not possible. If the plan is given up, the threat of Tang San will still exist. After all, Tang San is the protagonist in the original work, with amazing luck. Even if the immortal herbs are intercepted, there is a possibility of a comeback in the future. In this regard, Mu Yang will not learn from Bibi Dong, who thought that the situation was in his hands, and eventually Tang San reversed the situation. Mu Yang, who was familiar with online novels in his previous life, knew that the protagonist was not the same creature as ordinary people. There was nothing that the protagonist could not do, only what you could not think of. You must not be careless because of a temporary lead. It is best not to give him a chance to grow and develop, and kill him as soon as possible. In addition, if you give up the plan, wouldn't it be the same as letting Saras go? If there had not been the ambush yesterday, Mu Yang would not have been interested in giving Saras a hard time or doing anything ruthless. But this guy could have provoked anyone else, but he had to provoke him. This was a move against the Tai Sui. Can you tolerate it? Absolutely not. There is a saying that revenge should not be delayed overnight. He was already wronging himself if he took revenge overnight, but he must not continue to wrong it. However, if Tang San did not play, it would be difficult for him to do anything dirty. Otherwise, if he did something to Tang San outside the competition arena, once Tang Hao happened to see it, he would definitely hit him with a big hammer. It was different in the competition arena. It was a competition, and it was normal to use mental means in the battle. As long as Tang San's life was not taken, Tang Hao would not take it to heart. After thinking about it, Mu Yang decided to change his method. Since it was not easy to do something dirty to Tang San, it was also possible to do something dirty to the Heaven Dome Martial Spirit Temple. Find 1 or 2 unlucky guys at the 6-ring level from the Heaven Dome Martial Spirit Temple, and suddenly assassinate Tang San, who was only at the 4-ring level. It was not impossible to succeed if they were caught off guard. If the action failed, it must be Tang Hao who made the move in secret. It was a good thing that the eldest son was assassinated. No matter what Tang Hao's original plan was, he had to kill the unlucky guy who assassinated Tang San. And if his subordinates were killed, no matter what the trick was, Sarath, the master of the Heaven Dome Martial Spirit Temple, would definitely not let it go. The best outcome is that Tang San is successfully exploded, and the worst outcome can be achieved by Tang Hao, who can severely deal a heavy blow to Saras, and even Saras, the Platinum Bishop, may have to be involved. Tisk, another perfect plan. Glancing at the Shrek people in the rest area, Mu Yang's eyes stayed on Tang San for a second longer, and then he found an excuse to leave the Great Fighting Soul Arena. There are many masters in the Great Fighting Soul Arena. With the soul-stealing secret technique to control the target's mind, it is easy for masters with good mental power to detect the movement. For the sake of safety, Mu Yang did not set his sights on the masters of the Spirit Hall who had already come to the Great Fighting Soul Arena, and prepared to go outside to see if there were other unlucky people. Perhaps it was bad luck. After leaving the Great Fighting Soul Arena and almost reaching the Heaven Fighting Spirit Temple, Mu Yang still did not see the black-robed cardinal who belonged to the Heaven Fighting Spirit Temple and whose soul power level reached the 6th environment. After thinking for a while, Mu Yang set his sights on a purple-robed cardinal from the Tiandu Holy Temple who was walking towards him in a purple robe and looked like he was going to the Great Fighting Soul Arena to watch the game. He had reached the 5th ring of cultivation. Fishing, he was an expert at this. When he was still dozens of meters away, Mu Yang secretly used a soul-stealing secret technique on the purple-robed cardinal with a fat face who didn't look like a good person. Go, pull a black-robed cardinal over. Turn the purple-robed cardinal into a temporary slave, and Mu Yang gave another voice transmission. Half an hour later, not long after Mu Yang returned to the Great Fighting Soul Arena, 2 red cardinals from the Tiandu Wuhan Holy Temple who had no intention of watching the game also walked into the Great Fighting Soul Arena. Originally, Mu Yang only planned to catch 2 black-robed cardinals at the 6th ring level to act as knives, but then he changed his mind and thought that the strength of the black-robed cardinals at the 6th ring level might not be enough, so he caught 2 red cardinals whose soul power levels were both within 75 levels. Anyway, these are the masters of the Spirit Hall. Mu Yang will not feel bad about letting them execute a plan that will surely lead to their death. And Tang San would definitely not be able to react to the sudden attack by 2 7-ring Spirit Saints. If Tang Hao in the dark fails to stop them immediately, then Tang San is dead. As for the 5-ring purple cardinal who was first controlled by him, and the 6-ring black cardinal who was fished out by the purple cardinal to fish for the 7-ring red cardinal, the bodies of these 2 unlucky guys are still in the storage soul guides of the 2 red cardinals. Friends who have killed people know that it is easy to kill people but difficult to dispose of the bodies. When it is inconvenient to deal with the bodies, it is the most convenient way to store them in a storage soul guide. As for exposure, as long as the plan has been launched, it doesn't matter whether Tang Hao and Saras realize that there is a mastermind behind the scenes. Douluo continent emphasizes fists, not reason. In many things, as long as you are playing tricks, no matter what the reason is, you have to take the blame. Otherwise, if you can't find the mastermind behind the scenes, who will pay for the loss? It's impossible for you to admit this loss yourself, right? It doesn't exist. Not to mention that the two sides already have a big hatred, just like a powder keg, it will explode at any time. Thanks to my friends K13577208881, _Xiao, Ying Xiu, Suz He Hai, Xiandi Huang He, Ixiowen, 202204041708290022, Yumian Langjun in the book, Gunner who only brushes the map but does not PK, 201902052325000234, K13577808887, Musiji Ryu, Kong Jingyingyu for their monthly tickets. Thanks to my friends 20210301106495313298, 2022060616363252, Mai Wenhua, Feng Lini, Ying Xiu, 01405, Qing Feng, Solet, 2022060616363252, Mai Wenhua, Musiji Ryu, Ying Xiu for their recommendation tickets. End of this chapter. 155 Chapter 155 7-in-1 Soul Skill Fusion Skill. 155. When Mu Yang returned to the Great Soul Fighting Arena, the 8 teams in the first group of the 5th round of today's preliminaries had already appeared. There were 5 competition arenas. The reason why the first group of teams was 8 instead of 10 was because the 2 vacant teams were the Blazing Fire team and the Shrek team. Since Shrek Academy had voted in advance, Blazing Fire Academy automatically won, so the 2 teams naturally did not need to play. On the stands specially prepared for the contestants, Mu Yang's eyes fell on the North Arena among the 5 competition arenas in the Southeast, Northwest, and Center. On the North Arena, 2 teams were examining each other, one of which was the Xiangjia Academy team, one of the 5 Elements Academy, and the other was the Kanghui Academy team. Players from both sides salute and release their martial spirits. The game will officially begin in 1 minute. The referee announced loudly. The next moment, Mu Yang saw the 7 members of the Kanghui team arranged in a strange formation, with 6 members distributed in a hexagonal shape, surrounding the only captain of the team at the level of a 4-ring soul master in the center. Then the soul rings around the 7 people bloomed, and various gem martial spirits appeared in their hands. Interesting. Seeing the 7 members of the Kanghui team all had gem martial spirits, Mu Yang became interested. If nothing unexpected happened, the Kanghui team was ready to use its trump card to defeat the Xiangjia Academy team. Among the 28 participating teams in the Tianda Division qualifiers, the top 6 teams ranked in terms of paper strength were Shiwo, Tianshui, Shenfeng, Leiting, Xiangjia, and Shrek. However, this ranking was only based on the soul power level of the main players of each academy team. If we really talk about strength, Shrek can rank 5th and Xiangjia 6th. There is no other reason. Shrek has Dai Mubai with 4 rings and Zhu Zuking with 3 rings. After the 2 of them jointly launched the martial soul fusion skill, Nether White Tiger, their strength can be comparable to that of a soul king who has just entered the 5th ring in a short period of time. In addition, Tang San and Xiao Wu are also 4-ring soul masters, and Ning Rongrong, the soul master of the 7 treasures glazed tower, assists. The strength of the Shrek team is enough to surpass the Elephant Armor team with 4 soul masters in the team. That is, the captain of the Thunder team, Yu Tianxin, is from the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Not only does he have a soul power level of 45th level soul master, but he also has a strong Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul and the family inherited dragonization secret technique. His strength is not weak, enough to rival a soul king who has just entered the 5th ring and has a relatively poor soul ring configuration. In addition, there are 4 4-ring level teammates in the team to assist, otherwise the strength ranking of the Shrek team can be further improved. Well, because whale glue can improve the physical fitness of soul masters, the participating students of the Elephant Armor team and the Thunder team all have super limit soul rings, which can gain more soul power when they advance. There are more players in the team who have reached the 4th ring level than in the original book. There are only 5 places for the qualifying round, which means that if the Kanghui Academy team wants to enter the promotion round and the subsequent finals, it must defeat 2 of the top 6 teams in terms of strength. The Kanghui team will naturally not target the 3 teams with 5-ring soul kings, the top 3 teams, Shiwo, Tianshui, and Shenfeng, but will target the 3 teams of Thunder, Shrek, and Elephant Armor. Although the preliminaries have just reached the 5th round and the schedule has not passed 1/5, it is reasonable to use the trump card to defeat the elephant armor team. Otherwise, if they miss the relatively weakest elephant armor team, even if they can defeat the Shrek team, they may not be able to defeat the Thunder team. After all, the Thunder team was either first or second in the previous qualifiers, so its reputation is not small. Brother, what did you see? Huo Wu asked curiously. Hearing this, Mu Yang pointed to a player from the Kanghui team on the stage whose soul ring was yellow. Team member, said, Kanghui Academy is at least a serious high-level Soul Master Academy. Even if it is not as good as our Element Academy, it should not be so that they can't even gather a dozen contestants with the best soul ring ratio. Since they are on the field, there must be a deep meaning. And did you notice that the 7 players on the Kanghui team all have gem-type martial spirits? Not to mention, among the participating teams of other academies, most of the players have super limit soul rings whose age exceeds the limit of the ordinary best ratio. Now that Kanghui Academy suddenly has a soul ring that can't even reach the best ratio, it is inevitable that it is embarrassing. Really? Huo Wu raised her eyebrows, and then said uncertainly, can the 7 of them activate the martial spirit fusion skill? When it comes to the trump card related to the martial spirit, the first thing Huo Wu thought of was the martial spirit fusion skill. Mu Yang rolled his eyes, you think too much. Most of the martial soul fusion skills are only for 2 people. I only know one martial soul fusion skill for 3 people. I have never heard of martial soul fusion skills for more than 3 people, let alone 7 people. That's right. Huo Wu said embarrassedly. As Mu Yang said, the 7-person martial soul fusion skill is not absolutely impossible in theory, but looking at the vast history of the Soul Master world, let alone the 7-person martial soul fusion skill, even the 5-person martial soul fusion skill has never appeared. The 4-person martial soul fusion skill has appeared, but that was thousands of years ago. Excluding the more common martial soul fusion skill of the Nether White Tiger, the probability of the appearance of the 2-person martial soul fusion skill can be regarded as 1 in 10,000, and the 3-person martial soul fusion skill on the mainland is the case of the Golden Holy Dragon, which can be said to be 1 in 100,000. By analogy, the probability of the appearance of the 7-person martial soul fusion skill is definitely lower than the legendary godlike master achieved by a waste of cultivation with less than 1 level of innate soul power. Soon, on the north stage, the match between the Xiangjia Academy team and the Kanghui Academy team began. At the moment of the opening, the iron-headed men of the Xiangjia team, led by their captain Hu Yanli, marched forward in unison, as if they were a moving wall, pushing towards the Kanghui team on the opposite side. Not to mention, the 7 members of the Xiangjia team were all from the direct lineage of the Xiangjia sect, with unusually tall and burly figures, and looked very oppressive. Facing the Xiangjia team that wanted to overwhelm them with their power, the eyes of the 7 members of the Kanghui team were filled with a hint of disdain. The next moment, 7 colorful lights shot up into the sky almost at the same time, with the gem martial spirit in the hands of the captain of the Kanghui team as the center, and a huge colorful light column rose instantly, breaking through the air for 30 meters, completely covering the 7 people who formed the formation. Suddenly, only the dazzling and huge brilliance was left on the field, and the 7 members of the Kanghui Academy team disappeared at the same time. Then, the colorful light beam spread out, filling the whole venue in a blink of an eye, and various precious lights burst out from it. The dazzling light seemed to have no attack power, but the audience was attracted by it. The dazzling feeling made many ordinary people confused. End of this chapter. 156 Chapter 156 Xiangjia Academy is pulling again. 156. Looking at the colorful light on the north arena, Huo Wu opened her red lips slightly, her eyes were wide open, and she was obviously shocked. Huo Wu could naturally see that this was not a 7-in-1 martial soul fusion skill, but a soul skill fusion skill, but even if it was just a soul skill fusion skill, it was very impressive. After all, there were as many as 7 participants in this soul skill fusion skill, and its power was definitely above the ordinary 2-person martial soul fusion skill. Moreover, the type of this 7-in-1 soul skill fusion skill seems to be a mental control type. Judging from the strength configuration of the 1 Soul Master and 6 Soul Masters of the Kanghui team, Soul Masters with soul power levels below the 5th ring will definitely not be able to resist this move, and it is not impossible to even make the 5-ring Soul King fall. Tisk, what a pity. Mu Yang sighed secretly. What a pity. Huo Washuan asked beside him. The overall talent of the 7 people in the Kanghui team is a bit poor. If they can have an innate soul power of level 6 or 7, this move alone will be enough to rank among the strong men on the continent in the future. Mu Yang shook his head and said. Mu Yang forgot what this 7-in-1 soul skill fusion skill was called, but its power should not be underestimated. However, due to the overall cultivation talent of these 7 people, the upper limit of this 7-in-1 soul skill fusion skill is not very high. And the soul skill fusion skill is different from the martial soul fusion skill. The former only fuses soul skills, while the latter directly fuses martial souls. At present, the Kang Hui team is performing this soul skill fusion skill, which is formed by combining the 4th soul skill of their captain and the 3rd soul skills of the other 6 people. It can be said that the power of the soul skill fusion skill is brought to the extreme. But this does not mean that in the future, when the soul power level of these 7 people is high, they can still form soul skill fusion skills with the highest soul skills of their respective years. The only soul skill fusion skills that can be formed are the 4th soul skill of the captain of the Kang Hui team and the 3rd soul skills of the other 6 people. Captain, this move of the Kang Hui team looks not simple. Can we block it? Huayun asked in a low voice. It's just Kang Hui. If we face them later, our Miss Huao will open a resistance fire ring at the beginning. Even if we can't knock all 7 of them off the ring directly, we can mess up their formation and break this move directly. Mu Yang waved his hand and said indifferently. The competition arena is 30 meters in diameter. Huo Wu's 3rd soul skill, the fire-resistant ring, can be instantly activated, and covers a diameter of 60 to 70 meters and a horizontal height of 3 meters. The soul control skill is simply the magic skill of the ring match. Once the fire resistance ring is released, no matter what formation you have, it will be messed up, and once the formation is messed up, this 7-in-1 soul skill fusion skill will most likely not be able to be used. Of course, this is when Mu Yang does not take action. If he uses a real illusion or soul-stealing secret technique on one of them at the beginning, the Kang Hui team's trump card will still be useless. As for using super mental power to forcibly break the opponent's mind control soul skill fusion skill, it is unnecessary. Forgive others when you can. The Kang Hui team has no grudge against him, so there is no need to deliberately make them idiots. After a long time, the colorful light column on the ring gradually dissipated, the colorful light converged, and everything around began to become clear, revealing the figures of 14 people from both teams. However, unlike before the game, only 7 people from the Kang Hui team could stand, while the 7 idiots from the Xiangjia team were all lying on the competition stage and fainted. Seeing this, without waiting for the referee to announce the result, the dean of Xiangjia Academy, Hu Yanhong, immediately rushed to the stage to check on the 7 people from the Xiangjia team. It was not Hu Yanhong's fault that he was nervous, but the 7 people from the Xiangjia team were all his juniors. Among them, Hu Yanli, as the captain, was not only the grandson of his brother Hu Yanzhen, but also the most talented genius in the Xiangjia sect. He was the hope of the sect, so he must not make any mistakes. Senior, don't be nervous. We didn't do anything cruel. They were just unconscious. The captain of the Kang Hui team said to Hu Yanhong, who looked nervous. The 7 members of the Kang Hui team naturally knew the strength and physique of their own Kang Hui Academy. The Xiangjia Academy and the Xiangjia sect behind it were definitely existences they could not afford to offend. In addition, the Soul Master competition also had rules that opponents could not be injured or even killed, so they dared not use heavy hands. Otherwise, even if the organizers did not punish them severely, Kang Hui Academy would not be able to withstand the revenge of Xiangjia Academy and Xiangjia sect afterwards. After a careful inspection, Hu Yanhong was relieved to find that Hu Yanli and the other 7 were indeed just as the captain of the Kang Hui team said, just fainted and did not leave any serious mental trauma. It was good that there was no irreparable mistake. As for the victory or defeat, it was common to be defeated by non-element academies in the preliminaries, and Xiangjia Academy had long been accustomed to it. And losing to the rare 7-in-1 soul skill fusion skill was not too shameful. At this time, the referee came on the field and announced the result of the game, the 5th round of the preliminaries, Xiangjia Academy vs Kang Hui Academy. Kang Hui Academy wins. In this Soul Master competition, Xiangjia Academy sucks again. Looking at the 7 members of the Xiangjia team who were carried off the stage like dead pigs, Mu Yang in the stands couldn't help but sigh. Although Xiangjia Academy has only lost 1 of the 5 games so far, it will definitely not be able to get a place in the preliminaries in the future. Whether it is the 4 Elemental Academy teams or the Shrek team, their strength exceeds that of the Xiangjia Academy team. Sure enough, some people excluded Xiangjia Academy from the Elemental Academies, believing that there are only 4 Elemental Academies in the Tiandu Empire, not 5 elemental academies, and this is not without reason. The Xiangjia Academy team performed poorly in the Soul Master competition and was unable to enter the promotion competition from time to time. It was obviously a level lower than the other 4 elemental academies that could enter the promotion competition every session. It is no wonder that some people kicked Xiangjia Academy out of the list of elemental academies. I don't know what's going on. I heard from my father that in recent decades, the Elephant Armor Academy has become worse and worse. If it continues like this, I guess the Elephant Armor Academy will be excluded by our 4 elemental academies. Huo Wu said seriously. Glancing at her, Mu Yang whispered, do you think there is a possibility that the Elephant Armor Academy has actually been excluded? Huo Wu. Well, it seems that this is really the case. Since the Elephant Armor sect became the lackey of the Spirit Hall, the position of the Elephant Armor Academy has also changed. Not to mention the Thunder Academy, which is attached to the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, even the Neutral Blazing Fire, Tian Shui and Divine Wind Academy have begun to subtly exclude the Elephant Armor Academy. Different paths, different plots, different positions, plus the poor performance of the Elephant Armor Academy, which is not worthy of the name of the Elemental Academy, it is normal to be excluded. End of this chapter. 157 Chapter 157, Saras is warned. 157. An hour later, the 3 groups of matches ended, and the 5th round of preliminaries came to an end. After the matches on each stage ended, the MC holding a loudspeaker soul guide on the rostrum said loudly, the 5th round of preliminaries ends here, but please wait for a moment, distinguished guests and audiences, and now we invite our respected emperor to give a speech. Immediately, tens of thousands of audiences who stood up and were about to leave the big fighting spirit arena sat back down again. Looking at this rhythm, there is probably a big melon to eat. Soon, amid applause, Emperor Shuiyat, who was sitting in the center of the first row of the VIP seats, slowly stood up from his seat, and his solemn voice spread throughout the venue through the loudspeaker soul guide. As everyone knows, the Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition is the largest event held every 5 years on the continent. Similarly, the Soul Master Competition is also a stage for the younger generation of Soul Masters on the continent to show themselves. But just yesterday, something extremely shameful happened in the imperial capital Tiandu City. After a pause, Emperor Shuiye glanced coldly at Zarath who was sitting next to him, and continued, someone, or some force, dared to defy the world and openly sent assassins to assassinate contestants in Tiandu City. Fortunately, the assassin failed and the contestant who was attacked was safe and sound. But such an act is tantamount to provoking the Empire. Here, I, Okula Shuiyat, on behalf of the Tiandu Empire, solemnly warn everyone and all forces that any action that is unfavorable to the participating students will be regarded as a provocation to the Empire, and the Empire will make him pay the price. At the same time, the Empire will also do its best to investigate the assassination yesterday, find out the mastermind behind the scenes, and let him know that the Empire will never tolerate provocation. After speaking, Emperor Shuiye sat down again, and then Ning Fengzi stood up next to him. As Your Majesty said, assassinating contestants is an extremely shameful and very bad incident. As one of the 3 sects on the continent, my Kaibao Liulai sect has always worked hard for the prosperity of the Soul Master world, and is willing to contribute to maintaining the order of the Soul Master competition. In order to prevent such a bad incident from happening again, I hereby announce that from now on, during the next competition, the sword Douluo of my 7 treasures glazed tile sect will be stationed in Tiandu City. If anyone does anything that is detrimental to the contestants, the sword Douluo will kill them without mercy and pursue the responsibility of the forces behind them. As he said this, Ning Fengzi, like Emperor Shuiyat, glanced at Saras coldly. After the assassination yesterday, Huo Lai handed over the bodies of Lei Chai and Soul Saint to the organizing committee. Although he did not state that the 2 assassins came from the Tiandu Spirit Temple and were instructed by Saras, how could Emperor Shuiye and Ning Fengzi not guess the origins of the 2? To be honest, Ning Fengzi was a little confused about Saras's operation. You know, Mu Yang and Shui Binger are not civilian soul masters without backgrounds. If they dare to send assassins to kill the 2, Saras is not afraid of being killed? That is to say, Mu Yang and the other 2 are safe and sound, otherwise Shuo and the 3 Douluo of Tian Shui Academy will definitely kill Saras to vent their hatred. Even if they are concerned about the influence of the Spirit Temple and cannot kill him openly, assassination is always possible. There may be people in the world who can withstand the assassination of the 3 titled Douluo, but Saras is definitely not among them. Brother, are the Empire and the Seven Treasures glazed tile sects so tough? Listening to the speeches of Emperor Shuiye and Ning Fengzi, Huo Wu in the stands could not help but say to Mu Yang. Huo Wu naturally knew that her little cousin and futuristic sister-in-law almost fell into the hands of the Spirit Hall, and she also understood that the speeches of Emperor Shuiye and Ning Fengzi were aimed at and warned against Saras and the Spirit Hall. Curling his lips, Mu Yang whispered, Tiando and Kai Bao Liulai sect are not on good terms with the Spirit Hall, so it is normal for them to be rude. In addition, this is not considered tough. If they really wanted to be tough, they would have killed Saras directly. If it is not that the Spirit Hall is strong and the Heavenly Do is weak, but that the Heavenly Do is strong and the Spirit Hall is weak, then if Salas dares to assassinate the participating students and provoke the Heavenly Do Empire, then it goes without saying that Emperor Shuiye will definitely kill Salas without saying anything to establish his authority, instead of just talking nonsense here. Of course, Mu Yang did not expect the Heavenly Do Empire to help him. It is said that it is better to rely on oneself than on others. The Heavenly Do Empire is not even one of its own people, so how can it be relied on? If today's borrowing a knife to kill plan fails to drag Salas into the water, he wants to avenge yesterday. Either he will wait until he becomes a heavenly forging god craftsman and creates a 4-character battle armor in the future, or he will wait until he becomes a 9-ring titled Douluo. In before that, unless Saras makes another small move that makes him unbearable, Saras's life will be saved. After all, Saras is not only one of the 4 platinum bishops of the Spirit Hall, but also the master of the Heavenly Fighting Spirit Hall. He represents the face of the Spirit Hall. Unless his fist is completely hard, he cannot move lightly. The formal 4-character battle armor is handed over to the titled Douluo to wear. No matter what the original soul power level of this Douluo is, his strength can soar to the level of 99 extreme Douluo, and he will become a top-ranked strongman in the world. So far, he has 3 titled Douluo level thighs. If he comes with 3 sets of 4-character battle armor, that is 3 level 99 extreme Douluos. With such strength, he is not afraid even if Jiandaoliu, a demigod who is more or less fake, comes. There is a saying that goes, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, don't despise the poor young. For the useless, this may just be chicken soup for the soul, which is useless. After 30 years, at most he will go from a poor young man to a poor middle-aged man. Yu Xiao Gang, don't despise the poor young, don't despise the poor middle-aged, don't despise the poor old, the dead are the greatest. But as a genius soul master with excellent cultivation talent and a little cheating, Mu Yang feels that what Xiao Huo next door said is still very reasonable. One day he will become a 9-ring titled Douluo, relying on the large amount of high-year soul rings attached to the second martial soul with the increase of soul power. He will soon become a high-level titled Douluo, and even the 99th level peerless, extreme, realm is not impossible. With the advantage of the twin martial souls, it should not be a problem for him to be invincible in the world. By then, let alone whether the explosion of Sarath will slap the face of the Spirit Hall, the Spirit Hall will probably automatically tie Sarath up to apologize to him, so as not to be retaliated by this extremely powerful evil star. Then the question is, just after the warning, Salas makes trouble again, how will you two deal with it? Is it a cold treatment, or hanging Sarath on the street lamp? Looking at the Emperor Shuiye and Ning Fengzi who warned Sarath without leaving any trace in the VIP seats, Mu Yang couldn't help thinking to himself. Mu Yang was looking forward to this. Well, I have to stand farther away to avoid being splashed with blood. End of this chapter. 158 Chapter 158 Don't lose your class. 158. The speeches of Emperor Shuiye and Ning Fengzi shocked the participating college teams. Yesterday, Mu Yang was assassinated. The 2 Soul Saint level assassins were quickly suppressed by Huo Lai and the others, so they did not cause much noise. The participating teams who didn't pay much attention naturally didn't know that someone had attacked the participating students yesterday. Now that Emperor Shuiye and Ning Fengzi revealed this incident, everyone immediately felt nervous. Assassinating participating students is too despicable. The teachers who think their students are also geniuses have raised their vigilance to the highest level to avoid being exploited by thieves. Brother, who did you say was assassinated? Who is the mastermind behind this? On the stands, Xiao Wu blinked and asked Tang San with curiosity. It should be from Blazing Fire College or Tian Shui College, right? As for the mastermind, if nothing unexpected happens, it is Saras who sits next to Emperor Shuiye. Tang San said in a low voice after glancing at Mu Yang. A tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind, this is the truth Tang San still understands. Mu Yang, Hua Wushuan, Hua Wu, Shui Binger, Shui Yuer showed such strong talents that it is normal for them to be attacked by assassins sent by other forces. As for the mastermind behind the scenes, this can be seen from the fact that Emperor Shui Ye and Ning Fengzi glanced at Saras when they gave warning speeches, and the master of the Heaven Do Holy Temple kept a gloomy face and did not speak. Not to mention, Tang San, who had eaten the melon at this moment, couldn't help but feel a little gloating. Mu Yang and the others were not related to him, and they were more showy than him. Although he did not have a big banquet to celebrate, he could not help eating some melons to make himself happy. The game was over, the melons were eaten, and the audience began to leave. There was only one passage to leave the Great Fighting Spirit Arena, and there were many spectators leaving. It was expected that the entrance of the Great Fighting Spirit Arena would be very crowded at this time, so the participating college teams did not leave immediately, and planned to leave when it was not so crowded later. After all, there were many girls in the participating college teams, so it was not suitable for them to squeeze with people. At this time, Flanders called all the Shrek people to his front and gave them a lecture. You just heard that there was an assassin who assassinated the participating students. Although there is a reason that others are too good, you have to be on guard. Therefore, during the next competition, except in the academy, the sisters should not leave the sight of me, Erlong or teacher Zhao, giving others an opportunity to take advantage of them. As soon as Flanders finished speaking, Ma Hongjun became anxious. Others can stay honest, but he is different. With the evil fire in his body, he still has to help the young ladies out of the sea of suffering. As everyone knows, these young ladies who are hungry and full usually have gambling fathers, sick mothers and school-going brothers at home. If he doesn't help them, who else will help them? However, before Ma Hongjun could speak, Flanders said again, "Little fatty, bear with it, but if you really can't bear it, tell me, I'll take you there then." Hey! All of a sudden, the Shrek people who knew what kind of person Ma Hongjun was, immediately looked at him with contempt. Well, it's not only for Ma Hongjun, but also for Flanders. They are not innocent, they know a little bit, but they don't believe that Flanders took Ma Hongjun to that place, and Flanders, who has been single for decades, can bear it. At this time, Dai Mubai stepped forward and patted Ma Hongjun on the shoulder, saying, "Fatty, listen to my brother's advice, don't go to the brothel in the future, go to the club. Even if you don't do it for yourself, you have to consider Dean Flanders, don't lose your class." Ma Hongjun, dot. Flanders, dot. Is this a question of class or not? After a long time, seeing that most of the audience in the Great Soul Arena had left, the participating college teams left one after another. On the roadside not far from the entrance of the Great Soul Arena, two cardinals from the Heavenly Fighting Spirit Temple looked at the people leaving the Great Soul Arena inconspicuously, looking for the target's trace. Not long after, the Shrek people walked out of the Great Soul Arena. Immediately, the two cardinals' eyes lit up, looked at each other, and then they talked and laughed, pretending to be calm, ready to attack Tang San at any time. At this time, Tang San was completely unaware that the danger had come. It had been a while since the end of the game, and there were not too many people at the entrance of the Great Soul Arena. As soon as they walked out of the gate, the Shrek people saw two cardinals from the Spirit Hall wearing red robes on the roadside not far ahead. But the Shrek people didn't care. The Spirit Hall was the CO organizer of the Soul Master competition. In addition, the Soul Master competition was lively, so it was normal for the cardinals to come to watch the competition. 30 meters. 20 meters. 10 meters. When the Shrek people walking in the middle of the street were less than 10 meters away from the two people standing on the roadside, the two cardinals of the Tiandu Temple moved. Black Shadow Leopard, possess. Fourth Soul Skill, Leopard Shadow Assault. Earth Barbarian Bear, possess. Fourth Soul Skill, Barbarian Bear Claw. In an instant, the two cardinals' martial spirits possessed, and with lightning speed, they activated the fourth soul skill to attack the defenseless Tang San. For attack-type soul skills, the higher the age, the stronger the power, provided that the user's strength remains unchanged. But the higher the age of the soul skill, the faster it is activated. The speed is much slower than the spirit skills of lower years, so the two chose to activate the fourth spirit skill. With the strength of the 7-ring spirit saint, even if there is no amplification spirit skill, the fourth attack spirit skill of the best year is enough to kill a spirit master who has just entered the fourth ring, not to mention that the two are sneak attacks. The sudden change scared everyone in Shrek. Stop! How dare you! Damn it! Flanders, Lu Erlong, and Zhao Wuji, who are also seven-ring spirit saints, reacted the fastest. At the moment when the two cardinal spirits were possessed and launched a sneak attack, they released their spirits while shouting. But because the distance was too close, and the three of them were not standing in front of the two people's sneak attack target, Tang San, it was obviously too late to make an effective response. However, just when the Black Leopard Shadow and the Cocky Claw Shadow were about to fall on Tang San, Xiao Wu, who was beside Tang San, moved. Xiao Wu's reaction speed was also very fast. After all, her long life as an animal was not in vain, and rabbits are one of the spirit beasts with relatively fast reaction speed. When the two red cardinals martial spirits possessed her, she noticed something was wrong. When the two activated their fourth spirit skills to attack Tang San, Xiao Wu had already completed the martial spirit possession. When the two fourth spirit skills were about to fall on Tang San, Xiao Wu's fourth spirit ring had already lit up, and a burst of golden light shone around her. She took a step forward and blocked Tang San and the two attacking spirit skills. End of this chapter. 159 Chapter 159 Committing a Crime Against the Wind. 159. The next moment, the Black Leopard Shadow and the Cocky Giant Claws fell on Xiao Wu almost at the same time. Boom! Accompanied by a violent roar, Xiao Wu, who was glowing with golden light, flew backwards, knocking Tang San, who was protected behind her, away. The two fell on the street 10 meters away, splashing a cloud of dust. Ahem! Falling heavily to the ground, under the huge impact force, Tang San felt that his bones were about to fall apart, and a trace of blood could not help but flow out of his mouth. On the contrary, Xiao Wu, who was attacked by two spirit skills, was not injured at all. After all, the invincible golden body is an absolute defense skill. Although it is not immune to the impact of the attack, it can be immune to physical and energy damage below the god level. Not to mention that it is only the fourth spirit skill of the seven-ring spirit saint. Even the ninth strong attack spirit skill of the nine-ring titled Douluo cannot hurt Xiao Wu during the duration of the invincible golden body. What? Seeing that the sneak attack failed and the target Tang San was saved by Xiao Wu at the critical moment, the two cardinals' faces changed. But after all, they were masters, and they reacted immediately and rushed towards Tang San quickly, wanting to kill him. Unfortunately, there were experts among Shrek's group. With this gap, Flanders, who had reacted, dodged and protected Tang San, while Lu Erlong and Zhao Wuji met the two cardinals. Spirit Hall, are you looking for death? Lu Erlong shouted angrily at the cardinal in front of him. Earlier in the Great Soul Arena, Emperor Shuye and Ning Fengzi had just warned. As a result, your Spirit Hall came to assassinate again. Isn't this too much of a disregard for the Heaven Do Empire and the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect? It can be said that the Spirit Hall threw several big fights in the faces of Emperor Shuye and Ning Fengzi. The Black Shadow Leopard Soul Saint ignored Lu Erlong's words. Spirit Hall? Spirit Hall has nothing to do with me. Now I am the servant of the Great Lord Mu Yang. As long as I can kill the target Tang San and complete the task assigned by the Great Lord Mu Yang, I will not hesitate even if it costs my life. 7th Soul Skill, Black Shadow Leopard True. Without hesitation, the 7th soul ring of Black Shadow Leopard Soul Saint shone, activating the soul true body. But at this moment, a torrent of sword energy formed by countless sword energy flew from the distance at high speed in the air. With a flash of brilliant sword light, the Black Shadow Leopard Soul Saint, who had not yet officially released the soul true body, was pierced through the chest by the dense sword light and was shot into a sieve on the spot. Then, the torrent of sword energy swept another Earth Savage Bear Soul Saint. In an instant, blood, flesh and bones splattered everywhere, and the cardinal of the Heaven Do Temple was killed on the spot. The seven-ring Soul Saint, who had not yet released the soul true body, was undoubtedly too vulnerable under the 6th powerful soul skill of the 96 level titled Douluo. Grandpa Jian. This scene stunned the Shrek people and shocked the passers-by around them. It was not until Ning Rongrong's exclamation that everyone present realized that a white-haired figure holding a long sword appeared in the air at some point, with 9 soul rings of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. Meet Jian Douluo. Immediately, Flanders and others saluted Chen Xin in the air. Yes. Chen Xin nodded slightly, flew down from the air, and landed beside Ning Rongrong. Rongrong, are you okay? Glancing coldly at the two corpses on the ground, Chen Xian's face returned to a gentle state, and he asked Ning Rongrong with concern. Immediately, I was almost scared to death, but Grandpa Jian came to my rescue. How could this Wuhan Hall be so abominable? My father and Emperor Shuiye had warned them so much, but they still dared to commit crimes. Ning Rongrong said angrily. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian's face also turned unhappy. The sect leader Ning Fengzi had clearly warned him before. He also stated that he would be in charge of Tiandu City to maintain order during the Tiandu City Soul Master competition. As a result, the Spirit Hall committed crimes again, and committed crimes openly at the gate of the Great Soul Fighting Arena. This is simply not taking Jiandao Chen Xian seriously. Today, the Spirit Hall dared to act again despite the warning. Will it dare to break into the palace and assassinate Emperor Shuiye directly tomorrow, or send experts to assassinate its own sect leader Ning Fengzi? I can't stand it, I absolutely can't stand it. I can't let the Spirit Hall be so presumptuous again. I must teach it a lesson. Girl, you go back to the academy first. Dean Flanders, let me and the sect leader handle this matter. Touching Ning Rongrong's head kindly, Chen Xian said to Flanders. Then I'll leave it to Jian Douluo and sect leader Ning. Flanders nodded. The Spirit Hall is powerful. Even if it is only the Heaven Do Spirit Hall, it is not something that Shrek Academy can afford to provoke. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect is willing to take over, which saves him from being frightened. But what Flanders can't figure out is why the Spirit Hall wants to assassinate Tang San. Could it be that Xiao San's identity as the son of His Majesty Haoshan has been exposed? Flanders thought to himself. Sure enough, he is the protagonist. He is not dead. At the entrance of the Great Soul Arena, looking at Tang San who was not seriously injured, Mu Yang thought to himself with pity. Mu Yang, do you think Saras is crazy? Glancing at the two corpses in red robes on the street ahead, Shui Binger said to Mu Yang through voice transmission. Yesterday, the Heaven Do Temple killed 2 soul saints. Today, they committed crimes against the wind and lost 2 more. Is it that the masters of the Heaven Do Spirit Hall are so many that they don't need money, or is the Hall Master Saras crazy? I don't know about this, but the Spirit Hall has a big fist, so it has the capital to be rampant. Replying to Shui Binger's words, Mu Yang secretly guessed Tang Hao's reaction in his heart. From the original work, Tang Hao is not a person who swallows his anger. Now that Hao Da was assassinated in the street, I think he should not let it go, right? Although he failed to blow up Tang San this time, he also gave Saras a fierce blow. Tisk, his fist is still not hard enough, otherwise he would have directly hit the Heaven Do Holy Temple and hung Saras on the flagpole. That's right. But the Spirit Hall is doomed to be arrogant for a short time if it acts like this. When we become titled Douluo, we will definitely make them look good. Especially Saras. Recalling yesterday's assassination, Shui Binger waved her fist and said angrily. Night fell, in a side hall of the Heaven Do Palace. At this time, 6 people gathered in the hall, including Emperor Shuiye, Shui Qinghe, Douluo, Ning Fengzi, Chen Xian, and Huo Lai who was invited. Everyone, tell us what you think about the assassination at the entrance of the Great Fighting Soul Arena. Emperor Shuiye said to the 4 people sitting there. What can I think? The old dog Sarath is too arrogant. Since he dared to commit a crime against the wind, he must be taught a lesson, otherwise he will continue to push his luck in the future. Douluo, who had no good impression of the Spirit Hall, spoke directly. End of this chapter. 160 Chapter 160 The Ruined Tiandu Spirit Hall, Part 1. 160. Yesterday, after receiving the news that Saroth sent someone to assassinate Mu Yang, Douluo almost jumped up. You know, Mu Yang's third soul skill, Topaz Anti-Poison Ginseng is related to the lives of himself and his granddaughter Douguyan. If you, Saras, sent someone to assassinate Mu Yang and succeeded, where would I, Douluo, find a spirit master who could detoxify the title Douluo in the future? Just for this matter, Douluo was extremely upset with Saras and wanted to beat his dog head off. Yes, Poison Douluo is right. It is unforgivable to commit crimes in Tiandu City twice in a row. Huo Lai nodded in agreement. He did not make much noise about the assassination yesterday because he chose to forbear because the Spirit Hall had a bigger fist and his blazing academy was far from being a match. But Huo Lai never expected that Saras would be so rampant that he dared to commit crimes against the wind the next day. A glimpse of the whole picture shows that Huo Lai understood that his forbearance was useless. Instead, it would make Saras think that Blazing Academy was a soft persimmon that the Spirit Hall could pinch whenever it wanted. Therefore, Huo Lai felt that Blazing Academy must retaliate to make Saras sober up and think carefully before he does anything next time whether he can bear the consequences. Poison Douluo, Tyrannosaurus Douluo, you just arrived, there is one thing I didn't have time to say. In the storage soul guides of the 2 red cardinals killed by Sword Douluo, we found the bodies of a purple cardinal and a black cardinal. And based on my previous impression of Sarath, today's assassination was probably not planned by the Heaven Do Spirit Temple. Emperor Shuiye said slowly. Of course, what Emperor Shuiye didn't say was that, judging from the talent shown by Tang San, Sarath would not ignore his and Ning Fengzi's warnings and send people to commit crimes against the wind. After all, it was the first time that the rules were not followed. The Heaven Do Empire and the 7 Treasures Glazed sect would choose to take it lightly and take a step back because of the power of the Spirit Temple. But anyone who still had a brain knew that there was no possibility of giving in a second time in such a matter. Even if you know that the opponent is powerful, you must hold on and never retreat a second time, otherwise once you retreat a second time, there will be a third time or even countless times. What is the word? Yes, a cornered dog will jump over the wall. Although this metaphor is a little inappropriate, it is the truth. With Saratha's brain, it is impossible not to think of this. Well, there is also this matter? Raising his eyebrows, Huo Lai couldn't help but be a little surprised. Since it wasn't the Spirit Hall, could it be planned by the Xing Luo Empire? Perhaps these 2 cardinals were originally spies planted by the Xing Luo Empire in the Tiandu Spirit Hall? Planning this assassination is to create an irreconcilable conflict between the Empire and the Spirit Hall so that they can sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight? Qian Rongxiu speculated. No matter whether it was Sarath who did it, she, the young master of the Spirit Hall, had to try her best to distance herself from the Spirit Hall. What King He said is possible. After thinking about it, the more Ning Fengzi pondered, the more he felt that this possibility was not small. After all, the Heaven Do Empire and the 7 Treasures Glazed sect were afraid of the Spirit Hall, so why would the Spirit Hall want to tear its face with them? Chen Xin shook his head and refuted, it's still wrong. I admit that Shrek's Tang San has good talent, but it is not worth it for the Star Luo Empire to expose and abandon these 2 hidden pieces to frame him, and it is also not worth it for the Spirit Hall to tear its face with us for this. If the mastermind behind the scenes is the Spirit Hall, then their target must still be the descendants of Tyrannosaurus. Anyway, they have already offended them, and the Spirit Hall doesn't care about offending them once more, and the talents of those young people from the Blazing Fire Academy and Tian Shui Academy are indeed strong. And if it was the Star Luo Empire, in order to let us fight with the Spirit Hall, the target of the assassination would not choose Tang San, but Rong. Compared with Rong, what can Tang San, who has no background, count for? Tang Hao, you said my son has no background? What Jian Douluo said makes sense, but since it's not the Spirit Hall, nor the Star Luo Empire, who is the mastermind behind it? Emperor Shuiye said puzzledly, tapping the armrest with his fingers. Mu Yang, I am not talented, it's me. At this time, Huo Lai said, in my opinion, no matter whether the mastermind behind this matter is the Spirit Hall or not, it must be Sarath who did it. If we cannot determine who the real murderer is, we can only conclude that it was Saras who did it. Who made Saras have a criminal record, and the assassin was the cardinal of the Tiandu Spirit Temple. You know, in the sequence of the Tiandu Spirit Temple, the cardinal is already a high-level official, second only to Saras, the Platinum Bishop and Hall Master. In addition, there must be someone responsible for the 2 consecutive assassinations. Saras, the Hall Master of the Tiandu Spirit Temple, is undoubtedly the best person to bear the responsibility. Of course, Huo Lai is also a little selfish. Sent someone to assassinate my nephew, who else should I do if not you? So, let's detain Saras first, and after the Empire communicates with the Spirit Hall, we can make specific arrangements. After thinking about it, Emperor Shuiye made up his mind. After all, he was the master of the Heaven Do Spirit Hall. Salas represented the face of the Spirit Hall, so it would not be good to kill him directly. However, Emperor Shuiye could foresee that once the blame was put on Salas, the Spirit Hall would not allow Salas to continue living. After all, in the eyes of most people, the reputation of the Spirit Hall was still very good. If a platinum bishop like Salas, who did shady things and was the master of the Heaven Do Temple, continued to live, it would undoubtedly tarnish the reputation of the Spirit Hall. At this moment, suddenly, the 6 people in the hall felt a terrifying sound coming from the outside world. A terrifying aura. Instantly, without caring about etiquette, Chen Xin, Huo Lai, and Douluo immediately flashed to the window of the hall, climbed over the window, flew into the air, and appeared in the air outside the hall. Under the bright moonlight, the 3 people standing in the air looked around and saw a huge black figure surrounded by 9 soul rings of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 and red in the air in the south of the center of Tiandu City, where the Tiandu Martial Soul Temple was located. In the hand of this huge black figure, there was also a black light giant hammer with a hammer head like a small mountain. That is Haoshan's true body, Tang Hao, the 9th soul ring of 100,000 years. Looking at the huge Haoshan true body in the air in the distance, Chen Xin couldn't help but said in shock. Even though he didn't see the other party's appearance clearly, Chen Xin still believed that the Haoshan true body in the air in the distance was released by Tang Hao. Under the whole world, the titled Douluo with the Haoshan hammer martial soul of 100,000 years, except for the long-lost land invincible Tang Chen, is the only contemporary Haoshan Douluo Tang Hao. The next second, the huge black light hammer in the hands of Haoshan true body slammed down towards the Tiandu Martial Soul Temple below. Thanks to my friends 202211102049016668, Dahen Kang Yu, Xin Huan Menglong, Tai I God, Yayus Yudi, Kaiyu Fengs Hilui, Mo Wendeo 1207, 2019051918421793, 2018-03301646539993, Pumpkin Who Loves to Sleep, 202012828055463889, the monthly ticket of the truck driver next to the orphanage. Thanks to my friends Xin Huan Menglong, Mai Wenhua, Dahen Kang Yu, 202206061636325572, 338,130, Yingziu, Lin 24, Mouse Loves to Exercise, Xinggun, Dahen Kang Yu, Mai Wenhua, 202206061636325572, 2023052809305638, Mouse Loves to Exercise, 202206061636325572, Xin Huan Menglong, Dahen Kang Yu, GUOSF 85, 2021228205546389, Yingziu, Dahen Kang Yu, Chu Ran for their recommendation votes. End of this chapter. 161 Chapter 161 The Tiandu Martial Spirit Temple Turned into Ruins, Part 2. 161. Boom. The giant hammer fell, and the violent roar resounded throughout the Tiandu city. During this period, Chen Xin and the other 2 saw that some masters in the Tiandu temple jumped up to stop the hammer. But without exception, none of them could stop the hammer from falling. The masters of the Tiandu Martial Spirit Temple were like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, and all of them were crushed to pieces under this extremely overbearing force. Boom boom boom. The black light giant hammers fell one after another, and the whole Tiandu city seemed to have experienced a violent earthquake. In a blink of an eye, more than 10 hammers fell, and the originally magnificent main hall of the Tiandu Martial Spirit Temple, as well as the numerous secondary halls and side halls on the side, all turned into ruins. Humph! After the Tiandu Spirit Temple was reduced to ruins, a cold snort of disdain sounded, and the huge Haoshan's true body in the air disappeared into nothingness, and a burly black-robed figure flew into the night. After a while, Huo Lai came back to his senses from the shock and said hesitantly, "Salus, you should be in the Tiandu temple now, right?" "Most likely." Douluo nodded in confusion. In the past, Tang Hao became a titled Douluo and beat the Spirit Temple Pope Kyungsunji to death. Today, he smashed the Tiandu Spirit Temple into ruins. He is really brave. Chen Xin sighed after smacking his lips. If conditions permit, Chen Xin will give Tang Hao a thumbs up in person. It's not for anything else, but because Tang Hao seems to be the only one who can be so brave on the continent. Then the question is, for what reason did Tang Hao, who has long been unknown in the Soul Master world, smash the Tiandu Martial Soul Temple into ruins? Could it be that someone in Saras or the Tiandu Martial Soul Temple has provoked Tang Hao? Uncle Jian, what happened? At this time, the 3 people in the hall walked to the window, and Ning Fengzi asked Chen Xin in the air outside the window. Due to the problem of perspective, although there was a lot of noise outside, Ning Fengzi did not know that the Tiandu Martial Soul Temple had been reduced to ruins. The Tiandu Martial Soul Temple has been smashed into ruins. Ning Fengzi, Emperor Shuiyat. Qianrongxiu. On the other side, Tiandu Hotel. By the window, with the bright moonlight, Mu Yang looked at the Tiandu martial soul temple in ruins in the distance with a shocked face. Sure enough, when it comes to bravery, it has to be Tang Hao. Among the 8 brave soul masters in the world, Tang Hao has 1 stone, and the rest 2. The great reputation of Haoshan Douluo is really not exaggerated. Tang Hao deserves this title. Originally, Mu Yang thought that Tang Hao would at most blow up Saras to vent his anger for his eldest son, but unexpectedly, Tang Hao directly took a sledgehammer, transformed into the captain of the demolition team, and directly demolished the Tiandu martial soul temple. Well, if nothing unexpected happens, it won't be long before the name of Haoshan Douluo will spread throughout the soul master world again. You know, the Tiandu martial soul temple is not a sub-temple or branch temple in an ordinary city. The entire continent has only one in the imperial capitals of the 2 empires, Tiandu City and Xingluo City, representing the face of the Spirit Hall. And the Tiandu martial soul temple was smashed into ruins. Even if the Spirit Hall wanted to cover up this news, it couldn't be covered up. It can be said that the Spirit Hall has lost face. I just don't know how many strong men will the Spirit Hall send to hunt down Tang Hao in the future? Unlike the hammering of Kyungsunji in the past, the real murderer of Kyungsunji's death was not Tang Hao, and because Kyungsunji coveted the 100,000-year spirit ring and spirit bone of Tang Hao's wife Lan Yinhuang first, Qian Daoliu, who knew that he was in the wrong, did not make a big move. Otherwise, with Tang Hao's strength, he would definitely not be able to escape the hunt of the demigod-level Qian Daoliu. After all, Qian Daoliu and Tang Chen are only on par, at most slightly inferior. Tang Hao, who has just become a titled Douluo, what can he use to compare with Tang Chen in his heyday? But now Tang Hao has directly hammered the Tiandu Spirit Hall into ruins. Bibi Dong, who was slapped in the face, is afraid that she will not be polite to Tang Hao, otherwise the Spirit Hall will be labeled as incompetent. Salas, rest in peace. Mu Yang said silently in his heart. If nothing unexpected happens, Saras has been hammered into a pancake by now. Since Tang Hao has already taken action, there is no reason for Tang Hao to let Sarath, the culprit, go. Although today's borrowing a knife to kill plan failed to kill Tang San, it was a mistake. Sarath was sent away, and his painstaking efforts were not in vain. No matter whose knife was borrowed, no matter who was killed by the knife was borrowed and the person was killed by the borrowed knife. In this way, the borrowing a knife to kill plan was not considered a failure, but was successfully completed. At most, there was a slight difference from the original expectation. Mu Yang, do you think Haoshan Douluo has avenged us? At this time, Shui Binger asked Mu Yang. Originally, Shui Binger could not recognize that the person who took action was Tang Hao, but she did not know, but it did not mean that Mu Yang did not know. It doesn't count. Hearing this, Mu Yang choked and shook his head quickly. This is clearly the result of my clever plan, so it cannot be considered as a favor from Tang Hao. Shui Binger blinked, why not? Binger, this matter is complicated, not as simple as it seems. Remember, we don't owe Tang Hao a favor. Mu Yang said with a serious face. If Tang Hao knew what happened today, the whole story, let alone the favor, I'm afraid he would just hit me with a hammer. Shui Binger. Shrek Academy. On the roof of the dormitory building, many students gathered who were attracted by the huge noise when Tang Hao forcibly demolished the Tiandu Spirit Temple. Damn, that should be the Tiandu Spirit Temple, right? That Douluo just now was so fierce. Although Tang Hao had left at this time, the fierce and domineering Haoshan true body left an indelible impression on Ma Heng-jun. Dad, you are really protecting me in secret. Looking at the direction of the Tiandu Spirit Temple, Tang San couldn't help thinking in his heart. Tang San could see that the huge black figure in the air before was the 7th soul skill of the Haoshan Hammer Spirit, the Haoshan True Body. And today he was assassinated by the Cardinal of the Spirit Hall, and the Tiandu Spirit Temple was declared destroyed in the evening. This must be his father Haoshan venting his anger on him. It's not to mention that Tang Hao's majestic image as a father was deeply engraved in Tang San's heart. It turned out that his father Haoshan was so fierce. Apart from other things, the bright red 100,000 year 9th spirit ring alone was not something that ordinary titled Douluo in the mainland spirit master world could get. At least, all the titled Douluo he had seen so far must not have a 100,000 year spirit ring. At this moment, Tang San couldn't help but feel proud that he had such a powerful father Haoshan. End of this chapter. 162 Chapter 162 This is the conspiracy of the Xingluo Empire. 162. This night was destined to be a sleepless night for the residents of Tiandu City. Especially for the residents living around the Tiandu Martial Spirit Temple. Although Tang Hao's sledgehammer did not hit their houses, the strong shock and impact caused by the demolition of the Tiandu Martial Spirit Temple also had a serious impact on the nearby streets and houses. It can be said that Tang Hao's forced demolition of the Tiandu Martial Soul Temple made Emperor Shuiya feel like he had drunk a can of iced fat boy happy water on a hot summer day, but it also left a mess. However, seeing that Tang Hao forcibly demolished the Tiandu Martial Soul Temple and helped him remove a thorn in his eye and a thorn in his flesh, Emperor Shuiya was willing to pay for the losses caused by Tang Hao's behavior. Isn't it just that the nearby streets are cracked and the houses have become dangerous buildings? People were sent to repair the streets, and the dangerous buildings were demolished and rebuilt. It's just a few gold soul coins, a small matter, the royal private treasury has paid for it. In the side hall of the palace, Huo Lai, Douluo, Ning Fengzi, and Chen Xin did not leave. However, the topic of the 6 people in the hall changed from exploring the real culprit of today's assassination and how to deal with Saras to why Tang Hao forcibly demolished the Tiandu Martial Soul Temple. Not to mention, at this time, the 6 people in the hall were somewhat confused about Tang Hao's operation. As for finding the real murderer and dealing with Saras, it doesn't make much sense now. Since Saras is dead, the real murderer must be Saras. Similarly, considering the power of the Spirit Hall and Saras's status, it is not a bad thing to let the debts go after death. Besides, compared with the big news that the Spirit Hall was demolished by Haoshan Douluo Tang Hao, these 2 small things seem insignificant. Do you think Tang Hao is simply unhappy with the Spirit Hall? Douluo, who didn't know much about Tang Hao, said. Hearing this, Ning Fengzi shook his head slightly. Not really, Tang Hao has retired for many years, if there is no other reason, he doesn't have to act like this. Suddenly, Chen Xin thought of a key point and said uncertainly, Tang San also has the surname Tang, what do you think? If I remember correctly, this Tang San's spirit is blue silver grass, right? After hesitating for a moment, the Snow Knight Emperor, who heard the implication of Chen Xin's words, said. There are so many people with the last name Tang in the world, and Tang San's spirit is not the clear sky hammer, so it is obviously unlikely that the 2 are father and son. Twin spirits. Thinking of Mu Yang, who has twin spirits, Huo Lai blurted out. But soon, Huo Lai shook his head again. No, the mere blue-silver grass is far inferior to the clear sky hammer, and there is no prerequisite for the formation of twin spirits. At this time, Ning Fengzi said again, as far as I know, Tang San is not old, and now he seems to be only 14 years old, which is not much different from the time when Tang Hao retired. Father, teacher, 3 Douluo, King he thinks that whether Tang San has twin spirits or not, he is definitely the biological son of Clear Sky Douluo. First, the Heaven Do Holy Temple represents the face of the Spirit Hall, and Tang Hao cannot if they were not father and son, Tang Hao would have no reason to act like this. Second, as Jian Douluo and the teacher said, Tang San's surname is Tang, and his date of birth is close to the time when Hao Tian Douluo retired from the Soul Master world. Third, and the most important point, without the blood of a strong man, and without other special features, how could Tang San cultivate to the 4-ring Soul Master realm with the blue-silver grass martial soul at the age of 14? You know, the blue-silver grass is recognized as a useless martial soul in the mainland Soul Master world. Qian Rongxiu spoke out her speculation. At this time, Qian Rongxiu looked calm on the surface, but in her heart she wished that Tang Hao would die immediately. In Qian Rongxiu's cognition, her father Qian Sunji was severely injured by Tang Hao and then died. No matter why her father Qian Sunji led people to surround and kill Tang Hao, she had a grudge against Tang Hao for killing her father. At present, Tang Hao forcibly demolished the Tiandu Spirit Temple. Lord, Qian Rongxiu naturally hated Tang Hao again. Without avenging the old grudges, and adding new grudges, how could Qian Rongxiu not hate Tang Hao? Even Tang San was listed as a target for elimination by Qian Rongxiu. Undoubtedly, judging from the cultivation talent shown by Tang San, this is a rare genius on the continent, and the possibility of having twin martial spirits is not ruled out. And Qian Rongxiu still knows the potential of twin martial spirit masters. After all, her biological mother Bibi Dong is a very rare twin martial spirit master on the continent. As early as before she came to the Tiandu Empire to lurk, Her grandfather Qian Daoliu told her that Bibi Dong, who was only in her 30s at the time, had not only achieved the title of Douluo, but was also one of the strongest among the titled Douluo. As long as the mother and daughter joined forces, this continent would sooner or later be their world. Therefore, Qian Rongxiu was ready to eliminate Tang San, who had great potential in the future and might even grow into the second invincible on the land, as soon as possible. You mean love brain? It is true that the angel lady has the hidden attribute of love brain, but it is definitely not something that can be activated by just anyone. At least, Tang San, who has not yet awakened the Blue-Silver Emperor bloodline, is not qualified for this. Another thing is that simple appearance is not the only thing that can activate Qian Rongxiu's hidden attribute. A person of the same generation, with high appearance, and who can defeat her, is the key factor in activating Qian Rongxiu's hidden attribute of love brain. If Tang San is really Tang Hao's son, then I believe that today's assassination incident is really unrelated to the Spirit Hall. After a long time, Ning Fengzi sighed and said, if the Spirit Hall knew about the father-son relationship between Tang Hao and Tang San, it would definitely not act rashly. After all, the Spirit Hall still knows a little about Tang Hao's strength. If they really want to target Tang Hao and Tang San, they must lay a net and send many titled elders to support them. How could it be like now, even the Tiandu Spirit Temple has become a ruin, and a titled elder affiliated with the Spirit Hall failed to show up? It seems that this assassination was most likely done by Xingluo. The purpose is to use Tang Hao to drag the secluded Haoshan sect into the water and confront the Spirit Hall after assassinating Tang San. Similarly, if the Haoshan sect is defeated, they will definitely look for allies under their own strength. At that time, the Xingluo Empire will come forward and connect with various forces on the mainland to jointly besiege the Spirit Hall. With the strength of the Spirit Hall alone, it will definitely not be able to stop the crusade of other forces on the mainland. After the Spirit Hall, the obstacle falls. The strength the Xingluo Empire, which is above the empire, has the conditions to unify the continent. Humph, Xingluo is indeed ambitious. In order not to expose their true colors, they even sent out high-level spiritual masters to control 2 cardinals of the Heaven Do Temple with mental methods to assassinate Tang San. If the assassination plan had not failed, the Xingluo Empire might have succeeded. Emperor Shuiye felt that what he had speculated, brain-filled, was probably the truth behind this assassination. Emperor Shuiye, this is the conspiracy of the Xingluo Empire. End of this chapter. 163 Chapter 163 Well, it's exposed. 163. Control the mind. Huo Lai's pupils shrank suddenly, and he thought of a possibility. Then, Huo Lai suppressed his shock and calmly asked Emperor Shuiye, Your Majesty, are you saying that the 2 cardinals assassinated Tang San today because they were controlled by others? Although I can't guarantee it, it is very likely. I said before that in the storage soul guides of these 2 cardinals, there are 2 bodies of purple cardinals and black cardinals. These 2 bodies did not have any physical injuries and died of mental means. After the autopsy, it was found that the 2 died today. If nothing unexpected happened, there must be a strong man who is proficient in mind control who sneaked into Tiandu City today and controlled the 2 cardinals through these 2 people. Even when the 2 cardinals assassinated Tang San, the strong man who is proficient in mind control might be not far from the scene. Emperor Shuiye said with certainty. Huo Lai. He is proficient in mind control. The 2 bodies died recently. Combined with the fact that someone had left his sight for a while this morning. NMMP, Huo Lai felt that the reason why Tang Hao forcibly demolished the Tiandu Martial Spirit Temple tonight should not be as complicated as they imagined, nor was it a conspiracy of the Xingluo Empire. It was simply someone's narrow-mindedness. He wanted to retaliate after being wronged. Mu Yang, I took revenge overnight, and I am still narrow-minded? With a complicated mood, Huo Lai left the Tiandu Palace and returned to the Tiandu Hotel where he stayed. Knock knock knock. As soon as he returned to the hotel, Huo Lai knocked on Mu Yang's door. I'm here. There was a response from inside the room, and soon, Mu Yang opened the door. After entering the room and closing the door, Huo Lai set up a soul barrier to isolate the inside and outside, and then said unhappily, Xiao Yang, tell me, what did you do today? Hearing this, Mu Yang was shocked and looked at Huo Lai in front of him with surprise. No way. I acted so secretly, and my uncle could still see it. Is the eye of the titled Douluo so sharp? Mu Yang, okay, it's exposed. No, this should not be a problem of eyesight. If Huo Lai is an outsider, then naturally he can't be associated with him. But Huo Lai is not an outsider. He has the ability to control other people's minds and is enough to control ordinary seven-ring. Huo Lai knows a thing or two about the Soul Saint's soul-stealing secret technique. Combined with the fact that Saroth sent someone to assassinate him yesterday and offended him, he had both the motive and the ability to infer that he was the one who assassinated Tang San by 2 cardinals of the Heaven Do Temple. It was not impossible. Shrugging his shoulders, Mu Yang said helplessly, "Okay, you are not an outsider anyway, so there is no need to deliberately hide it. But originally I just wanted to teach Saroth a lesson, but I didn't expect that the matter became so big that even the Heaven Do Martial Soul Temple was smashed. Not to mention, Tang Hao directly demolished the Heaven Do Martial Soul Temple, which was really beyond Mu Yang's expectations. It's you, kid." At this moment, Huo Lai felt his head buzzing. Except for him and the person involved, Mu Yang, I'm afraid no one could have thought that Haoshan Douluo demolished the Heaven Do Martial Soul Temple because the Heaven Do Temple Master Saroth sent someone to assassinate a junior of the 5-ring Soul King level, which led to revenge, right? The most outrageous thing is that this little 5-ring Soul King did everything by himself, without relying on his elder. Meeting Mu Yang, a ruthless guy, is the worst misfortune for Saroth. Not only was he smashed into a pancake, but the Heaven Do Martial Soul Temple was also buried with him. If Saroth didn't get cold tonight, he would be angry to death. After a long time, Huo Lai came back to his senses from the shock and said seriously, "You dare to even think about the Heaven Do Martial Soul Temple? Remember, don't let the news leak out, otherwise I can't protect you. Also, don't use your secret technique that can control other people's minds in front of outsiders." "Yeah, I know." Mu Yang hurriedly nodded obediently. Huo Lai rolled his eyes, "I hope you really know." Mu Yang was raised by him since he was a child. Huo Lai knew that his nephew was precocious and independent since he was young. In addition, he was gifted and favored by great beings. He was destined to become the most dazzling existence in the mainland Soul Master world in the future. But Huo Lai never expected that Mu Yang would quietly make a big move. Even the Tiandu Martial Soul Temple and Haoshan Douluo were included in the calculation. It was really bold. Suddenly, Huo Lai remembered a key point and asked, "Do you know that Tang San is Haoshan Douluo's son?" Do you think there is a possibility that as long as someone has learned about Tang San's information, they will all know that Tang San is Tang Hao's son?" How do you say? Huo Lai was a little surprised. If it weren't for what happened tonight, including Emperor Shuiye and Ning Fengzi, they would not know that Tang Hao and Tang San were father and son. Spreading his hands, Mu Yang said, "Tang San's father is called Tang Hao. Many people know this, but most of those who know it only think that Tang Hao is a bad blacksmith, not the famous Haoshan Douluo." Huo Lai. Although Mu Yang did not ask anyone to investigate Tang San's background, he knew that as long as someone went to the Holy Soul Village in Nodding City to ask and investigate, they would know that Tang San had a blacksmith father named Tang Hao. In the original work, before Tang San exposed the Clear Sky Hammer spirit in the Spirit Master competition, the Spirit Hall did not know that he was Tang Hao's biological son, which was definitely a dereliction of duty. For example, Su Yun Tao, who awakened the spirit for Tang San, was not reported to the genius with full innate spirit power. Mu Yang didn't know how to complain that the Nodding City Spirit Hall did not report the Blue Silver Grass Spirit Master with full innate spirit power. In addition, Bibi Dong kept saying that he loved Yu Xiaogang, but Zhu Shaji finally accepted a direct disciple, but he didn't send someone to investigate the details at the beginning? This love must be quite watered, right? As for not knowing at the beginning? If he didn't even know that Zhu Shaji accepted a direct disciple, then what's the point of love? Yu Xiaogang, no love, destroy it. Time went back a little. Under the night, there were figures leaving Tiandu city overnight, and the news that the Tiandu Wuhan temple was turned into ruins was reported back to the various forces where the spies were. Among them, excluding many forces that were not ranked, there were Xingluo Empire, Blue Dot Tyrannosaurus Rex family, and Wuhan temple. The Tiandu temple was destroyed, and all the Wuhan members in the temple died under the Clear Sky Hammer, but this does not mean that all the members of the Wuhan temple in Tiandu city were completely wiped out. Among them, there were inevitably some who were not in the temple at the time due to various reasons. The temple master was killed and the temple was destroyed. Such a shocking event must be reported to the Pope's palace in Wuhan city as soon as possible. End of this chapter. 164 Chapter 164 The Secret Pie Transaction. 164. The next day, the preliminaries were held as usual. The organizers of the Soul Master competition are the two empires of Tiandu and Xingluo. The Wuhan Temple is only a CO organizer. The Tiandu Temple has been reduced to ruins, which will not have a big impact on the competition. And the Soul Master competition also has a schedule. If the preliminaries of the Tiandu competition area are delayed, it will have a significant impact on the subsequent promotion games and the finals. As long as conditions allow, it cannot be delayed. Now that Zaras is dead, the highest ranking of the remaining personnel of the Tiandu Wuhan Temple is only the Cardinal. There is a lack of heavyweights and they are not qualified to represent the Wuhan Temple in the first row of the VIP seats. Since there were not even 3 heavyweight guests in the first row of the VIP seats, in order to show the importance that the Tiandu Empire attached to the Soul Master competition, Emperor Shui specially invited Chen Xin, Douluo, Huo Lai Muziu, Shui Yunyu and 5 other titled Douluo. Finally, Chen Xin, Douluo and Huo Lai were invited to sit in the first row of the VIP seats, but Muziu and Shui Yunyu declined. Emperor Shui sat in the middle, with Ning Fengzi and Chen Xin on his left, and Douluo and Huo Lai on his right. In the morning, the 6th round of the preliminaries was about to begin. Looking at the tens of thousands of spectators in the packed auditorium, Emperor Shui once again made a speech, giving an official explanation for the vicious assassination incident that occurred at the entrance of the Grand Douluo Arena after the game ended yesterday. While condemning the unknown mastermind behind the scenes, he once again warned all forces on behalf of the Tiandu Empire. Well, given that the Spirit Hall has been in bad luck, not only did the Platinum Bishop and Temple Master Salas die, but the Tiandu Spirit Hall was also reduced to ruins. In addition, seeing that the Spirit Hall is powerful, Emperor Shui saved some face and pointed the finger at the Spirit Hall without naming it. Of course, there were tens of thousands of spectators present, many of whom were well informed and smart. Even if they did not witness the assassination yesterday and the day before yesterday, they could understand that the 2 assassinations were related to the Tiandu Spirit Temple. Last night, the Tiandu Spirit Temple was destroyed. This must be because the Temple Master Salas had done something wrong and was retaliated by the elders of the assassination target. The reason is simple. Soul Master is a profession that pays great attention to inheritance. Most genius Soul Masters come from Soul Master families. It is normal to have a powerful and protective elder in the family. In addition, according to gossip, the one who destroyed the Tiandu Spirit Temple last night was Haoshan Douluo, a famous Soul Master. This is a fierce man who can even kill the former Pope of the Spirit Hall. It is not surprising that he destroyed the Tiandu Spirit Temple. In the 6th round of the preliminaries, Blazing Fire Academy ushered in an opponent with considerable gold content. After the game yesterday, Muziu represented Shuo Academy to draw lots with the organizing committee. When he returned, Mu Yang knew who Shuo Academy's opponent was today. It was not any other academy but Shenfeng, and the schedule was placed in the second group today. Originally, Mu Yang thought that Feng Xiaotian, the big licker, would surrender directly. After all, Feng Xiaotian not only licked, but was also defeated by Huo Wu's cousin. As a result, he didn't expect that the first group of games had already started, and he still hadn't received the news that Shenfeng Academy surrendered without a fight. That's right. In the original book, Shenfeng was strong and Shuo was weak. Feng Xiaotian, the captain, could very freely represent the Shenfeng team to admit defeat. At that time, the Shenfeng team gave up the game, but no one thought that the Shenfeng team was not strong. They all knew that it was just Feng Xiaotian deliberately letting the Shuo team. But now Shuo is strong and Shenfeng is weak. Even if Shenfeng is not Shuo's opponent, it can't surrender without a fight. After all, as a famous Elemental Academy team, how can it surrender without a fight? What's more, among the 28 teams in the Tiandu Division qualifiers, except for the Shenfeng Academy team, only the Shuo and Tian Shui teams have 5 Ring Soul Kings, and the rest of the teams are at most 4 Ring level, and not all the main players are 4 Ring. Even if the main players in the team are seriously injured after the match with the Shuo team and it is difficult to recover in a short time, it will not cause too much impact. At least one of the 5 qualifying places in the qualifiers will definitely be from the Shenfeng Academy. And the Shenfeng Academy did not vote, which is not only not bad news for Mu Yang and Shuo Academy, but also good news. Otherwise, if it really voted, the previously formulated plan would be directly aborted. Feng Xiaotian, it's almost our turn to appear on the stage, why don't you try to bribe me, the captain? At this time, Mu Yang, who had memorized the script in advance and was ready, smiled and asked Feng Xiaotian. Bribe? Isn't that bad? Although I really hope to defeat Xiao Wu, Feng Xiaotian, disdain such despicable means. As he said, Feng Xiaotian straightened his chest and glanced at Huo Wu beside him. Feng Xiaotian, want to win, but I must win in an upright way, not by taking crooked ways. Look at what you said, you have heard too many crooked truths, right? A forced melon is not sweet? Wrong, totally wrong. How can you know if this melon is sweet if you don't taste it? Besides, even if it is not sweet, it will quench your thirst. Seeing that Feng Xiaotian was not fooled, Mu Yang's face changed and he said earnestly. Let's talk about this in detail. After hesitating for a moment, Feng Xiaotian finally couldn't resist the temptation and pulled Mu Yang to the side. You know, the goddess Huo Wu said long ago that as long as he could defeat her, she would give him a chance to date. Huo Wu saw and heard the two's actions and conversations, but she just glanced at them expressionlessly after reading the script, and then looked away. Brother Mu, what do you think about this? Walking to the side, Feng Xiaotian couldn't wait to ask about the bribery, and even changed his address from Mu Yang to Brother Mu. It depends on you. In the Blazing Fire team, my words are authoritative. Except for Huo Wu, everyone else, including Huo Wushuan, must listen to me. As long as the sincerity is enough, it is not impossible that Huo Wushuan and the others are not feeling well today and should not fight after they go on stage. Mu Yang said meaningfully. Suddenly, Feng Xiaoshan's eyes widened. Good guy, not feeling well, not fighting? Look at this rhythm, the enemy of my goddess is inside. But this is really great, I like it. Brother Mu, I am absolutely sincere. Just tell me straight away. Even if it means going to the sky or into the sea, Feng Xiaotian, will definitely get it done for you. It's okay. Feng Xiaotian patted his chest and promised. Mu Yang waved his hand and said, that's not necessary. Brother Feng, you just have to promise that when I need your help, you can support me unconditionally. Really? Hearing this, Feng Xiaotian was surprised. This is a blatant match fixing in the Soul Master competition. Are the conditions so simple? Apart from anything else, if Mu Yang really needs his help, how could Feng Xiaotian not help him if he can? After all, the relationship between Shenfeng Academy and Shiwo Academy is still very good, and Mu Yang, a very promising food-type Soul Master, is willing to make friends with anyone who has no grudges, not to mention that Mu Yang is the cousin of his goddess. Well, the cousin of the goddess is equivalent to his own cousin. Mu Yang nodded, it can't be more true. A word is a deal. A word is a deal. At this point, Mu Yang, who had successfully set a trap for Feng Xiaotian, reached an unspeakable pie deal with Feng Xiaotian, who thought he had gotten a great deal. End of this chapter. 165 Chapter 165, Arena Competition Divine Skills. 165. Not long after, the first group of matches in the morning ended, and the second group of teams came on stage. Following the entrance passage, facing the soul beams projected from the dome of the Great Fighting Soul Arena, and amid the cheers of the audience, Mu Yang led the 6 main players of the Blazing Fire team onto the central competition arena. In the battle between Blazing Fire Academy and Divine Wind Academy, both teams had students at the level of 5-ring Soul King. It was unreasonable for the competition venue not to be in the most eye-catching central arena. VIP seats. Dean Huo, I have a question, can you tell me? Glancing at the 7 members of the Blazing Fire team who were on the central competition stage, Ning Fengzi asked Huo Lai, who was 2 seats away. Master Ning, you ask. I will not hide anything I can say. Huo Lai said with a smile. Dean Huo, I am very curious. As both of them are 5-ring Soul Masters, why is the captain of the Blazing Fire team Mu Yang of the Food Department, instead of Huo Wushuan of the Strong Attack Department or Huo Wu of the Control Department? Ning Fengzi asked in confusion. Hearing the voice, Chen Xian, Emperor Shuiyat, Dugubo, and even most of the VIP guests in the VIP seats turned their eyes to Huo Lai. Among them, Qian Rongxi was the most curious. They couldn't figure out why the Blazing Fire team would let Mu Yang, a food-based Soul Master, be the captain of the team. Haha, the captain of the team was elected by these young people, and the academy did not intervene. Huo Lai laughed and didn't say directly that Mu Yang was the captain of the team by his own strength. The people present were not his own people after all, and Huo Lai didn't intend to expose Mu Yang's strength, lest it would attract more malicious intent. Even if he hadn't been promoted to the 95th level of titled Douluo, with the mysterious skills and the advantage of the soul core, his strength would probably be above the 96th level of titled Douluo, and Mu Ziyu and Shui Yanyu had also successively achieved the 9-ring titled Douluo, otherwise Huo Lai would not have planned to let Mu Yang, Huo Wu and Huo Wushuan participate in the Soul Master competition. Similarly, Shui Yanyu had originally had this idea. After all, it is not easy to get good results in the Soul Master competition. The exceptional results will not provide much substantial help to the Element Academy. The talented Soul Masters who are willing to join the Element Academy will not stop because the Academy fails to achieve higher results, and the talented Soul Masters who are not willing to join the Element Academy will not choose to join the Element Academy because the Academy achieves excellent results. It is already at the ceiling level, and the good or bad of the moment cannot make much difference. If Mu Yang and others participate in the Soul Master competition, they will inevitably attract the malice of others. The assassination planned by the Tiandu Martial Soul Temple the day before yesterday is a good example of this. However, given that the Academy has not been able to obtain the Soul Master competition for a long time in order to win the championship of the competition, and because young people like to join in the fun and have their own impressive strength, Huo Lai and Shui Yanyu finally chose to let Mu Yang, Shui Binger and others participate in this year's Soul Master competition. 3 titled Douluo, and they are still titled Douluo in a neutral position. As long as they are careful and not taken advantage of, it is not a problem to protect a few juniors. It is not that there are no geniuses in the Soul Master world who died in assassinations, but most of these dead geniuses are just genius Soul Masters of civilian origin. For geniuses with extraordinary backgrounds, before you make a move, you have to consider whether you can afford the revenge after the incident. This point, the now dead Saras left a good example for the world. With Saras as an example, I think the mortality rate of talented Soul Masters on the mainland should be lower in the next few years. As for why Saras knew that there were 3 Douluo standing behind Mu Yang and the others, but still dared to send people to assassinate them? Perhaps in Saras's view, as long as he did it cleanly and was not caught by the tail, Blazing Academy and Tian Shui Academy would not dare to confront the Spirit Hall. On the central stage, the 2 teams were ready, and the referee announced loudly, the 6th round of the preliminaries, Blazing Academy vs Divine Wind Academy. Both teams saluted and released their spirits, and the game officially started in 1 minute. After the players of both sides saluted, the soul power glowed, the beast soul possessed, the weapon soul appeared, and the yellow, purple and black soul rings shone on the stage. Just by looking at the number and color of the soul rings, the audience can judge the strength of the 2 teams. Inferior. The Blazing team has 3 soul kings and 4 soul sects, with a total of 31 soul rings, while the Divine Wind team has 1 soul king and 6 soul sects, with a total of 29 soul rings. And the Divine Wind team not only lags behind the Blazing team in the number of soul rings, but also lags behind in the age of soul rings. Mu Yang, Huo Wu and Huo Wushuan of the Blazing team all have the 4th and 5th soul rings of 10,000 years. And this is because Mu Yang disguised the color of the soul ring, otherwise the Blazing team would have 7 soul rings of 10,000 years. On the other hand, in the Divine Wind team, only Feng Xiaotian is a 5-ring soul king, and although the age of his 4th soul ring exceeds the limit of the usual best ratio, due to the lack of effective means to improve mental power, the age of Feng Xiaoshan's 4th soul ring has not reached 10,000 years, and the color is only purple with black, which is still a little short of the age of 10,000 years. However, what the audience couldn't understand was that the battle formation of the Blazing team was very strange. The Food-type Soul Master and 2 assistants in the team stood at the back of the battle formation, close to the edge of the ring. Why were the 3 strong attack-type Soul Masters and agile attack-type Soul Masters also at the back of the battle formation, while the Control-type Soul Master in the team stood alone in front of the battle formation, more than 10 meters away from the other 6 people? Seeing the battle formation of the Blazing Fire team, Feng Xiaotian secretly said, "My cousin is so authentic," and felt infinite gratitude towards Mu Yang in his heart. Feng Xiaotian, this is a sure thing. At this moment, Feng Xiaotian couldn't help but imagine the wonderful life with the goddess in the future, and even began to think about what to name the child. The game begins. 1 minute passed quickly, and after announcing the start of the game, the referee quickly retreated from the ring and handed the field to the 2 teams. "Go on, Sister Huo Wu, it's decided to be you." At the moment of the opening, the cheerleading captain Mu Yang gave Huo Wu a command, and then turned around and protected the 5 people of Huo Wushuan in front of him. Third soul skill, resist fire ring. Ignoring Mu Yang's nonsense, Huo Wu looked at the kamikaze team with a fixed gaze, and the third soul ring around her body flashed. As the soul power surged, a dazzling ring of flames instantly erupted. The third soul skill, resist fire ring, has no attack power, but can eject all opponents within the range of the resist fire ring to a certain distance. The specific ejection distance and how to distinguish between enemies and friends depend on the user's strength and control. The soul skill of resisting fire ring covers a diameter of 60 to 70 meters and a height of 3 meters, while the range of the Soul Master competition arena. NMMP, this move, on the competition arena with a diameter of only 30 meters, can be called a map cannon. Thanks to my friends Feng Yu and Yaibiju, Jinkan Shanhailuelu, Shijuan 36, 202207172255116444, 202208161825009996, 20230925174912, Kianyan Zawo, Yiyes Hikayu, G_Ruokan, Eternal Met and Rui for their monthly tickets. Thanks to my friends Wanfan _Amiru. Lenghan Fenjiun, 20220606163636325572, Mai Wenhua, Maling, Xingwen Menglong, Dahen Kanjiu, Qingfeng, Solat, Abba, 338,130, Mu Bei King Feng Han, Yingziu, 125, 406,584, Zhao Qiaoyang for their recommendation tickets. End of this chapter. 166 Chapter 166 Huo Wu, I Want to Fight 7. Part 1. 166. The fire flashed, and the golden red ring of flames instantly swept the entire competition arena. When the ring of flames swept past Mu Yang and the other 6 people behind, no repulsion was generated, as if it was just an illusory scene special effect. But Feng Xiaotian and others from the kamikaze team were different. At the moment the ring of flames approached, a strong repulsive force immediately acted on them who were caught off guard. One by one, they were all bounced away by this strong repulsive force. The range of the competition arena was not large to begin with. In addition, although the kamikaze team members were not standing at the edge of the arena, they were also not in the center of the arena. Under the effect of repulsion, all 7 people flew backwards outside the competition arena. According to the rules of the Soul Master competition, once a contestant is knocked out of the arena and touches the ground, it is equivalent to elimination. Seeing himself being ejected from the ring and about to fall to the ground, at the critical moment, Feng Xiaoshan's third soul ring lit up, and the third soul skill, Wind Wings, was activated. A pair of huge blue light wings stretched out from his back, and then the wings vibrated continuously, offsetting the inertia, adjusting his body shape, and flew back to the ring. However, Feng Xiaotian resolved the elimination crisis with his flying soul skill, but not all the other members of the kamikaze team had his ability. Except for a flying soul master with a green feathered eagle martial soul, 5 members of the kamikaze team fell to the ground outside the competition ring and were directly eliminated by Huo Wu's opening fire resistance ring. Unlike Huo Wu in the same period of the original work, the Phoenix Fire Shadow Martial Soul, which is of stronger quality than the Naruto Martial Soul, has more than 5,000 years of soul skill years and a higher soul power of more than 1 level, which makes the soul skill of resisting fire ring unparalleled in the ring competition. If you don't have time to dodge, if you lack the means of flying, once you are hit, it is almost equivalent to being eliminated. There is no way, who made the Soul Master competition arena too small. Even if Huo Wu stood on the edge of the arena and released the resistance fire ring, the opponent at the other edge of the arena was still within the range of the soul skills. Seeing that 5 of his teammates were eliminated by the goddess just after the start of the game, and after finalizing the Pi transaction with Mu Yang, 7 against 1, Feng Xiaotian, who felt that he had won the game, felt bad. It was also at this moment, Feng Xiaotian understood why Huo Wu's soul skills were mainly offensive soul skills, but she was a control-type soul master. Nothing else, it was because of the third soul skill, resist fire ring. If it was a life and death battle, or a fighting soul with no limited venue, the effect of resist fire ring would not be so terrifying, at most it could only be regarded as a strong control with good effect. But in a limited venue, and the venue is very small, the effect of this soul skill will be multiplied. At this time, Huo Wu hooked her finger at Feng Xiaotian who was flying in the air. The opponent is the Divine Wind Academy, which is either the first or the second among the elemental academies. Miss Huowu refused to believe this. In addition, when the various elemental academies came to Shuo for a meeting due to the secret of whale glue, Feng Xiaotian had fired a map cannon at Shuo Academy, and the narrow-minded Huowu had always remembered it. In addition, due to the needs of the plan, she prepared to challenge the Divine Wind team alone. Of course, this is not Huowu's way of hitting the face of the Divine Wind Academy, but showing them the strength of the younger generation of the Blazing Fire Academy. So that the top leaders of the Divine Wind Academy can realize that the Blazing Fire Academy is not only strong now, but also has two titled Douluo in the academy. In the future, when the younger generation grows up, the strength of the Blazing Fire Academy will be even stronger, paving the way for the merger and reorganization of the three major elemental academies of the academy, Blazing Fire, Tian Shui, and Divine Wind, and the establishment of a new elemental academy. Similarly, Mu Yang's previous trap for Feng Xiaotian was also to achieve this goal more smoothly. Because Feng Xiaotian is not only the captain of this Divine Wind team, but also the disciple of Feng Zhen, the dean of the Divine Wind Academy, and is a great genius to be trained by the top leaders of the Divine Wind Academy as the next dean of the academy. With Feng Xiaoshan's support, the resistance of the top leaders of the Divine Wind Academy will certainly be reduced again. It's like even His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has surrendered to the enemy. How much thought do the ministers have to resist the enemy? At this time, Feng Xiaoshan's expression was unprecedentedly solemn. 7 against 1, with such a big advantage, Huowu only made one move, and his advantage almost disappeared, which seriously hit Feng Xiaoshan's confidence in defeating Huowu. Although it was still 2 against 1, his advantage had not completely disappeared, but Feng Xiaotian knew that with only one teammate who had just entered the fourth ring to assist him, his chances of winning were not great, or even no chance at all. After all, he was not unaware of Huowu's strength, and the two had fought before. Not only did he not win, but he also lost completely. Powerful martial spirit, exaggerated soul ring configuration, mysterious self-created soul skills, and even soul power level was several levels higher than his own. Except for the lack of flying ability, Huowu could be said to have crushed him in all aspects. In this case, how could he talk about his chances of winning? First soul skill, Wind Blade Array. Although he thought so, Feng Xiaotian didn't plan to give up. The first soul ring around him shone brightly, and as he waved his wolf claws, 10 semi-arc-shaped green wind blades shot out towards Huowu on the stage below. No matter how strong Huowu was, he had to muster up the courage to challenge her, recognize the gap between him and Huowu, and practice harder in the future. This was Feng Xiaoshan's soul-licking way. On the contrary, if he gave up directly, he would definitely be looked down upon by the goddess, right? Phoenix Fire Mirror. Seeing the wind blade coming, Huowu's body was shining with golden red light, and a six-sided, ruler long red gold round mirror condensed, and then faced the bursting wind blade. The fire attribute variant version of Extreme Flame Secret Method which originated from Ice Flame Secret Method, Phoenix Fire Secret Method. Miss Huowu also knows it. At most, she is not as smooth as Mu Yang in playing the secret method. Bang bang bang! Under Huowu's mental control, all 10 green wind blades were blocked by the Extreme Flame Mirror. Feng Xiaoshan's first soul skill only achieved the result of breaking one of the 6 Phoenix Fire Mirrors. The next second, with the surge of soul power, Huowu condensed another red gold round mirror, filling the Phoenix Fire Mirror to the best 6 sides. At the same time, Feng Xiaoshan's teammates did not just watch. The fourth soul ring around them flashed, and a pair of green eagle wings behind them fluttered continuously. The dense green eagle feathers condensed by the wind soul power fell towards Huowu like raindrops. Seeing this, Huowu's expression condensed, and she recalled the Phoenix Fire Mirror that blocked the wind blades. Then the 6-foot-long red gold round mirrors were rapidly enlarged, 2 by 2, and turned into 3 large mirrors 3 feet long, in the shape of a triangular cone, protecting herself and resisting the falling dense soul power eagle feathers. End of this chapter. 167 Chapter 167 Huowu, I want to fight 7. Medium. 167. Ding 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 ding. Instantly, the blue soul eagle feathers kept falling, and there were dense collision sounds, but they failed to penetrate the defense of the 3 Phoenix Fire Mirrors that were combined into one. The Ice Flame Mirror Secret Art, which has the same origin as the Phoenix Fire Mirror but has different soul power attributes, has a defensive effect that is better than the ordinary 10,000 year defensive soul skills if performed by Mu Yang. Even if Huowu's secret art practice level is not as high as Mu Yang's, it is enough to match the ordinary 10,000-year defensive soul skills. In addition, Huowu, a level 58 Soul King, has a basic strength that is not worse than many Soul Emperors who have just entered the 6th ring level. The Phoenix Fire Mirror cannot be broken by the group attack soul skills of the 4th ring Soul Master. Seeing Huowu easily blocking his 4th soul skill, the blue feathered eagle Soul Master flying in the air couldn't help but feel powerless. My most powerful attack, even the Soul Strike skills were ineffective, which showed that Huowu was so strong that she was simply unmatched. Clang! The next moment, accompanied by a strong soul power fluctuation, a loud phoenix cry sounded on the stage, and a divine bird with golden red flames burning all over its body soared into the sky. Originally, the ultimate moves of Ice Flame Secret Technique and its derivative versions of the secret techniques were all to condense the dragons of the corresponding attributes, such as the Ice Flame Dragon, the Extreme Ice Dragon, the Extreme Flame Dragon, etc. However, in order to allow the user to better exert the power of the secret technique, Mu Yang took a little time to deduce the Phoenix version. Since then, the ultimate move of Extreme Ice Secret Technique practiced by Shui Binger has changed from Extreme Ice Dragon to Extreme Ice Phoenix. The ultimate move of Phoenix Fire Secret Technique practiced by Huowu has also changed from the original Extreme Flame Dragon to Extreme Flame Phoenix. The former has the Ice Phoenix Martial Soul, while the latter's Phoenix Fire Shadow can condense the Phoenix Fire. Compared with the Dragon Secret Technique, the Phoenix Secret Technique is more suitable for the two. Looking at the extremely flaming phoenix formed by Huowu's secret technique above the competition arena, the participating college teams on the stage were all shocked, especially the Shrek people. Although they were not the ones facing the extremely flaming phoenix, and they did not know the extent of the power of Huowu's secret technique, they could not match the momentum of the extremely flaming phoenix. Fatty, do you see? This is called a fire phoenix. After coming back to his senses, Oscar patted Ma Hongzhen's shoulder and said with a teasing look. In fact, Oscar didn't say the second half of the sentence, which was considered to save some face for his friends. Oscar, you are just a fire-breathing chicken. Humph, the evil fire phoenix is also a phoenix. She is a peerless genius, it is normal that I can't compare with her, just like you can't compare with Mu Yang of the Blazing Team. Hearing the hidden meaning of Oscar's words, Ma Hongzhen retorted without any hesitation. Big brother, don't laugh at my second brother. My evil fire phoenix is not as majestic as the fire phoenix condensed by Huowu with secret techniques, nor is it as powerful as the ice phoenix martial spirit of Shui Binger of Tian Shui Team, but you, Oscar, are also not as good as Mu Yang of Blazing Team? Let's not talk about other things for now, at least Mu Yang's soul curse is definitely not as trivial as the one of the others. Oscar, On the field, the golden red extreme fire phoenix soared into the sky, and the gorgeous phoenix wings vibrated as it greeted Feng Xiaotian. Second soul skill, the shadow of the bath of fire. Fourth soul skill, the fire dance shines in the sun. Immediately afterwards, the second and fourth soul rings around Huowu flashed one after another, and the 3 phoenix fire mirrors protecting her scattered and turned into 6 golden red round mirrors surrounding her body. In an instant, the phoenix fire shadow martial spirit that appeared behind Huowu ignited a layer of golden red flames, and under the effect of the amplification soul skill, the momentum it exuded suddenly soared a lot. At the same time, Huowu gathered her hands in front of her chest, and the golden red phoenix fire rose between her palms. With the injection of a large amount of soul power, a golden fireball condensed and formed in the blink of an eye. Go! Using her mental power to lock onto the King Yu Eagle Soul Master of the Kamikaze team in midair, Huowu shouted, and the golden fireball held high above her head shot out at a high speed. The resist fire ring eliminated 5 members of the Kamikaze team at the beginning. As long as she eliminated this King Yu Eagle Soul Master, Feng Xiaotian would be the only one left in the Kamikaze team. And if it was just Feng Xiaotian, Miss Huowu could flatten it if she wanted to, and round it if she wanted to. Not good. Sensing the majestic fire energy contained in this golden fireball, the King Yu Eagle Soul Master's face suddenly changed, and the wings behind him fluttered, dodging at a high speed, without any intention of taking it head-on. Are you kidding? Although this is only the 4th soul skill, the soul skill is as old as 10,000 years, and it was launched by Huowu, the 5-ring Soul King. He is only a level 42 Soul Master. What can he use to block it? Even the hardest head in his body can't block it. However, what shocked the Green Feather Eagle Soul Master was that at the moment he dodged, the golden fireball that shot out at a high speed also changed direction and still fell directly towards him, as if this soul skill had a locking effect. The Green Feather Eagle Soul Master of the Kamikaze team guessed correctly. Huo Wu's fourth soul skill, Fire Dance Shining Sun, not only can absorb the fire spirit power of teammates to enhance the power of soul skills, but also the fireball that finally condenses has a locking effect. Without special means, it is impossible to dodge. Looking at the golden fireball that was rapidly enlarged in his sight, the Green Feather Eagle Soul Master, who had no time to dodge again, couldn't help but feel the fear of death in his heart. At this moment, another thought emerged in the mind of the Green Feather Eagle Soul Master who was about to meet the God of Death. I have been single for more than 20 years, and I haven't had time to find a girlfriend. But at this moment, the golden fireball that came at high speed paused in the air, and then it was like a deflated doll, tempting. Pa, and its power was greatly reduced. Then, the golden fireball faded from its golden color and turned into a golden red phoenix fire that quickly dissipated in the air. Then, Huo Wu's voice rang out in the arena, "Go down by yourself." Huo Wu knew that with the power of her fourth soul skill of 10,000 years, Huo Wu Yao Yang, it was enough to kill a level 42 agility attack soul master in seconds, but in the soul master competition, it could not kill the opponent. What's more, the relationship between Shenfeng Academy and Shiwo Academy is good, even if it is not on the field, Huo Wu will not kill the opponent. Huo Wu was able to control Huo Wu Yao Yang's collapse and dissipation, thanks to her diligent practice of the Phoenix Fire secret technique over the years. The secret technique was different from knowing what it is but not knowing why it is. If you practice more, your soul power control level will naturally improve accordingly. Otherwise, at the beginning, even if Huo Wu Yao Yang was released by herself, it would not be possible to control it accurately. Hearing this, the King Ying Soul Master who almost saw the God of Death nodded hurriedly, gave Feng Xiaotian who was struggling to deal with the extreme flame phoenix not far away a look of "take care of yourself," and then fell outside the competition arena. They are all people who want to save face. Huo Wu let him go, but she can't be ungrateful. End of this chapter. 168 Chapter 168 Huo Wu, I want to fight 7. Next. 168. Feng Xiaotian, how about it? After eliminating another member of the Kamikaze team, Huo Wu controlled the extreme flame phoenix in the air to temporarily stop the attack and asked Feng Xiao. Hearing this, Feng Xiaoshan's face was bitter. Feng Xiaotian knew that Huo Wu was stronger than him, but in Feng Xiaoshan's opinion, he had 6 4-ring level teammates to assist him, 7 against 1, and his chances of winning were still very high. However, who would have thought that at the beginning of the game, 5 of his teammates were eliminated, and the original advantage disappeared in an instant. Now he was the only one left, and it was obviously impossible to win. But even if he lost, he couldn't lose too badly. Come on. Xiao Wu, Feng Xiaotian is a man. Take a deep breath, Feng Xiaotian said in a tough tone. Tang San, Xiao Wu. What an awkward thing to say. Your courage is commendable, but forget it, let's not talk about it. The 5th soul skill, Phoenix Fire Meteor. As Huo Wu's voice fell, the surging fire soul power surged, and 5 golden red meteors emitting a violent aura condensed from the air, and then fell towards Feng Xiaotian with the momentum of a meteorite falling from the sky. 5th soul skill, Tornado Blade. The meteor fell from the sky, Feng Xiaotian did not dare to neglect it at all. The 5th soul ring shone, the whole body bloomed with green light, and turned into a tornado storm composed of countless sharp blade-like wind blades, sweeping towards the falling golden red meteor. Boom, boom. The tornado blade collided with the falling meteor, a flash of fire appeared, 2 low sounds came out, and the 2 golden red meteors were annihilated by the tornado blade. But after annihilating the 2 meteors, the wind blade tornado dissipated into nothingness, and the remaining 3 golden red meteors, which were slightly less powerful but still powerful, bombarded Feng Xiaotian unstoppably. Feng Xiaoshan's strength is not as good as Huo Wu's. The soul ring age is much worse, the level is much worse, and the quality of the martial soul is still much worse. As the 5th soul skill, the tornado blade cannot completely offset the Phoenix Fire Meteor. Seeing this, Feng Xiaotian fluttered the green wings behind him, preparing to avoid the 3 golden red meteors. But at this moment, the extreme flame phoenix flapped its wings, opened its mouth slightly, and spewed out the fiery phoenix fire, blocking Feng Xiaoshan's evasive route. Then, 6 golden red streams of light broke through the air at a high speed and landed on Feng Xiaoshan's upper, lower, front, back, left, and right directions, turning into 6 phoenix fire realms, trapping Feng Xiaotian in the center and blocking all his evasive directions. The next second, before Feng Xiaotian could break the phoenix fire mirror to escape, the 3 golden red meteors stopped in the air only 5 or 6 meters away from him. Suddenly, Feng Xiaotian's face collapsed, and after a struggle, he said helplessly, "I lost." Sure enough, he still lost, and he lost in a situation where he was 7 against 1 and had a huge advantage. Feng Xiaotian was very clear about the attack power of the phoenix fire meteor. At the moment, he was trapped in the center of the 6-sided phoenix fire mirror, unable to break the phoenix fire mirror in an instant to escape. As long as Huo Wu was willing, the 3 phoenix fire meteors would explode. He had no defensive soul skills, and only relied on the body protection soul power to defend himself. With his flesh and blood body, he would be crippled if he didn't die. Pa! Hearing Feng Xiaotian admit defeat, Huo Wu smiled, and then snapped her fingers. The 3 phoenix fire meteors, the extreme flame phoenix, and the 6-sided phoenix fire mirrors all turned into fire soul power and quickly dissipated in mid-air. Huo Wu, 1 against 7 in a team battle, so happy. The referee stepped onto the competition stage in time to announce the result of the competition. "I declare that in the 6th round of the preliminaries, Shuo Academy will play against Shenfeng Academy, and Shuo Academy will win. Look at it." In the passage where the contestants were leaving the competition stage, they saw Feng Xiaotian lost his soul and looked decadent. Mu Yang stepped forward and patted his shoulder and comforted him. After glancing at Mu Yang, Feng Xiaotian hesitated for a moment and asked, "Mu Yang, did you set a trap for me before?" At this moment, Feng Xiaotian couldn't help but feel that the original tactic of the Blazing Fire team was to let Huo Wu fight 7 alone. In this way, the pie deal that Mu Yang made with him before going on the court seemed to have some ill intentions and other plots. Mu Yang, did you see through it? Sure enough, as long as it is not about the goddess, the IQ of the licking dog is online. Set a trap? Feng Xiaotian, you took my kindness for granted, didn't you? Mu Yang pretended to be angry and said. That seems to be true. After thinking about it, Feng Xiaotian found that as a humble dog, he really had nothing worth plotting against his goddess cousin with an extraordinary background. I think Feng Xiaotian is also a great genius with innate full soul power. How can I be such a failure? I'm sorry, brother Mu, I said the wrong thing. Feng Xiaotian apologized quickly. Well, I forgive you. But don't be so listless. My dear, haven't you noticed that my cousin has a different feeling towards you? Mu Yang waved his hand and encouraged. Every excellent capitalist should care about the physical and mental health of his workers. A capitalist who can only exploit workers endlessly can only be regarded as a second-rate capitalist at best. Although Feng Xiaotian licked a little, in Mu Yang's opinion, this guy is still a very good person with strong talent. If he can trick her into working for him in the future, Mu Yang doesn't mind betraying his cousin. Oh? What do you mean? Hearing this, Feng Xiaotian immediately became energetic. You heard it before, right? My cousin said that you are courageous and praised your courage. Isn't this a good start? Mu Yang asked back. Suddenly, Feng Xiaoshan's eyes widened, and then he seemed to be injected with chicken blood, regaining his vitality, changing his previous decadence. Yes, the goddess said that I was courageous, so in the goddess's mind, I am definitely a brave and fearless man. Since I am a man, how can I be decadent? Cheer up, I must cheer up, a beautiful tomorrow is waving to him. Good brother, let's have lunch today, or in the evening, everyone will have a meal at noon, and we will have a few drinks in the evening. Feng Xiaotian invited Mu Yang while hugging his neck. That's not necessary. Binger and I are going to eat the hotel's new candlelight dinner. You can find someone else. Mu Yang refused directly. It is true that Feng Xiaotian is the worker he reserved, but how can a worker be as important as a future wife? Feng Xiaotian, Damn, you little brat, are you doing this on purpose? But then again, if one day I can have a candlelight dinner alone with the fire dance goddess, I should be very happy. End of this chapter. 169 Chapter 169 Response of Spirit Hall. 169. 2 days later. The news that the Heavenly Do Spirit Hall was smashed into ruins by a titled Douluo with 100,000-year 9th spirit ring, and many high-ranking officials including Hall Master Saras were killed, was urgently transmitted back to the Pope Hall of Spirit City. An hour later, in the Elder Hall, Pope Bibidong, the 6 great elders, and more than a dozen titled elders who were in Spirit City at the time gathered together. Everyone, the heavenly Do Temple was destroyed, and the murderer had 100,000-year 9th spirit ring and 100,000-year 9th spirit ring. It must be Tang Hao who did it. Our spirit hall must capture Tang Hao. Is there any elder who wants to help? Suppressing the anger in her heart, Bibi Dong asked the high-level officials of the spirit hall in a deep voice. To be honest, Bibi Dong was not hostile to Tang Hao. After all, if Tang Hao hadn't severely injured Kyung Sunji, she would have had to wait for at least several years to kill Kyung Sunji, the shameless beast, so it was a great help to her. Therefore, although Tang Hao had done a lot of trouble in the past, retaliating against the spirit hall with guerrilla warfare, but Bibi Dong did not take Tang Hao to heart, and did not send a group of titled elders to hunt him down, as a return for Tang Hao's favor in the past. But now Tang Hao has done a big thing, forcibly demolishing the Tiandu Holy Temple, which represents the face of the spirit hall. As the current pope, Bibi Dong can't stand it. I didn't send people to hunt you down in the past, that was the pope's feeling, but you, Tang Hao, are so hard on the face now, and you have no self-knowledge, so you'd better die. As soon as Bibi Dong finished speaking at this moment, except for the 6 elders, the many elders sitting in the hall, who were called I look at you every time, did not speak at the first time. Just kidding, how powerful Tang Hao is, as elders, how could they not know? When Tang Hao advanced to the titled Douluo, he beat 3 titled Douluos including the former Pope Kyung Sunji. You should know that the former Pope Kyung Sunji was not a weakling. With the soul power of a titled Douluo of level 95, plus the strength of the angel martial soul and the angel domain, his strength was definitely not worse than that of a titled Douluo of level 96. Even the former Pope fell into Tang Hao's hands. Are they sure they are not sending their heads to capture Tang Hao? Not to mention that after so many years, Tang Hao's strength must have greatly improved compared to that year. At this time, the second elder, Jin Yu, who was the most senior and also the strongest in the hall, spoke, Pope, it is not appropriate to send the elders directly to Tiandu to capture Tang Hao. First of all, Tang Hao's whereabouts are uncertain, and he may not be found if he goes there. Secondly, there are many titled Douluo in Tiandu now. If Tang Hao colludes with them, our spirit hall will suffer more casualties. If there are more forces, it will cause panic among the various forces on the mainland, and then they will jointly target the spirit hall. Don't act rashly. Bibi Dong narrowed her eyes slightly. According to the words of the Golden Crocodile Elder, what should we do? Golden Crocodile Douluo said slowly, Number 1 sent back the news that the reason why Tang Hao destroyed the Heaven Do Holy Temple was because Sarath sent someone to assassinate his son Tang San first. According to the original schedule of the Soul Master competition, this session's finals will be held by the Xingluo Empire. If the college team where Tang San is can qualify in the preliminaries, let Xingluo transfer the right to host this session's finals to our Spirit Hall. It just so happens that Pope, don't you want to reward the Golden Generation Soul Bones? Take out those 3 Soul Bones as the champion reward, and Xingluo will agree. When Tang San comes to Wuhan City to participate in the competition, Tang Hao will definitely follow him secretly and arrange for experts to intercept him halfway. Just stay. Of course, if Tang Hao and his son fail to fall into the trap, we can send experts to Tiandu City later. These 2 must die. As he spoke, a fierce light flashed in the eyes of Golden Crocodile Douluo. The number 1 mentioned by Golden Crocodile naturally refers to Qian Rongxiu. However, the country usurpation plan implemented by Qian Rongxiu is one of the most important secrets of the Spirit Hall. Among the people present, only the 6 great priests and Bibi Dong know it. It is inconvenient to tell other elders, so Golden Crocodile calls him by his code name. Tang Hao forcibly demolished the Heaven Do Holy Temple and wiped out the temple's members. With such a slap in the face, the Spirit Hall will not allow Tang Hao to continue to be free. It must kill the chicken to scare the monkey, otherwise there will be cats and dogs jumping out to make trouble in the future. And Qian Rongxiu sent back the news that Tang San is very likely to have twin martial spirits. Knowing the potential of twin martial spirit masters, Golden Crocodile is not going to keep Tang San, the future enemy of the Spirit Hall, to prevent the Haoshan sect from producing another Invincible on land in the future, or even an enhanced version of Invincible on land. Humph! Elder Golden Crocodile, do you know that there are many peerless geniuses in Tiandu? Bibi Dong snorted coldly, and did not agree with Golden Crocodile's bad idea of using soul bones as a reward for the champion of the competition. As early as the first day of the Soul Master competition, Saroth reported the general information of Mu Yang and others. The strength of the three people of the Golden Generation is not bad, and they also have the martial soul fusion skill in hand, but the opponent also has a 5-ring Soul King, and it is possible that there are other cards hidden. If the Wuhan Hall team fails to win the championship, the Wuhan Hall will not only lose the inside, but also lose face. Pope, didn't you say that the Golden Generation is very good? Golden Crocodile Douluo said disdainfully. It's okay to reward soul bones, but first you have to show your strength. Without any achievements, if the Golden Generation is not even as good as the Soul Masters of the same generation in other forces, how can they be rewarded with soul bones? You. Bibi Dong was very angry. She didn't say that the Golden Generation would definitely lose, but soul bones were precious, especially the 60,000-year-old head soul bone prepared for her own disciple Hulina was extremely precious. In the case of a strong opponent, she didn't want to take this risk. Unexpectedly, she was used by the Golden Crocodile as a verbal weapon to squeeze herself. Pope, this matter is settled. And Tang Hao was the young master of the Haoshan sect in the past, and he must have a top-grade soul bone. Even if the Golden Generation is not as skilled as others, as long as they can lure Tang Hao out, they will definitely not lose in terms of soul bones. Golden Crocodile Douluo waved his hand and said with a hint of sarcasm. In the eyes of the top masters of the continent like Golden Crocodile Douluo, any soul bone that is less than 100,000 years old is not a treasure. Even if the Golden Generation failed to win the championship and the soul bones were taken away by outsiders, it was no big deal. As long as the goal can be achieved, Tang Hao and Tang San, who has great potential, will be eliminated, everything will be worth it. Anyway, it's just 3 soul bones. The Spirit Hall has a strong foundation and can afford the loss. As for the Element Academy of the Heaven Do Empire, several impressive geniuses have emerged. Golden Crocodile didn't take it seriously. In terms of genius, there are soul masters in the mainland, but who can compare with the young lady? Do you understand the value of the innate 20-level soul power? Do you understand the value of the ancestral godhood? Unless it is a twin martial soul like Bibi Dong, no matter how talented she is, by the time she grows to the point where she can threaten the Spirit Hall, her young lady must have ascended to the angel godhood. By then, under the mighty power of the gods, even if a few peerless Douluo come, what? They are all just ants. End of this chapter. 170 Chapter 170 The preliminaries that are about to end. 170. Time flies, more than half a month later. Tianda Great Soul Fighting Arena, the last round of the preliminaries, the last group. On the competition stage, the referee glanced at the two teams and said loudly, the 27th round of the preliminaries, Shrek Academy vs Kanghui Academy, the players of both sides salute, release their martial souls, and the game will start in 1 minute. After the two teams saluted, in an instant, the beast soul possessed the body, the weapon soul materialized, and the yellow, purple, and black soul rings on the ring shone. Xiao Wu, act according to the plan. Tang San whispered to Xiao Wu who was standing at the front of the team. Xiao Wu did not reply but nodded and made an OK gesture. This battle is very important for both the Shrek team and the Kanghui team. When the two teams faced the Blazing team, Tian Shui team and the Divine Wind team, they all gave up the game directly. After all, these three teams have 5-ring Soul Kings, and the main players are all above level 40, so there is no chance of winning. Instead of going on the court and getting beaten up, it is better to give up directly and face the next game in good condition. When facing the remaining Thunder team and Elephant Armor team in the 5 Elemental Academy teams, the Shrek team used the Nether White Tiger and tacitly defeated the Elephant Armor team, while Kanghui defeated the Elephant Armor team with the 7-in-1 Soul Skill Fusion technique, but both teams lost to the Thunder team. Before Mu Yang started cheating, among the 5 Elemental Academies, the overall strength of the Thunder Academy was either the first or the second. And in the Soul Master competition, the probability of the Thunder Academy being the top of the Elemental Academy is higher than that of the Divine Wind Academy. Although there are no 5-ring level students in the Thunder team this year, their strength should not be underestimated. The Nether White Tiger, whose strength is comparable to that of a level 50 Combat Soul Master, was blocked by Yu Tianxin, who activated the secret skill of Dragon Transformation. The Shrek team finally lost due to insufficient overall strength. As for the Kanghui team, the 7-in-1 Soul, although the skill fusion skill is powerful, the flaw is too obvious. At the beginning of the game, the formation was destroyed by the Thunder team, and the 7-in-1 Soul skill fusion skill was not successfully used, and was easily defeated by the Thunder team. After 26 rounds of competition, Shrek and Kang Hui had the same record, 22 wins and 4 losses in 26 games. Therefore, for the two teams, the outcome of the 27th round, which is the last round, is crucial. If they win, they will get one of the 5 qualifying places in the preliminaries and enter the subsequent promotion games and finals. If they lose, their journey to the Soul Master competition will end here. Mu Yang, who do you think will win? In the stands, Shui Binger asked Mu Yang. Shrek, after all, Kang Hui's weaknesses are too obvious. Mu Yang said without hesitation. Due to the large number of participants, the 7-in-1 soul skill fusion technique of the Kang Hui team needs a fixed formation to launch, which is not flexible enough. At the beginning, it is easy to be disrupted by instant long-range attacks or control methods, thus failing to successfully perform the soul skill fusion technique. And most importantly, even if the 7-in-1 soul skill fusion technique is successfully launched, Tang San can break it. Although compared with the same period in the original work, Tang San's mental power is much weaker because he failed to take the hope through the autumn water dew. But Tang San has been practicing the purple extreme demon eye since he was a child. Even without the hope through the autumn water dew, his mental power level can at least be comparable to the best of the 5-ring soul kings, and it is not a problem to break the spiritual soul skill fusion technique of the Kang Hui team. Hearing this, Shui Binger nodded in agreement. For her alone, it is not too easy to deal with the Kang Hui team. At the beginning, he could directly use an ice soul skill to restrict any one of the opponents to break Kang Hui's soul skill fusion skill. Once the soul skill fusion skill cannot be used, the lineup of Kang Hui team, 1 soul master and 6 soul masters, is only slightly stronger than the Dragon Academy. By the way, Mu Yang, you can't let us win in the subsequent promotion matches. Suddenly, Shui Binger said to Mu Yang with a serious face. A few days ago, after the game of the day ended and the draw results came out, Mu Yang directly gave up in the name of the captain of the Blazing Fire team. The Blazing Fire team gave up, and the Tian Shui team won without a fight. After the first group of games today, Tian Shui Academy won the first place in the preliminaries of this Soul Master competition with 27 wins in 27 games. The Blazing Fire Academy, with 26 wins and 1 loss in 27 games, ranked second, followed by the Divine Wind Academy with 25 wins and 2 losses, and the Thunder Academy with 24 wins and 3 losses ranked fourth. At present, Shrek Academy and Kang Hui Academy, both of which have a record of 22 wins and 4 losses in 26 games, are competing for the 5th place. As for Xiangjia Academy, as one of the 5-element academies, Xiangjia lost to Kang Hui and Shrek successively, and ranked 7th with a record of 21 wins and 6 losses in 27 games. Looking at the team strength alone, this year's Xiangjia team can be said to be rare since the establishment of the school. But looking at the results of the game alone, this year's Xiangjia team is almost the worst since the establishment of the school. The reason why it is almost is that Xiangjia team has won the 7th place in the Tiandu division qualifiers in the past, but the 7th place is already the worst, and there has never been an 8th place. No, it is said that you can get 1 or 2 but not 3. Wait until the finals, our 2 teams will see the truth. Mu Yang shook his head. The Tian Shui team is all girls. As the captain, he led the team to vote, and no one in the team raised any objections. After all, Shuo and Tian Shui have a good relationship, and the other party is a girl, so it is naturally okay to be humble without affecting the team's championship. Seeing that Mu Yang was determined and was still prepared to be humble in the subsequent promotion match, Shui Binger made a decision secretly. If the Tian Shui team still has hope of winning in a 7-on-7 team battle, then the Tian Shui team will definitely not win in the promotion match. After all, in the team battle, she and Suohu can activate the martial soul fusion skill, Ice and Snow Drifting. With her and Suohu's soul power level, the martial soul fusion skill, Ice and Snow Drifting is enough to burst out the strength comparable to the 7-ring soul saint. As long as Mu Yang does not use mental means, the Shuo team will probably not be able to stop it. But the promotion match is a personal battle, and the martial soul fusion skill Ice and Snow Drifting is directly invalid. Even she herself is not Mu Yang's opponent. If she really goes on the field, Mu Yang can challenge the entire Tian Shui team alone. Tian Shui team has a certain probability of winning the group battle. Shui Binger can accept Shuo team surrendering without a fight. But Tian Shui team has no chance of winning the individual battle, so Shui Binger cannot accept Shuo team surrendering without a fight. It is their Tian Shui team that should admit defeat and surrender. Another thing is that it is not good to always let Mu Yang lead the team to surrender. This kind of thing is enough once, and it is not good to have it a second time. After all, Shuo team is not just Mu Yang. End of this chapter. 171 Chapter 171 Tiandu Division Top 5. 171. On the competition stage. The game begins. The referee gave an order and quickly retreated from the stage. The game to decide which college ranked 5th in the Tiandu Division preliminaries began. Second Soul Skill, Charm. At the moment of the opening, when the 7 members of the Kanghui team raised their various gem martial spirits and were about to activate the 7-in-1 Soul Skill Fusion Skill, the second Soul Ring of Xiao Wu, who was at the front of the battle formation of the Shrek team, shone, and a pink light flashed in her eyes. Invisible and intangible spirit, the power surged out, crossed a distance of more than 10 meters, and descended into the sea of consciousness of a short member of the Kanghui team. Suddenly, the short member froze. The second soul skill, Charm, a soul skill of mental control, confuses the opponent and delays the opponent's actions. And Xiao Wu is a 4-ring soul master, while the short member of the Kanghui team is only a 3-ring soul master. The difference in mental power is not small. After being hit, the short member of the Kanghui team was stunned on the spot. The 7-in-1 soul skill fusion skill of the Kanghui team must be coordinated by 7 people to be performed. Now that one person is missing, it is naturally impossible to continue to launch. If you want to successfully display this trump card, you must first release the controlled state of the short member, but it is obvious that the Shrek team will not give the opponent this opportunity. Just when Xiao Wu controlled an opponent through the charm soul skill and broke the soul skill fusion skill of the Kanghui team, the other 6 people on the field of the Shrek team all launched a thunder offensive. Third soul skill, spider web binding. Third soul skill, white tiger diamond transformation. Third soul skill, phoenix wings flying. First soul skill, netherworld piercing. Third soul skill, demon ape golden body. Third soul skill, heavenly wolf transformation. A huge blue-silver spider web shot out, and Tang San trapped the only captain of the Kanghui team who reached the level of a 4-ring soul master. Then Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Zhu Zuqing, Tai Long, and Huang Yuan rushed directly into the battle. In order to have the trump card of the 7-in-1 soul skill fusion skill, the Kanghui team played all gem martial soul masters, and gem martial soul masters, except for those who took the control route, had no combat effectiveness whether they took the auxiliary or healing route. Without the trump card of the soul skill fusion skill, the Kanghui team, with 1 soul master and 6 soul masters, and 3 of the auxiliary teams, was no match for the Shrek team, which had a lineup of 3 soul masters and 4 soul masters. Less than a minute after the start, the Kanghui team, whose soul fusion skills were broken, was defeated by the Shrek team. Although the Kanghui team was defeated and missed the promotion match again, these 7 people were undoubtedly much stronger than the original ending of becoming idiots due to the spiritual backlash. Due to the 2 vicious assassination incidents in the early stage of the preliminaries, Emperor Shuiyat, on behalf of the Tiandu Empire, severely warned all forces not to make a move on the participating students during the competition, and there was also the ruined Tiandu Wuhan Temple as a model, which led to the fact that the villain Shi Nian did not dare to make a move on Tang San again and always behaved well. Without the revenge of the assassination, Tang San was unhappy with the Kanghui Academy that had clashed with them, but he was not ready to destroy the Kanghui team on the competition stage. After all, if all the opponents were made idiots, it would be difficult for Shrek Academy to explain if the competition organizers investigated. In addition, the order of the game is different from the original, and the trump card of the Kanghui team has been exposed. Combined with many factors, this led to the fact that although the Kanghui team lost, the 7 people were simply defeated by the Shrek team on the field. In the 27th round of the preliminaries, Shrek Academy played against Kanghui Academy. Shrek Academy won. Congratulations to Shrek Academy for entering the promotion match. The winner was decided, and the referee came on the field to announce. There are 28 participating teams, 14 games in each round, 5 games in the first group, 5 games in the second group, and 4 games in the third group. But among the 4 games in the third group, only the game between Shrek and Kanghui is worth watching. The other 3 games are all chickens fighting each other. No matter how the game ends, it will not have any impact on the subsequent promotion match. Therefore, after the game between Shrek and Kanghui, the top 5 list of the Tiandu Division preliminaries has been released. Tian Shui College ranked first with a record of 27 wins and no losses, Shuo College ranked second with 26 wins and 1 loss, Shenfeng College ranked 3rd with 25 wins and 2 losses, Leiting College ranked 4th with 24 wins and 3 losses, and Shrek College ranked 5th with 23 wins and 4 losses. The preliminaries of the Tiandu division have all ended. The next step is the award ceremony, where the top 5 teams in the preliminaries will be awarded with qualification certificates and rewards for the promotion competition. Afterwards, under the leadership of the staff, all the participating students of the 28 teams participating in this Soul Master competition were orderly arranged on the central competition stage. The award ceremony officially begins. Please invite the captains and vice-captains of the Tianshui College team, Shiwo College team, Shenfeng College team, Leiting College team and Shrek College team to come to the rostrum to receive the qualification certificates and prizes for the promotion competition. On one side of the rostrum, the host holding a loudspeaker soul guide said loudly. Tianshui team ranked first, and the team captain Shui Binger and vice-captain Shui Yuer were the first to walk onto the podium. Shrek ranked 5th, and Dai Mubai and Tang San, who represented Shrek Academy, walked onto the podium last. While standing quietly on the podium waiting for the award, Mu Yang felt a gaze from not far away falling on him. Turning his head, Mu Yang saw Tang San looking at him with an inquiring look. Seeing this, Mu Yang smiled warmly, wondering if his plan of killing someone with a borrowed knife had been exposed, otherwise why was Tang Fozu staring at him like this? What Mu Yang didn't know was that Tang San didn't think of this at all at the moment, he just thought Mu Yang was not simple. Looking at the 10 people on the field at the moment, they were either combat spirit masters or control spirit masters, and only Mu Yang was an auxiliary spirit master who seemed to have no combat ability, which seemed quite different. Of course, after watching the match between the Blazing Fire team and the Kamikaze team and seeing Huo Wu use her mysterious self-created secret technique to defeat Feng Xiaotian, Tang San had some understanding in his mind. Guessed why the captain of the Blazing Fire team is Mu Yang, instead of Huo Wu and Huo Wushuan, who are also 5 Ring Soul Kings. For example, his strongest ability is not the 4 soul skills that the Blue-Silver Grass Martial Soul currently possesses, but the endless hidden weapons and the chaotic cloak hammer method performed by the Clear Sky Hammer Martial Soul. The Soul Master competition prohibits the use of external objects, so his hidden weapons cannot be used, but the chaotic cloak hammer method can be used. The chaotic cloak hammer method requires a hammer to perform, but the 2 mirror and phoenix secrets used by Huo Wu do not require any tools and can be performed with her own soul power. In Tang San's view, the power of the 2 secrets used by Huo Wu is no worse than the soul skills. If Mu Yang also knows them, and his mastery of the secrets is higher than Huo Wu, then it is not impossible for Mu Yang, a 5-ring food-type soul king, to rank first in the Blazing Fire team? If so, it can explain why the Blazing Fire team has Huo Wushuan, the attacking soul king, and Huo Wu, the controlling soul king, but the team captain is Mu Yang, the food soul king. This is not the Blazing Fire team being special, but following the convention of the competent take the place, Mu Yang won the position of team captain with his own strength that is enough to convince the crowd. End of this chapter. 172 Chapter 172 Emperor Shuiyat, Good Mood, Never. 172. At this time, seeing that all 10 people were present, the host said again, Next, Your Majesty and the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect Ning Sect Master, Jian Douluo, Biphosphorus Douluo, and Tyrannosaurus Douluo will personally present the promotion qualification certificates and bonuses to the 5 teams that entered the promotion match. Emperor Shuiyat sat in the middle, Ning Fengzi and Dugubo sat on the left and right sides of Emperor Shuiyat, Chen Xin and Huo Lai were next to Ning Fengzi and Dugubo, and the 5 people just presented awards to 1 team each. The Blazing Fire team ranked second in the record, and it was Ning Fengzi who presented the award to the Blazing Fire team. After bowing slightly to express his gratitude, Mu Yang received the qualification certificate for promotion and a gold coin card as a reward from Ning Fengzi, who was smiling and elegant and easygoing. The qualification certificate for promotion is actually a note, which is of no use. It is like the little red flower awarded by kindergarten teachers, with more symbolic significance than practical significance. After all, how could the organizing committee not know which 5 teams qualified in the preliminaries? As for the prize money, it was paid by the Tiandu Empire, or more precisely, by the royal family. It has no other meaning, just to encourage outstanding participating students. 100,000 gold soul coins. Looking at the face value of 100,000 gold soul coins on the gold coin card in his hand, Mu Yang was stunned. Although he was not a participant in the last Soul Master competition, he also came to watch the competition. If he remembered correctly, the 5 teams that qualified in the preliminaries, whether they were the first or the first, seemed to have only 10,000 gold soul coins, right? How come it has become 100,000 gold soul coins this time? Did Emperor Shuya pick up some money when he went out today? Hehe, your majesty is happy, all 5 teams have it. Ning Fengzi smiled and explained a little. Suddenly, Mu Yang understood. Salus, the disgusting troublemaker, has been removed, and the thorn in the eye and flesh of the Heaven Dome Martial Spirit Temple has been removed by Tang Hao. Emperor Shuya must be too happy. Since that night, he has always had a smile on his face and walked like the wind. Emperor Shuya, good mood, since there is no Saras in the Heaven Dome Temple. His Majesty is happy, let alone amnesty, it is common to leak a few coins. Anyway, even if it is a prize of 100,000 gold soul coins, the 5 teams only have 500,000 gold soul coins, which can only be regarded as a drizzle for Emperor Shuya who is in charge of the Heaven Dome Empire. Tisk, you all have to thank me. Looking around, Mu Yang said to the other contestants of the 5 teams in his heart. Without his plan of killing with a borrowed knife, Tang Hao would not have hammered the Douluo Temple. Without Tang Hao hammering the Douluo Temple, Emperor Shuya would not be so happy. If Emperor Shuya was not so happy, then the prize money of the 5 qualified teams would probably only be equivalent to the guaranteed level of previous years. Of course, Mu Yang also knows the principle of doing good things without leaving a name, so it's better not to mention this little favor, so as not to get hammered. After the awards for the 5 teams were awarded, the host handed the right to speak to Emperor Shuya. Slowly getting up from his seat, Emperor Shuya's eyes swept over the representatives of the 5 academy teams in front of him, and especially stayed for a few seconds on Shui Binger, Shui Yuer, Mu Yang, Huo Wu, Feng Xiaotian, and Tang San who had cultivated to the 5-ring Soul King realm, and then smiled and said, "First of all, the elites of the Empire, I want to congratulate you. You have won the qualification to advance to the elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academy of the Tiandu Empire. As the supreme ruler of the Tiandu Empire, I am proud of you. You are all the future of the Empire. Hope. As the captain and vice-captain of each team, your strength also played the most important role in the competition. Therefore, I decided to confer the title of Viscount on the 10 of you, and the title of Baron on the other participating students of your 5 teams. After you graduate, the door of the imperial family will be open to you at any time, and your fiefdom will be uniformly distributed after you graduate. The Baron and Viscount titles offered by Emperor Shuya this time are different from those of Soul Masters with 3 rings or above who join the Tiandu Empire and are willing to serve the Empire. It is not an honorary title that can be obtained, but a real title with a fiefdom. Generally speaking, the fiefdom of a real Baron is a small town and its subordinate villages, but when it comes to the Viscount title, the fiefdom is a small city and its subordinate villages. For example, the remote town of Notting City, plus the Holy Soul Village and other villages and towns around Notting City, are the fiefdoms of a certain city lord father named Xiao. After the words of Emperor Shuya fell, Mu Yang and others did not express their opinions directly. After all, those who can stand here are the elites among the contemporary young elites in the Soul Master world, and they all have a bright future. Although the title of nobility is attractive, it is not necessarily what they pursue. Fortunately, Emperor Shuya could roughly guess what everyone was thinking, and he didn't want everyone to express their opinions immediately. He continued, "Here, I have another promise for you. If any of your teams can win the final game and win the championship of this Soul Master competition, the team's title will be promoted by 1 level, and the academy will enjoy strong financial support from the Empire. The title will be promoted by 1 level again, that is, if anyone among the 5 teams can win the championship, the captain and vice-captain of the winning team will enjoy the title of Earl, and all the players, even if they are just substitutes, can enjoy the title of Viscount. Of course, there is no free lunch in the world, and the title of Tiandu Empire is not so easy to get. If you don't choose to join the Tiandu Empire in the end, this noble title will be reserved indefinitely, and it will only be given when people come, otherwise the Tiandu Empire will be fleeced sooner or later." After talking about the rewards and treatment, Emperor Shuya briefly talked about the promotion match. The next promotion match will still be held in the Empire, but the venue will be changed from the Tiandu Great Fighting Soul Arena to the Royal Hunting Ground. The 10 teams from the 5 kingdoms and principalities under the Empire who have passed the preliminaries will come to compete with you in the promotion match. I hope that your 5 colleges can rank among the top in the promotion match and take the lead in the finals. The promotion match is also the best stage to show your personal strength. The top 3 students who have won the most games in the promotion match will be selected. Members, the Empire will provide you with the soul beasts you need for the next title upgrade. You can choose the type of soul beasts by yourself. The Empire can guarantee all soul beasts with a cultivation level below 30,000 years. After an impassioned speech, Emperor Shuiyi's speech finally came to an end. The promotion match will be held in a month. I hope you can make another breakthrough in this month and achieve better results. Victory will definitely belong to the Tiandu Empire. Long live the Empire! Long live your Majesty! A tsunami-like voice rang out from the audience and resounded throughout the great soul fighting arena. End of this chapter, 173. Chapter 173 Visiting Douluo, Part 1, 173. The preliminaries ended, and the promotion match will start in January. For the 5 teams shortlisted for the promotion match, there is a full month of adjustment and training time. The next morning, Mu Yang took Shui Binger to Douluo Mansion to visit Douluo. As early as yesterday after the qualifiers, Mu Yang mentioned to Douluo about today's visit, so it was not abrupt. Mu Yang, do you have any relationship with Bailan Douluo? On the way to Douluo Mansion, Shui Binger asked Mu Yang with some curiosity. Douluo's title is a bit special, Poison is his official title. But since the title Poison sounds derogatory, most people will call Douluo Bailan when they respect him. He is our great benefactor. Looking around, Mu Yang transmitted the message. Our great benefactor. Shui Binger blinked, a little confused. I can't explain it in detail, but you should regard him as our benefactor. If there is anything within our ability in the future, we will do our best to help him. Mu Yang did not say much. He only needed to know and remember the kindness of the old man Xianko. There was no need to tell Shui Binger who did not know. Although he would have a promising future even without Xianko herbs would undoubtedly greatly accelerate his speed of becoming a strong man. In addition, he had a good talent for cultivation, and the improvement after taking Xianko herbs was not too great, but for Shui Binger, Huo Wu, and others, Xianko herbs were crucial. If it were not for the help brought by Xianko herbs, Shui Binger and others would have been left behind by him. Of course, Xianko herbs also have an upper limit. All the Shrek 7 devils became gods, but this cannot be attributed entirely to Xianko herbs. Tang Fozu could become a god because he took the template of the protagonist and did have the potential to become a god. Xiao Wu could become a god because the Azura God King took a fancy to Tang San, the inheritor, and it was a pendant. OCAS is a food-type soul master with full soul power, most likely the first in the history of the continent, and is favored by the god of food. Ning Rongrong is similar to Xiao Wu. Thanks to Oscar, the god of food passed the throne to Oscar, and the god of food's wife, the 9-colored goddess, also passed the throne to Ning Rongrong. As for the remaining daimyo Bai, Zhu Zuqing, and Ma Hongjun, in Mu Yang's opinion, these 3 people are all ascended to heaven. If Tang San had not achieved the status of sea god, and with the assistance of Xiao Wu, he could coexist with the 2 gods of the Shura god, Daimyo Bai, and the other 2 would probably have no hope of becoming gods in the future even if they took the immortal herbs. After all, before Qianrongxiu, the continent had only produced 2 gods, the angel and the sea god, in the past 10,000 years. In such a long period of time, there should not be too many talented soul masters born in the soul master world of the continent. Even if they have taken immortal herbs, in terms of cultivation talent alone, most of the 3 Peo Pilihi is not even at the top. He became a titled Douluo in his 20s. He was completely led by Tang San. The reason why he was able to obtain the godhood was because the previous god gave face to Tang San, who inherited the dual godhood of Sea God and Azura God. Oh! Although she didn't understand, Shui Binger nodded. It wasn't long before the 2 of them arrived outside Douluo Mansion. As soon as they arrived outside Douluo Mansion, before the 2 of them came forward, Mu Yang saw a slightly thin figure walking out of the gate of Douluo Mansion. It was none other than Douluo. In theory, Douluo, an elder, didn't need to come out to greet the younger generation when they came to visit, not to mention that their strength was far from that of the 9-ring titled Douluo. But the talent shown by Mu Yang and the others was enough to make Douluo put down his elder attitude. Douluo went out to greet Mu Yang after noticing the 2 were coming. This was because Mu Yang would become a food type titled Douluo in the future, and he possessed a food soul skill that could detoxify. In the future, he and his granddaughter Douguyan would need Mu Yang to solve the problem of snake venom backlash. As for Shui Binger, she was not far from being a 6-ringed soul emperor at such a young age. Even a congenital full soul power could not compare to her. As long as she did not die prematurely, she would definitely be one of the strongest people on the continent in the future, and he, as a 9-ringed titled Douluo, would treat her with courtesy. "Hello, senior." Mu Yang and the other two bowed. "Haha, no need to be polite. How come you have time to come to me when you are not talking about love with your friends?" Douluo teased Mu Yang. "Senior, I'm here to give you a gift." After a pause, Mu Yang continued, "I promise you'll like this gift." "Gift?" Douluo was stunned, and then his face became strange. Logically speaking, Mu Yang didn't owe him anything. On the contrary, if he needed Mu Yang in the future, even if he had to give him a gift, he should be the one to give it, right? Why is it the other way around? Then the question is, why should Mu Yang give him a gift? Because he is a titled Douluo? It shouldn't be. I don't know what kind of shit luck Blazing Academy has had. In recent years, 2 titled Douluos have been born, and they are all relatives of this kid. Even Tian Shui Academy has a titled Douluo, and he is also closely related to this kid, and is a relative of his girlfriend. Douluo is also self-aware. He knows his own strengths and weaknesses. Although he has been promoted to titled Douluo for many years, his soul power level is not high, his soul ring configuration is not ideal, and he is not good at single combat. He can't guarantee a win against any of the 3 titled Douluo alone, and he will lose against 2 of them, and he will probably not even have a chance to run away if he faces 3. It is obvious that Mu Yang came to give gifts not because he is a titled Douluo. After all, if he encounters any difficulties, Douluo is also powerless to solve the problems that Huo Lai and the other 2 can't solve. However, Douluo is an optimistic person. Since he can't guess Mu Yang's thoughts, he didn't think much about it and enthusiastically led Mu Yang and the others into the mansion. In the hall, Mu Yang and Shui Bing'er sipped tea, and Douluo flipped through the Soul Core secret method in his hand without blinking. After a long time, after a rough look, Douluo put down the Soul Core secret method in his hand. "Boy, is this secret method really that magical?" Rubbing his brows and suppressing the shock in his heart, Douluo asked solemnly. Mu Yang nodded. "Of course, my aunt and Bing'er's aunt both broke through to level 90 by condensing soul cores. No wonder, I was wondering why there are so many titled Douluo all of a sudden." Douluo suddenly realized. Huo Lai, Mu Ziyu, and Shui Yunyu became titled Douluo in a few years. Douluo was curious and puzzled. After all, the realm of titled Douluo is not so easy to cultivate. For the Element Academy alone, it is normal that there is no titled Douluo. It is good enough for the 10th generation Dean to have 1 or 2 titled Douluo. End of this chapter. 174 Chapter 174 Visiting Douluo, Part 2. 174. Don't you see that the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, one of the 3 major sects on the continent, only has 1 9-ring titled Douluo, the clan leader Yu Yuanzhen? But what about Shuo and Tian Shui College? The number of titled Douluos in the 2 colleges has reached 3. Just looking at the number, it is equal to the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family and the 7 Treasures Glazed sect. However, it is difficult to become a titled Douluo, but it is much easier to become an 8-ring soul Douluo. For soul power levels below level 90, there is no bottleneck between small levels, and you can advance after completing soul power accumulation. With this soul core secret method, as long as you can cultivate to the 8-ring soul Douluo, as long as you complete the soul power accumulation of the 8-ring stage, as long as you can condense a soul core at the peak of level 89, this is simply a guarantee to become a 9-ring titled Douluo. Senior, for you, the effect of the soul core secret method is not limited to those recorded in the secret method. Mu Yang said with a smile. Douluo raised his eyebrows. Are there any other effects? Although the senior did not tell me, I can guess why the senior needs soul power food with a very high detoxification limit. The problem faced by the senior is actually the problem faced by many poisonous beast spirit masters, but most of them are not strong, and the toxins formed by the spirit are limited. In addition, it is just a little residue after the possession and use, which can be removed by ordinary detoxification methods. And the senior is titled Douluo, the poison of the Jade Phosphorus Snake King is one of the most poisonous in the world, and the detoxification methods of non-equal level are absolutely ineffective. But what I want to say is that in addition to the detoxification soul skills of the same level, there are 2 other ways to avoid the troubles of the senior. As he said, Mu Yang made a 2 gesture. Condensing the soul core is one of them. Douluo said impatiently. As for being poked in the soft spot? That's fine, there are more than Mu Yang who can see his problem, but Mu Yang is the only one who said there is a way to solve this problem. Not bad. Nodding, Mu Yang continued, the problem faced by the senior is not the same as the poisoning caused by being bitten by a poisonous snake. In the final analysis, it is just that after the martial spirit possesses the body, there is residual poisonous energy in the body. And the reason why condensing the soul core can solve this problem is that the soul core is condensed by highly compressed soul power, and the properties of the soul core can be determined by the condenser himself. In the future, if there is any poisonous energy left in the body of the senior, just transfer it directly to the condensed poisonous attribute soul core. Hiss, good idea. After careful consideration, Douluo felt that this method was more feasible. By the way, what is another way? Douluo asked again. Senior, you are a titled Douluo, so you can naturally solve the problem of snake venom by condensing the soul core, but for Sister Douluo, another method is needed. This method is also to transfer the toxin, but it is not the soul core that is used to store the toxin, but the soul bone. But this method also has certain hidden dangers. After all, the specific upper limit of the soul bone for toxin storage is unknown. If it explodes all at once one day, the consequences will be unimaginable. Of course, if it is an external soul bone, it can be solved by breaking the poisonous part of the soul bone. Anyway, this thing can be restored. The soul core storage method is suitable for Douluo, who is a titled Douluo and can condense a soul core. The soul bone storage method is suitable for Douluo, who is not at a high level and cannot condense a soul core at the moment. Perfect. Soul bone? This is wonderful. While sighing, Douluo looked at Mu Yang with a sharp gaze. The young man is not only talented, but also very smart. It's a pity that this is not his grandson-in-law, and he has a girlfriend who is better than his granddaughter. Well, Douluo is getting more and more dissatisfied with Yu Tianheng. Yu Tianheng? At this time, Mu Yang said, Senior, I wonder if you can promise me one thing. Just tell me, kid. I will definitely get it done for you. Douluo said directly. The soul core secret method is a secret method unique to the academy. I hope you can keep it secret. Moreover, this secret method is quite dangerous. If you want to pass it on to Sister Douluo, please wait until Sister Douluo cultivates to level 89 to avoid danger. Mu Yang said with a serious look. The favor of the immortal herbs is not small, he is willing to repay it, and Douluo is the only relative of Douluo alive, so it is natural to pass on the soul core secret method to her. Of course, it will take at least several decades for Douluo to cultivate to level 89 soul Douluo. By then, even if the soul core secret method is known by all masters in the continent, it will not matter. If he ascends to the throne of God by then, he will not care whether mortals can condense soul cores. After all, even if it is an extreme Douluo who has condensed 3 soul cores, it is definitely not a true God's enemy. And the 3 soul cores. It's not that Mu Yang looks down on the mainland soul masters, but how many people can condense the 3 soul cores, except for the Son of Destiny who got the protagonist template? In the absence of a method to cultivate spiritual power, ordinary titled Douluo may not be able to condense the 2nd soul core in his lifetime. And if he fails to inherit the throne of God in a few decades and embarks on the path of becoming a god with faith, then spreading the secret method of soul core that is destined to be leaked in the future can also better collect faith. Don't worry, kid, I will keep it secret. Without hesitation, Douluo agreed directly. There is no doubt that people are selfish. Without relatives or friends, who would be willing to pass on the mysterious secret method to others? Anyway, Douluo asked himself that he could not do it. As for his granddaughter Douluo, even if Mu Yang did not say it, he would definitely not pass it down so early. Without strong strength as support, it is absolutely suicidal to condense soul cores indiscriminately. What's more, soul cores can help break through bottlenecks, and good steel must be used on the blade. With his granddaughter Douluo's innate 7th level soul power cultivation talent, if she works hard, it will not be a problem for her to cultivate to 89th level soul Douluo in the future. By then, if she condenses a soul core, she can become a 9-ring titled Douluo like him. And this is something Douluo dared not think of in the past. You know, mainland soul masters the existing titled Douluo in the world have cultivation talents of innate full soul power and innate level 9 soul power. It is not to say that those with innate level 8 soul power and innate level 7 soul power have absolutely no hope of becoming a titled Douluo, but there is no doubt that this hope is not great, and can even be said to be very small. After all, over the past 100 years, there have been at least 20 innate full soul power in the mainland soul master world, and the number will definitely increase sharply with each level of innate soul power reduction, but there are only so many titled Douluo in the mainland soul master world, which shows how difficult it is to achieve a title. However, now that we have the soul core secret method, everything is very different. I dare not say more. As long as Duguyan can follow the path he arranges, the possibility of becoming a titled Douluo in the future is as high as 8 or 9 out of 10. End of this chapter. 175 Chapter 175 Where should the Element Academy go? 175. More than an hour later, Mu Yang and Shui Binger said goodbye, and Dugubo sent them out of the house. Are those herbs that this kid picked so magical? Looking at the backs of Mu Yang and the others leaving, Dugubo couldn't help but think to himself. Dugubo was not unaware of the extraordinariness of the herbs that Mu Yang picked. For example, he must have recognized the Qirong Tong Dianju, which was the same as the Huhuiguan martial spirit. For example, the extremely cold 8-angled black ice grass and the extremely hot fire apricot. Even if Xiaobai, who didn't know any pharmacology, saw them, he could see their extraordinariness. Dugubo also saw the changes that appeared in Mu Yang. The hair color changed from red to blue, and the incredible speed of soul power cultivation. This is not something that ordinary genius soul masters with full innate soul power can do, not to mention that Mu Yang is a food-type soul master with a relatively slow cultivation speed. In addition to Mu Yang, the soul training speed of Huo Wu, Huo Wushuan, Shui Binger and Shui Yuer is also extremely abnormal. Could it be that everything is due to those special herbs? No, even if there are those herbs, the changes cannot be so great. Soon, Dugubo shook his head and denied his guess. For example, the strange chrysanthemum with the same martial soul as Huhuiguan, if this thing is so magical, wouldn't the old rival Huhuiguan be so powerful? Although Dugubo can't beat Huhuiguan, it's not certain how powerful Huhuiguan is. This can be seen from the fact that Huhuiguan has not been listed as a worship elder in the Wuhan Hall. After a while, Dugubo smiled again when he recalled the mysteriousness of the soul core secret method. No matter whether the changes of Mu Yang and others are due to his herbs, he has to be relieved that Mu Yang is not an ungrateful person. What else can he do? Come back? Impossible. If those herbs were really magical, they would have obviously been eaten by Mu Yang and his group long ago. If there was nothing mysterious about them, why would they want the flowers and herbs they sent back? What's more, things are different now. Blazing Academy is no longer the same Blazing Academy as before. With two titled Douluo in charge, not to mention him, even the Spirit Hall would have to give them some respect. Well, Dugubo couldn't figure out what the old dog Sarath was thinking at the time. He actually sent someone to assassinate the nephew of the two titled Douluo. In Dugubo's opinion, Sarath would have hit a wall the next day. Otherwise, whether the assassination was successful or not, Sarath would most likely disappear if he left Tiandu City in the future. The Blazing Academy is indeed not as good as the Spirit Hall, but as long as they act decisively and leave no evidence, the Spirit Hall would not fight the two Douluo for Sarath. There is a saying that goes, pick the weak and pick the weak. If they really fight with the two titled Douluo, if their own titled elders are damaged, who will be responsible for the loss? Who will pay for it? You can't sacrifice the elders whose status and strength are still higher than Saras for a dead Saras, right? A dead genius is no longer a genius, and a dead Saras is naturally no longer the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall. After leaving Dugu Mansion, Mu Yang and Shui Binger strolled in the bustling streets of Tiandu City until noon, and then returned to Tiandu Hotel. In the afternoon, Huo Lai and Mu Zhiho called Shui Yanyu, and invited Feng Zhen, the dean of Shenfeng Academy, to have tea at the Qingxian Tea House not far from the hotel in the name of discussing important matters. The four people were accompanied by Mu Yang, Shui Binger and Feng Xiaotian. Mu Yang represents the next generation of Shuo Academy, Shui Binger represents the next generation of Tian Shui Academy, and Feng Xiaotian represents the next generation of Shenfeng Academy. In the tea house, after the waiter served the tea, Huo Lai's soul power flashed and laid a soul power barrier to isolate the inside and outside. Lao Huo, you are so cautious, is there something important? Seeing Huo Lai's actions, Feng Zhen couldn't help but ask curiously. Huo Lai smiled and asked, Brother Feng, what do you think of the relationship between our three academies? It's pretty good. Unable to understand Huo Lai's meaning, Feng Zhen continued the topic. Brother Feng, I wonder what you think of the current situation on the mainland. Huo Lai asked again. It's pretty good. Although the Wuhan Hall has ambitions, it hasn't made a big fuss. The two empires haven't had a large-scale war for many years. Overall, it's peaceful, but it looks a bit like the calm before the storm. Before Feng Zhen finished speaking, Huo Lai spoke. Hearing this, Feng Zhen nodded. As the dean of the Divine Wind Academy, Feng Zhen naturally could not fail to see this. Whether it was the Spirit Hall, or the two empires of Tiandu and Xingluo, they were constantly accumulating strength. And this was exactly the problem. The two empires were supported by national tax revenue. As long as there was no war, there would be no problem in supporting millions of elite troops, tens of thousands of soul masters, and a small number of masters. But the Spirit Hall was different. The Spirit Hall had a small territory and limited sources of income. The soul masters under its command accounted for more than half of the soul masters in the mainland. Even if the Spirit Hall had a strong foundation, it would be dragged down sooner or later. It can be said that there were two paths before the Spirit Hall. One was to disarm, reduce the soul master corps, and reduce expenditure until the income and expenditure were balanced. The other was to grab territory, establish order, collect taxes like the two empires, expand income and balance the fiscal deficit. If the Spirit Hall is not strong enough, disarmament is undoubtedly a good choice, but the problem is that the Spirit Hall is the recognized overlord of the Soul Master world, with many powerful people under its command. Disarmament? Don't even think about it. The mainland respects strength. I have a big fist, shouldn't I have a bigger territory than the weak? And the expansion of the territory of the Spirit Hall is not allowed by the two empires. Cutting meat to feed the wolf is not advisable, and once the Spirit Hall makes up for its own shortcomings, perhaps in the near future, the two empires will be swept into the garbage heap of history by the Spirit Hall. In order not to be dragged down, the Spirit Hall will sooner or later attack the two empires, and in order not to be swept into the garbage heap of history, the two empires will definitely not give in. Therefore, this continent will be in chaos sooner or later, and war will be inevitable. Brother Feng, the mainland is about to be in turmoil. What do you think our three elemental academies should do? Huo Lai asked Feng Zhen. This. Feng Zhen hesitated. As a high-level Soul Master Academy, it is undoubtedly a good choice for Shenfeng Academy to remain neutral. After all, Shenfeng Academy has no hatred with Wuhan Hall, Tiandu, and Xingluo. But it also requires strength to remain neutral. In the case of insufficient strength, others have many ways to force them to do so. If they stand on the winning side, it will be fine, but if they stand on the losing side, then Shenfeng Academy may become history. End of this chapter. 176 Chapter 176 A 180-degree turn in attitude. 176. Brother Feng, I have a suggestion. Why don't you consider it? At this time, Shui Yanyu, who was a part-time lobbyist, said. Feng Zhen nodded. President Shui, please go ahead. With the strength of our academy alone, we are not a powerful force on the mainland, but if our three academies join forces, even if it is as strong as the Spirit Hall, it will have to think twice before acting. Without saying too much, with our strength, we are definitely enough to remain neutral. If war really comes, I believe no party will be willing to push us to the opponent's side. Hearing this, Feng Zhen suddenly realized, looked at Shui Yanyu, then looked at Huo Lai, then sat up straight, and said, I understand, Lao Huo, you have bad intentions. Dean Shui, I wonder what price Lao Huo paid to let you be a lobbyist. Brother Feng, don't say such harsh words. My Shuo Academy has no intention of annexing Tian Shui Academy and Shenfeng Academy, but is preparing to combine the strength of the three academies to jointly establish a new element academy. There is no distinction between the main and the secondary, we are all one family. Huo Lai said with a smile. Feng Zhen pouted and complained, you speak better than you sing, as if you are the dean of the new academy. According to the convention of our three academies, the position of dean shall be occupied by the capable. I, Huo Lai, am not talented, but I feel that I can barely be considered as a capable person. The position of dean of the new academy naturally belongs to me. Huo Lai smiled and ignored Feng Zhen's complaints. This matter is of great importance. I have to discuss it with the academy's senior management before making a decision. After thinking about it, Feng Zhen did not agree directly. What Huo Lai and Shui Yanyu said made sense, and he was also somewhat tempted. After all, after the merger of the three academies, the new Element Academy would definitely be a powerful force ranked among the top on the continent. As long as it was determined to remain neutral, no one would dare to force the academy to make a decision. But Shenfeng Academy was not his alone. Such a major event required the consent of all the senior management of the academy, or at least the consent of more than half of the senior management. Brother Feng, have you ever wondered why Ziyu and Dean Shui were able to achieve the 9-ring titled Douluo? Seeing Feng Zhen was somewhat interested, Huo Lai began to increase the stakes. As soon as the words fell, Feng Zhen was stunned. From this, it seems that Blazing Academy has a shortcut to achieve the titled Douluo. And it can help him become a titled Douluo. Without hiding it anymore, Huo Lai took the initiative to disperse the cover of the soul core in the lower danshan in his body. Suddenly, under Feng Zhen's spiritual perception, a soul power vortex appeared in Huo Lai's abdomen, which was constantly devouring the energy of the surrounding heaven and earth. At the same time, Mu Ziyu and Shui Yunyi were also like Huo Lai, no longer deliberately hiding their soul cores, and the soul power vortex that appeared on their bodies was immediately noticed by Feng Zhen. Why is this? Feng Zhen asked curiously. This is due to a secret method called Soul Core Secret Method. Soul Core can compress and purify soul power, improve the quality and total amount of soul power, accelerate cultivation, accelerate recovery, and also help break through bottlenecks. Not long ago, Ziyu and Dean Shui were still level 89 Soul Douluo, but after condensing the soul core, they immediately broke through to level 90. Huo Lai explained. Hiss. Feng Zhen immediately took a breath of cold air. Against the sky, what soul core secret method is against the sky? You know, the reason why it is difficult for an 8-ring soul Douluo to become a 9-ring titled Douluo is because the bottleneck of the peak of level 89 is difficult to break through, while the small levels between levels 81 and 89 do not have bottlenecks, and only soul power accumulation is required. Condensing soul core can directly break through the bottleneck of the peak of level 89. Isn't this equivalent to being able to cultivate to the level of an 8-ring soul Douluo? As long as a soul core can be condensed, everyone can become a 9-ring titled Douluo. And how many 8-ring soul Douluos are there in the mainland soul master world? Feng Zhen was not sure about this, but it was definitely far more than 100. After all, there were more than a dozen elders above level 80 in the 7 treasure glazed sect alone. If this soul core secret method spreads, in the next 10 or 20 years in the future, the number of titled Douluo in the mainland soul master world will probably double and double again. And unlike precious resources such as top-grade soul bones, secret methods are knowledge, and the cost of copying is almost zero. Brother Feng, I see that you have also cultivated to level 88 soul Douluo. To be honest, after the establishment of the new academy, this soul core secret method will be open to level 89 soul Douluo and a few geniuses belonging to the academy for free. Brother Feng, don't you want to become a title Douluo? Huo Lai said with a smile. Teacher, in my opinion, you should obey Dean Huo. At this time, Feng Xiaotian, who was sitting next to Feng Zhen, interrupted. The merger of the 3 elemental academies? There is such a good thing? If the 3 academies merged, wouldn't he be able to see the goddess Huo Wu every day? Just for this point, Feng Xiaotian could raise his hands and feet and agree 100%. Feng Zhen is his teacher? In order to be with the goddess, it doesn't matter if he betrays his master a little. Shut up, kid. Feng Zhen glared at Feng Xiaotian unhappily. Brother Feng, look, even Xiaotian agreed with my proposal. Why don't you think about it carefully? By the way, I forgot to tell you that Xiao Yang is not simple, and the strength of Xiao Yang and Bing'er is not what you see on the surface. I dare to assert that they will be the most dazzling in the future across the entire continent. Huo Lai said meaningfully. Suddenly, Feng Zhen's eyes could not help but look at Mu Yang and Shui Bing'er. After a while, as if he thought of something, Feng Zhen narrowed his eyes and asked Huo Lai, are you sure? Why would I lie to you? Huo Lai asked back. Martial soul fusion skill. Feng Zhen said tentatively. Huo Lai smiled and said, more than that. After decades of friendship, Huo Lai still trusted Feng Zhen's character. After all, I have the advantage. If I join, I will have the last laugh. In the absence of irreconcilable contradictions, no one will do anything that will harm their own interests. More than. Feng Zhen's eyes widened. It is more than, not, which means there is a martial soul fusion skill. Phoenix plus ginseng, no matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like a combination that can give birth to a martial soul fusion skill. Could it be that Mu Yang has twin martial souls? And it is his second martial soul that can form a martial soul fusion skill with Shui Bing'er's Ice Phoenix martial soul? If so, it can explain why Mu Yang, who is a student of Blazing Fire Academy, has stayed in Tian Shui Academy all year round, and Shui Yunyu agreed to the merger and reorganization of the academy, and even came to act as a lobbyist. After all this time, Shui Yunyu is ready to hug the thigh of her future niece-in-law. The soul ring configuration of Mu Yang and others that exceeds the limit of the best ratio proves that twin martial soul masters are not dead, but twin martial soul masters in history have not found the correct cultivation method. After cultivating the first martial soul to the realm of 9 ring titled Douluo, and then improving physical fitness by refining soul bones, taking whale glue, etc., 9 high-year soul rings can be added to the second martial soul. The second martial soul can add 9 high-year soul rings. If used well, it is enough to break through 9 bottlenecks with the help of the majestic energy contained in the high-year soul rings. The realm of level 99 Peerless Douluo is a smooth road for twin martial soul masters. And Shui Bing'er's cultivation talent is also amazing. It will not be a problem for her to cultivate to level 96 or above in the future. The level 99 Peerless Douluo and the level 96 or above titled Douluo will jointly launch the martial soul fusion technique. By then, the legendary gods will not be revealed. Feng Zhen can't think of anyone who can be the opponent of Mu Yang and the others. Even if Jian Daoliu, the Sky Invincible of the Wuhan Hall, and Tang Chen, the Land Invincible of the former Haoshan sect, come, it won't work. Thighs, a super golden thigh. If you don't hold it tightly, you will definitely regret it for the rest of your life. What's more, there is also a fragrant soul core secret method that can help him achieve the titled Douluo realm. Looking at Mu Yang with a fiery look, Feng Zhen asked impatiently, "Old Fire, have you chosen the address of the new academy? Are there any difficulties in funding? When will we move? By the way, let's not talk about the position of the dean. It shouldn't be too much for me to be the vice dean, right?" Really, the attitude changed 180 degrees. Feng Xiaotian, Is this my master who cannot be moved by poverty and cannot be bent by might? Why does he feel more flattering than me? End of this chapter. 177 Chapter 177 Future Planning, Part 1. 177. Time flies, 1 month later. The promotion competition of the All-Continent Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition is not as lively as the preliminaries. In order to protect the privacy and safety of the participating students, the promotion competition is not allowed to be watched by spectators except for some VIPs. The promotion competition is still divided into 2 empires. The 30 teams that passed the preliminaries will compete in their respective empires, while the Wuhan Hall team, Tiandu Royal Academy team and Xingluo Royal Academy team that were recommended in advance will not participate in the promotion competition. A total of 10 teams from the 5 kingdoms and principalities under the Tiandu Empire will participate in the promotion competition. Together with the 5 teams that qualified from the Tiandu city preliminaries, a total of 15 teams have already completed the registration process and went to the venue for the promotion competition. The venue for the promotion competition in the Tiandu competition area is located in the Royal Hunting Ground 50 km southwest of Tiandu City. The hunting ground has a variety of terrain and a large area. It is the place where royal personnel hunt and train. On weekdays, the Tiandu Royal Hunting Ground is not any civilians are allowed to approach, and 10,000 royal knights are responsible for patrolling and guarding. They are also trained here, rotating every 3 months, alternating training to maintain combat effectiveness. It can be said that in addition to the royal guest group composed of masters above level 80, the royal knights are undoubtedly the strongest force in the hands of the Tiandu royal family. Although the Tiandu royal knights is only a 50,000 man legion, the officers of the 100-man captain and above in the legion are all soul masters. The strength is still above any elite 100,000 man legion in the sequence of the Tiandu Empire's military. Even if there are 2 100,000 man legions, it is not certain that they can defeat the royal knights. At the gate of the royal hunting ground, after showing the promotion handbook, Shiwo, Tian Shui and the people of the Kamikaze Academy came to a military camp in the hunting ground under the guidance of a brigade of the royal knights. The subsequent promotion competition, which lasted for half a month, was held in this military camp. Afterwards, the Shiwo team was arranged to rest in a courtyard, while the Tian Shui team and the Kamikaze team lived next door. The courtyard was not too big, with only 5 barracks. Huo Lai and Mu Ziyue shared one room, Miss Huo Wu shared one room alone, Huo Wushuan shared one room with Huo Yun and Huo Yu, Mu Yang shared one room with Huo Chui and Huo Jun, and the remaining 3 substitutes shared one room. Well, if possible, Mu Yang would like to live next door, in a room with Shui Bing'er. After settling down, Huo Lai summoned all the members of the Blazing Fire team to the courtyard. The promotion match is an individual elimination match. With your strength, there will definitely be no problem. Xiao Yang, you are the captain, and you will make the specific arrangements. Huo Lai glanced at everyone and said to Mu Yang. Compared to the beginning of the preliminaries, nearly 2 months have passed, and the strength of the Blazing Fire team has improved again. 2 days after the end of the preliminaries, Mu Yang's soul power level was promoted to level 59 Soul King, while Huo Wu and Huo Wushuan's upgrade speed was a bit slower, but even the slowest Huo Wushuan had practiced to level 59 Soul King 3 days ago. Besides Mu Yang and his 2 companions, Huo Yun and 2 substitutes who were not yet at the 4th ring also had their soul power levels upgraded. As for Huo Yu, Huo Chui and Huo Jun, as well as Huo Lai, who was a substitute and had the same name as the dean of the academy, they did not improve due to the short time. So, Huo Yu will lead the team, followed by Huo Chui, Huo Jun, Huo Lai, Huo Yun and Huo Yu, Huo Wushuan and Huo Wu will take turns to be the last, and I will not play. Without much thought, Mu Yang decided the order of appearance. The rules of the promotion match are very simple. Each side sends 7 players to participate. Each player on the field must fight until they are defeated. The winner will face the next opponent until all 7 players on one side are defeated. The reason why Mu Yang customized such a team lineup is mainly because of the subsequent finals. As substitutes, Huo Yu and Huo Lai will probably not have the opportunity to play. The promotion match will be their last stage, so they must be given more opportunities to perform so as not to become soy sauce. As for the other substitute, Huo Lin, he is a healing spirit master, but he is not suitable to play in the promotion match. After all, the promotion match is an individual battle, different from the team battle in the preliminaries. Letting ordinary auxiliary spirit masters play can only be regarded as sending heads. As soon as the voice fell, Mu Yang immediately received the grateful eyes of everyone. Everyone is young, and they like to show their age. The captain takes care of them so much. He is undoubtedly a good captain. Let them play in order from weak to strong, and then Huo Wu or Huo Wushuan will be the finale, instead of letting Huo Wu and the other 2 start, directly 1 against 7, and shaving the opponent's head, so that they can show themselves on the field while not affecting the team's ranking in the promotion match. The moon is bright and the stars are sparse. On a hillside grass, 2 figures sit together and whisper. Mu Yang, after the Spirit Master competition is over, will you come back? Shui Bing'er asked, leaning her head on Mu Yang's shoulder. Plan? Yes. I have to ask my aunt to go to Bing'er's house to propose marriage. Mu Yang said with a smile. Oh, let's talk about business. Shui Bing'er blushed and said coquettishly. Isn't this a serious matter? Mu Yang blinked. The next second, a slender jade hand climbed up his waist, pinched some soft flesh, and made a 90-degree rotation. Hiss, it hurts, Bing'er, let go. Mu Yang hurriedly grabbed the girl's mischievous little hand. Bing'er, it is necessary to let your aunt go to your house to propose marriage, but after the Soul Master competition is over, we still have to work hard to practice. When the time is right, I plan to take you to a more dangerous place for training. Mu Yang said seriously. A more dangerous place for training? Where is it? Shui Bing'er asked with some curiosity. I haven't been there either. I'll tell you where it is when the time comes. But one thing is certain, it's a bloody place. For the weak, it's hell. Similarly, it's also a place where we can ascend to heaven in the future. Mu Yang said with a serious look. The so-called training place is naturally the Killing City, which is known to be in and out. Looking at the original work, there are 3 places where the throne is clearly known to be inherited. One is the Angel Throne in Wuhan City, the second is the Sea God Throne in Sea God Island, and the third is the Shura Throne in Killing City. There is no need to think about the Angel Throne, it belongs to Jian Rongxiu. It is her ancestral property and it is impossible to pass it on to outsiders. Even when Jian Rongxiu awakened her martial soul, the inheritor of the Angel Throne had already been decided. After all, Jian Rongxiu's innate level 20 soul power is unprecedented in ancient and modern times. Mu Yang doesn't believe that it has nothing to do with the angel god. Perhaps Jian Rongxiu originally only had full innate soul power, but because of the blessing of the angel god, Jian Rongxiu became innate level 20 soul power. End of this chapter. 178 Chapter 178 Future Planning, Part 2. 178. As for what Tang San said in the original work, Yu Xiaogang told him that any soul master who awakened the six-winged angel martial spirit has innate level 20 soul power. This is just for hearing, but not for taking it seriously. If all members of the angel family really have innate level 20 soul power, then the Douluo continent would have been named Jian long ago. And if Jian Sunji, who was over 60 years old in the past, had this talent, how could he be beaten by Tang Hao? He didn't even know that the soul of the soul beast contained in the 10,000-year soul ring. What did he, Yu Xiaogang, know? There is no place for outsiders in the angel godhood, but the Azura godhood and the sea godhood can be inherited by soul masters who have no connection with the two gods. Although the original work does not go into detail, in Mu Yang's opinion, the killing god realm is the ticket to open the Azura god exam, and to inherit the sea godhood, let alone other things, at least you have to get the sea god's heart, which is the Tiandu Empire's national treasure, the vast sea universe cover. Without the strength of Jian Douluo, he cannot openly stop Jian Rongxiu from ascending to the godhood, and it is also difficult to stop Bibi Dong from achieving the Rakshasa godhood, otherwise he cannot bear the revenge of Jian Douluo, the demigod of the world. If the two become gods and he is still immortal at that time, it is obvious that Douluo continent will be the world of Wuhan Hall. And the only shortcut for him to achieve the godhood before these two is to become a god in the same way as the two of them, and to inherit the godhood. Without relying on tricks, a twin martial spirit soul master cannot achieve dual godhood, and one godhood is enough. Therefore, he must choose one of the two godhoods, Shura and Sea God, to inherit. The Shura godhood is a godhood at the level of the Supreme God King, and the Sea God godhood is a godhood at the level of the first level main god. Which one should he choose? Is there any need to say it? He must go to this killing city. Similarly, occupying the pit first can also prevent Tang Fozu from taking advantage. As long as Tang San's crossing is not specially arranged by the Shura God King, there is no special relationship between one person and one god, and the successor of the Shura godhood is not already determined like the angel godhood, then this Shura godhood, he Mu Yang will definitely get it. However, going to the killing city and obtaining the killing god domain also has certain potential dangers. This potential danger does not refer to passing through the Hell Road, and the premise of passing through the Hell Road, winning 100 consecutive victories in the Hell killing field, but the King of Killing. It is undoubted that the King of Slaughter, who regards the Slaughter City as his own territory, does not want any soul master to obtain the killing god domain and become a killing god who can freely enter and exit the Slaughter City and is not restricted by the forbidden demon domain. Mu Yang does not know how Tang Hao and Bibi Dong solved this problem in the past, but he knows that if Tang San and Hu Lina in the original work did not have the killing god standing behind them, they would not necessarily be able to obtain the killing god domain safely, and at least they would have to go through some extra twists and turns. Even if the Slaughter City has rules set by the Azura God King, the King of Slaughter dare not violate them and must act according to the rules and must not deliberately attack. But what about attacking outside the Slaughter City? Wouldn't it be considered breaking the rules? He does not have the current killing god as his backer, and the King of Slaughter may start to ambush him at the exit outside as soon as he enters the Hell Road. For the sake of safety, he can go to the Slaughter City, but he must be prepared to deal with the trump card of the King of Slaughter. Not to mention being able to defeat the King of Slaughter, at least he must be able to escape from his hands. Fortunately, although the King of Slaughter is the former invincible on land Tang Chen, because Tang Chen is parasitized by the blood-red nine-headed Bat King, he can't exert the strength of peerless Douluo or even demigod at all. Based on the original work that the King of Slaughter needs to be wary of Tang Hao, and the strength level it shows in the later period, the strength of the King of Slaughter is estimated to be about the same as Qunjun, Jiangmo and Chinexin. Nowadays, he and Shui Binger are indeed far from being the opponents of the King of Slaughter. After all, the battle armor superimposed on the martial soul fusion skill can only compete with the weak chicken title of Shilong at most. However, he and Shui Binger will advance to the six-ring Soul Emperor later, and upgrade the Ice Flame battle armor and Ice Phoenix battle armor to the real two-word battle armor. Not to mention, it should be no problem to escape from the hands of the King of Slaughter. The six-ring Soul Emperor wears a two-character battle armor, and his strength is at least on par with the eight-ring Soul Douluo. With their foundation and mysterious secrets, even if they have just entered the sixth ring, their combat power is definitely the best under the 9th ring. Moreover, the martial soul fusion skill is not a soul skill, and is not restricted by the killing field that the King of Slaughter can restrict the opponent from using soul skills. On this basis, with the increase of the martial soul fusion skill, the minimum combat power can reach 95 levels. With such strength, the King of Slaughter will definitely not be able to stop them. As for the position of the sea god, Mu Yang looked at Shui Binger, whose head was leaning on his shoulder. Although ice is not equal to water, the two are close. With Shui Binger's talent and potential, I think she should be able to catch Poseidon's eye. He controls Shura, and Shui Binger controls the sea god, which can just cut off the opportunity for Tang Fozu to become a god. The promotion match is not like the preliminaries where there are multiple competition arenas at the same time, but only one venue, which is the Royal Knights Grand Parade. Grand Parade. The field has been remodeled, and a circular area with a diameter of 100 meters is drawn in the center as the competition field. Compared with the competition arena of the preliminaries, the space here is wider, which allows the participating students to better show their strength. After all, group battles are more chaotic, and the competition field is small, so many things are not easy to see clearly, but the promotion match of the individual elimination system is different. It is easy to distinguish who is strong and who is weak. On the north side of the large parade field, a temporary VIP seat facing north and south was built, which is also the referee seat. However, the number of VIPs watching the promotion match is far less than that of the preliminaries. Looking around, except for the 5 people, Shuiye Great Emperor, Ning Fengzi, Chen Xian, Dugubo and Huo Lai, the seats behind the 5 people in the first row of the VIP seats are mostly occupied by senior generals of the Tiandu Empire in armor, and a few heavyweight princes and nobles of the Tiandu Empire such as Crown Prince Shui Qinghe and Prince Shui Xin, plus several cardinals of the Wuhan Hall. Almost all the high-level officials of Tiandu's Spirit Temple were wiped out by Tang Hao. Only a few who were not in the temple at that time survived. In order to prevent Tang Hao from making a comeback, the Spirit Temple did not send people to rebuild it for the time being, and planned to wait until the dust settled. Therefore, among the VIPs watching the promotion match of this Soul Master competition, the number of people from the Spirit Temple was very small, far less than in previous years. Of course, even if there were only a few big cats and small cats left from the Spirit Temple in Tiandu City, they would still be pulled over to serve as judges. This was not because of the power of the Spirit Temple, but because the Spirit Temple was the CO organizer of the Soul Master competition and was qualified to participate in the judging. In order to ensure the fairness of the competition, people from the Spirit Temple must be present. With more than half an hour left before the scheduled start time, a group of participating teams arrived at the venue one after another. End of this chapter. 179 Chapter 179 Promotion Tournament. 179. There are 15 teams participating in the promotion tournament, 7 groups every day, 1 team will be on bye, and 14 rounds of competition will be held. The teams of the 7 groups in the first round of the promotion tournament had already been decided by drawing lots last night. The Blazing Fire team did not draw a bye, and its opponent was one of the 2 participating teams from the Sylphs Kingdom, the Alien Beast Academy team, which was ranked 4th among the 7 groups today. Looking around, Mu Yang found that the overall strength of the participating academy teams from the 5 kingdoms and principalities was still far behind that of the Element Academy. Not to mention the Blazing Fire, Tian Shui and Divine Wind Academy teams, which were overpowered. The Thunder Academy team alone was more than 1 level better than these academies. For example, the Alien Beast Academy team, which was the first round opponent of the Blazing Fire team, had only 1 4-ring Soul Lord in the team, and the rest were all 3-ring Soul Lords. It's not just the Beast Academy team, the rest of the teams are similar. Even the Botanical Academy team, which has the strongest overall strength, has only 3 4-ring Soul Masters. For example, the Elephant Armor Academy team, which failed to qualify in the Tiandu Division qualifiers, would definitely be a king-level team if it were placed among the 5 kingdoms and principalities. If nothing unexpected happens, the top 5 rankings in the Tiandu Division promotion match should be exactly the same as the previous qualifiers. Boss, our opponent is the Blazing Fire team, how about we? In the Beast Academy team, a thin young man said to his burly captain. All of a sudden, everyone in the Beast Academy team looked at the thin young man. Although the thin young man didn't finish his words, they all understood. Humph, why are you so spineless? Without waiting for the team captain to speak, Meng Yuran, the team vice captain, snorted coldly and said angrily. I I heard that this year's Blazing Fire team is unusual. The soul power level of the main players all starts at level 40, and there are 3 5-ring soul kings in the team. We have no chance of winning. The thin young man shrank his neck, but still explained. Hearing this, everyone in the alien beast team fell silent. All the main players are above level 40, and there are 3 5-ring soul kings. Even if Mu Yang, the food-type soul king, is excluded, the Blazing Fire team can still send out a lineup of 2 soul kings and 5 soul masters. With such strength, what can the alien beast team do? Even if the opponent uses Hua Wushuan or Hua Wu as the starting player, their alien beast academy team will most likely be outnumbered by 7 and shaved bald. After a long silence, the burly captain sighed and said, "Try to be decent. After all, this is our first game in the promotion match. It would be unlucky to surrender directly. If this was the second round or subsequent games, when the enemy was strong and we were weak, and the gap was huge, and the Beast Academy would definitely surrender directly. But this was their first game in the promotion match, and surrendering at the beginning was undoubtedly too unlucky. Even if they lost, they couldn't lose too badly." Half an hour later, Emperor Shuiye stood up from the VIP seat and said loudly through the Soul Guide, "I declare that the promotion match of the Tiandu division has officially begun. In the next 14 days, I hope that the teams of each academy can fully exert their own strength and show the style that Soul Masters should have. Long live, long live, long live." When Emperor Shuiye finished speaking, the royal knights surrounding the outer side of the school field raised their lances and shouted like a landslide and tsunami. Soon, the first match began. The first team to appear was the Kamikaze Academy team. Their opponent was the Barak Academy team from the Barak Kingdom. The match was very fast. Once there was a qualitative difference in strength between soul masters, the victory or defeat was often decided in an instant. Who had better soul skills would win. Stronger, with a higher soul power level, it is easy to defeat the opponent. After all, in a one-on-one match, there can be no martial soul fusion skills. Everything depends on one's own strength. There are very few people with special trump cards. The Kamikaze team did not give the Barak team face. They were very rude and threw the king bomb at the beginning. The first player to play was the captain Feng Xiaotian. Facing Feng Xiaotian, the 5-ring strong attack system War Soul King, the Baraka team, whose soul power level is only the first to enter the 4th ring, can be described as no ability to fight back. In just 10 minutes, Feng Xiaotian ended the game with absolute strength, completed a 1-on-7, and shaved the Barak Academy team bald. And the 10 minutes to decide the outcome also counted the playing time of the Barak team members and the game preparation time. If only the battle time is counted, Feng Xiaotian took less than 3 minutes to solve the 7 opponents. Time passed slowly, and the 3 groups of games ended. It was the turn of the Blazing Academy to fight against the Beast Academy. "Captain, come on!" The game was about to start, and everyone in the Beast Academy cheered for their captain. Without any lofty words, the burly captain of the Beast team just nodded silently and walked slowly into the arena. Unlike ordinary teams, the order of appearance of the 7 members of the Beast team was determined from strong to weak. There was no other reason, just to avoid losing too badly. In the eyes of the Beast team, if the Blazing team, like the Divine Wind team, used the 5-ring level Hua Wu or Hua Wushuan as the starting lineup, then no matter how their appearance order was arranged, the Beast team would have to be shaved bald. After all, a Soul Sect and 6 Soul Lords would definitely not be the opponents of the 5-ring Soul King in a round-robin battle. But if the Blazing team did not use the 5-ring Soul King as the starting lineup, then their chances of winning 1 or 2 victories would undoubtedly be much greater. Since the outcome was destined to be a loss, they naturally had to strive to lose more decently. Soon, when the captain of the Beast team saw that the starting player of the Blazing Fire team was neither Hua Wu nor Hua Wushuan, nor even a 4-ringed Soul Master, but a 3-ringed Soul Master, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. 4 rings against 3 rings, the advantage is mine. Let alone anything else, at least his own Beast team will not be shaved bald. Not only the burly captain who played, but also the people who did not play in the Beast team also breathed a sigh of relief, and even the leader of the Beast Academy secretly thanked the Blazing Fire Academy. There is no doubt that the Blazing Fire Academy has the strength to shave them bald, which can be seen from the match between the first group of Shenfeng Academy and Barak Academy. The Blazing Fire team is stronger than the Shenfeng team, and the Barak Academy is stronger than the Beast Academy. The Shenfeng team can shave the Barak team, so the Blazing Fire team can naturally shave the Beast team. But the Blazing Fire team didn't do that, which undoubtedly reflects the good style of being an Imperial Elemental Academy. Tisk, they have strength but are not aggressive, they deserve to be one of the top advanced Soul Master Academies on the continent. End of this chapter. 180 Chapter 180 Can Brother King He teach me? 180. Thanks to the courtesy of the Blazing Fire team, the first player to play was the defensive Soul Master Huo Yu, followed by the two auxiliary combat Soul Masters Huo Chui and Huo Jun, and then the serious combat Soul Masters. Therefore, although the Alien Beast team lost, it was not a bad loss. The captain of the Alien Beast team, who was at the 4th ring level, defeated Huo Yu and tied with Huo Chui. After that, 6 players at the 3rd ring level took turns to play and defeated Huo Jun, who was not strong enough in soul power, again. They were defeated by Huo Lai, and the final result was the elimination of 3 players from the Blazing Fire team. The fact that the Beast Academy was able to achieve this result, regardless of whether it was due to the Blazing Academy's deliberate letting of the opponent, or the example of a certain academy being shaved bald by the Element Academy, is worthy of praise. After the match with the Beast Academy team, Huo Lin, who was just a soy sauce player in the Blazing team, found his place. In fighting spirits, injuries are inevitable. Huo Lin, who was level 35 at the time, was able to become a member of the Blazing team because he was a healing spirit master. Otherwise, there would not be too many students in the Blazing Academy who were better than him in terms of strength level. Of course, Mu Yang could also play the role of a healing spirit master with his second spirit skill, Orange Jade Blood Replenishing Ginseng, but there must be some opportunities for teammates to perform, right? In less than 2 hours, the 7 groups of the first round of the promotion match were over. Except for the Thunder Academy team, which was lucky enough to draw a bye and had a bye in today's match, all the teams that qualified from the Tiandu Division qualifiers won the first round without any surprise. Especially the Kamikaze team, which achieved the glorious achievement of being the first to shave the opponent's head bald in the promotion match of this Soul Master competition. Barrack College. It should be said that in the 3 stages of the competition, namely the preliminaries, promotions, and finals, the most likely conflict between the participating college teams is in the promotion match. There is no other reason. For example, in the match between Kamikaze College and Barrack College, due to the qualitative gap in strength, the Kamikaze team shaved the opponent's head bald. In this way, Kamikaze College is happy, but Barrack College, which was shaved bald, will cry. If the people in Barrack College are narrow-minded, it is not impossible to hate Kamikaze College. Of course, Kamikaze College does not care about this. The resentment of the weak is nothing. Although Barrack College's status in the Barrack Kingdom is equivalent to that of Tiandu Royal College in the Tiandu Empire, Barrack College after all, the academy is just an academy under the kingdom. Whether it is the faculty or the influence of the mainland Soul Master world, it is far inferior to the Shenfeng Academy, which is one of the elemental academies. How many Soul Masters have heard of the name of Barrack Academy outside the Barrack Kingdom? After the game, not long after returning, the camp where the Blazing Academy team stayed welcomed guests. Brother King He, Sr. Mu Yang stepped forward and greeted him, and welcomed the plastic brother Qian Rongxiu and the burly female guards behind her to the courtyard. Perhaps his potential caught Qian Rongxiu's eye. During the preliminaries and the previous 1-month rest period, Qian Rongxiu had looked for him many times. Although Qian Rongxiu did not strongly ask him to join the Tiandu Empire, her words revealed that, "Follow me, there is a great future." Therefore, Mu Yang was not too surprised that he came to visit this time. After making some tea, the two sat on the stone bench in the courtyard and chatted. After a long while, Qian Rongxiu started talking about business. "My dear brother, you should be careful in the future." "What do you mean?" Raising his eyebrows, Mu Yang asked curiously. Qian Rongxiu said solemnly, "The Soul Master competition is hosted by the 2 empires and organized by the Spirit Hall. Therefore, the finals of the Soul Master competition are prepared by the 3 parties in turn, and the venue of the finals will be changed in turn between Tiandu City, Xingluo City, and Wuhan City. My dear brother, you may not know that the finals of this Soul Master competition were originally prepared by the Xingluo Empire, and the venue of the finals was Xingluo City. But something happened to the Spirit Hall. I don't know at what price, they got the right to host the finals from the Xingluo Empire. The venue of the finals of this competition was temporarily changed from Xingluo City to Wuhan City." Hearing this, Mu Yang pretended to think for a moment and asked, "Could this be a trap for Haoshan Douluo?" In the middle of the preliminaries, the Spirit Hall sent someone to assassinate Tang San, and Haoshan Douluo and Tang San were suspected to be father and son. That night, they directly smashed the Tiandu Spirit Hall temple. Now the Spirit Hall has changed the venue of the finals to the base camp should be preparing to keep Haoshan Douluo, right? But then again, what does the Spirit Hall's targeting of Haoshan Douluo and Tang San have to do with me? Qian Rongxiu shook her head, that's wrong. My dear brother, you and Bing'er are so talented, and you are not from the Spirit Hall, so you will inevitably be regarded as a potential threat by the Spirit Hall. If Haoshan Douluo hadn't destroyed the holy temple of the Spirit Hall would probably not have taken real action. After all, they also need to consider the impact. But with this prerequisite, the Spirit Hall will definitely send strong people to harm Haoshan Douluo, and it is very likely that they will steal the sheep and wipe out my dear brother and sister as one of the targets. Can you please teach me this, Brother King He? After hesitating for a moment, Mu Yang asked sincerely. Qian Rongxiu's words are not without reason. Tang Hao is quite strong. If the Spirit Hall really wants to ambush Tang Hao, there must be a supporting elder, or even more than one. And if the Spirit Hall really wants to take action, with the current strength of its 3 big men, it is not certain that they can protect him. But this matter is not without a solution. One is to withdraw from the Soul Master competition and not participate in the subsequent finals. But in the same way, if the Spirit Hall really regards him and Shui Bing'er and others as threats, it is useless to not participate, unless they hide and practice, and wait until they have divine skills and are invincible before coming out. As for the second one, since you, Qian Rongxiu, have come to the door and said so, it means that at least you will not regard me as a threat. I, Mu Yang, am close to the daughter of the Spirit Hall Pope Bibi Dong, the granddaughter of the great supporter Qian Douluo, the only contemporary heir of the angel family, and the young master of the Spirit Hall. It is a bit unreasonable for you to regard me as a potential threat in the Spirit Hall, right? Coincidentally, Qian Rongxiu has a dual identity. In the eyes of Bibi Dong and Qian Douluo, since he is close to Qian Rongxiu, he is undoubtedly a friend of the Spirit Hall. Since he is a friend, there is no need to say more, at least he will not have the idea of directly eliminating him. In the eyes of Emperor Shui Yat, since he is close to Shui King He is naturally a teammate of the Heaven Do Empire. In Mu Yang's own opinion, as long as the Spirit Hall is not hostile to him, it is nothing to be a friend of the Heaven Do Empire. If he becomes more powerful in the future and is no longer afraid of the Spirit Hall, Qian Rongxiu's identity as the young master of the Spirit Hall is also exposed. Knowing that his good brother Shui King He has deceived his feelings, it is understandable that he is neither close to the Spirit Hall nor to the Heaven Do Empire. End of this chapter. 181 Chapter 181 Battle against Shrek. 181. Brother, don't worry too much. Although the Spirit Hall is indeed powerful in terms of Soul Master strength, this does not mean that the Spirit Hall can act recklessly. After the qualifying round, I will also go to the Spirit City to represent the Heaven Do Empire in the judging of the finals. When we are together, the Spirit Hall will definitely not dare to act recklessly. Qian Rongxiu said in a relaxed tone. With her good elder brother here, how can she not protect her good brother? All the elders in the worship hall know that Shui King He is her. At that time, she will scare Mu Yang first, and when the critical moment comes, she, the good elder brother, will step forward and protect Mu Yang behind her, which is just right to harvest a wave of goodwill. Anyway, on the surface, it is understandable that the elders of the Spirit Hall are afraid of the subsequent impact and dare not take action against her, the Crown Prince of the Heaven Do Empire. That would be great. Mu Yang pretended to be satisfied, said with a happy face, looking like he had really found a backer. After chatting for a long time, Qian Rongxiu and the others said goodbye. Xiao Yang, the Tiandu Empire and the Spirit Hall seem to be at odds with each other. Are you going to stand on the side of the Tiandu Empire in the future? After Qian Rongxiu left, Huo Wu asked Mu Yang. Sister, you don't understand. Mu Yang smiled and shook his head. If it was the real Shui King he would definitely ignore it, but Qian Rongxiu was different. Qian Rongxiu was destined to inherit the angel godhood, but he might not be able to pass the godhood assessment and inherit the godhood before Qian Rongxiu became a god. In this way, it was very necessary to build a good relationship with Qian Rongxiu in advance. He himself had no big grudge against the Spirit Hall. Even if he had a conflict with the Spirit Hall because of Sarath before, he had already retaliated now, and the culprit was dead, so he had to remember it all the time. If the future god exam is not smooth, before he becomes a god, the Spirit Hall unified the continent with Jianrongxiu, who ascended to the position of angel god. Then under the premise of this relationship, it will definitely not be a problem to preserve itself and the academy. It can be said that making friends with Xue Qinghe, who is disguised as Jianrongxiu, is a guarantee in advance. I don't understand? You are close to the Tiandu Empire, and the Spirit Hall is probably fine. Huo Wu was about to remind Mu Yang to make friends with the Tiandu Empire and what impact it would have after the position was clear, but she thought about it and thought that even she could think of this, so Mu Yang would definitely not fail to think of it, so she didn't say much. Well, I know the importance. Mu Yang nodded. The Blazing Academy was lucky and got a bye in the second round of the promotion match. Therefore, the Blazing team did not need to play on the second day of the promotion match. After the second round of the game, the representatives of each academy drew lots, and the list of opponents for the third round was released. The opponent of Blazing Academy in this round was not another academy, but Shrek. After the draw results were released, Mu Yang noticed that the Shrek team did not seem to give up, and even Tang San looked at Huo Wu and Huo Wuxuan with a look of surprise. In the middle, full of fighting spirit. 3 soul sects, 4 soul lords, I want to see where you, Tang San, get the confidence. Mu Yang couldn't help thinking to himself. This is not because Mu Yang is overconfident, but because he is realistic. The strongest lineup of the Shrek team is only 3 soul sects plus 4 soul lords. With such strength, how can they be the opponent of the Blazing Fire team? If the Blazing Fire team starts with Huo Wu or Huo Wuxuan, then it is not impossible for Shrek Academy to be shaved bald. You know, no matter whether it is Huo Wuxuan or Huo Wu, it is not he is an ordinary 5-ring soul master. Not only does his soul power level reach 59th level Soul King, but his qualities in all aspects are much stronger than those of soul masters of the same level. With his powerful martial soul, super soul ring configuration, and various mysterious secrets, Huo Wuxuan's strength is enough to match that of an ordinary strong attack system soul emperor who has just entered the 6th ring. And Huo Wu is even more powerful, and her strength is even higher than Huo Wuxuan. With her unique talent, ring fusion, her attack soul skills can definitely burst out with the power of the 7th ring level. With such strength, what can the Shrek team do to stop him? Even if Tang Wu, who has the luck, 3 is not good either. Tang San will be completely suppressed by the restraint of Fire Spirit Masters on Plant Spirit Masters. The disadvantages in martial spirit and level, no matter how rich Tang San's combat experience is, no matter how skilled he is in Tang Sect's secret techniques, he cannot make up for the huge gap between the two sides. The next morning, the big parade ground. The first 2 groups matches were over quickly, and it was the turn of the third group, Blazing Fire Academy vs Shrek Academy. The referee said loudly, the third round of the promotion match, Blazing Fire Academy vs Shrek Academy, please send the first player of the team to the field. Hearing the voice, Huo Yu of the Blazing team and a young man with a slightly cold aura from the Shrek team walked onto the field. Although the opponent was the main character in the original novel, Mu Yang did not change the order of appearance of the Blazing team members, and still used the order from weak to strong that was originally set. Because the last player to appear in the Blazing team today was not Huo Wuxuan, but the stronger Huo Wu. In the first battle between the two teams, from Mu Yang's point of view, Huo Yu and Shrek's Jingling were a fight between novices. The former's martial soul was the Flame Demon Rhino, a defensive soul master, and the latter's martial soul was the skeleton, who took the agile attack route. It is said that if you defend for too long, you will lose. Defense against agile attack, Huo Yu, who is on the defensive side, should be at a disadvantage. But the fact is not so. Huo Yu's Flame Demon Rhino martial soul is better than Jingling's, and his soul power level is several levels higher, even the soul ring configuration is stronger. Combined with various factors, Huo Yu relied on his own defensive advantage to suppress the opponent. 3 minutes later, Huo Yu seized the opponent's flaw and used the first soul skill of the charge type to push Jingling out of the white circle, ending the first battle. In the second game, Shrek played Tai Long. The thick-skinned rhino faced the powerful gorilla, and both sides had the same soul power level, both were level 39 soul masters. The two punched each other and fought very lively. However, Huo Yu finally lost to Tai Long because of the previous battle and his lack of soul power. But with the second player of the Blazing Fire team on the field, the Shrek team suffered a double defeat. Although the second player Huakui was positioned as an auxiliary in the team, his auxiliary was a bit unorthodox. While his soul skills had an auxiliary effect, he also had a good combat ability. In addition, the soul power level has entered the 4th ring, which has opened up a qualitative gap with the opponent. Huakaui, who came on the field for the 2nd time, defeated Tailong and Zhu Zuqing, who came on the field later. However, in the end, he also lost to Ma Hongjun, who had the advantage of flying because of his insufficient soul power. Soon, a few minutes passed, and the situation became more and more unfavorable for the Shrek team. End of this chapter. 182 Chapter 182 3 Axes. 182. After defeating Huoyu, Huakaui, and Huojun in succession, the Shrek team only had Tang San and Dai Mubai, who had not yet played, and Xiao Wu, who was already on the field. On the other hand, the Blazing Fire team still had 4 people who had not yet played, and the remaining ones were all stronger and tougher. The disadvantage of their own team was very obvious. Whether it was Tang San and Dai Mubai who had not yet played, or Xiao Wu on the field, their expressions were all very solemn. Then, at the signal of the referee, the Blazing Fire team sent the 4th player to play. Fire Leopard, possess. With a low shout, Huo Lai's body flashed with red light, and the beast martial spirit Fire Leopard possessed him. His muscles swelled, his hands turned into leopard claws, and 4 yellow and purple soul rings bloomed. The game begins. With the referee's order, the battle started again. 3rd soul skill, 7-star flame explosion. At the moment of the opening, Huo Lai, who wanted to fight quickly, activated the 3rd soul skill to gain the first-hand advantage. It's just that Huo Lai moved quickly, but Xiao Wu moved faster. 2nd soul skill, charm. At the same time when Huo Lai activated the 3rd soul skill of the 1000-year-old, Xiao Wu's 2nd soul ring lit up, and a pink light flashed in her eyes. Invisible mental power surged out and instantly descended on Huo Lai's sea of consciousness. Both of them are 4-ring soul masters. One activated the 1000-year soul skill, and the other activated the 100-year soul skill. Naturally, Xiao Wu's soul skill is released faster. After all, for attack-type soul skills, the older they are, the more difficult it is to release them instantly, and they need a longer release time. For example, there is basically no title Douluo who can instantly use the 9th powerful attack soul skill in the world, and there is a long or short pre-swing. The mental power invaded the sea of consciousness, and in an instant, Huo Lai's body stagnated, his face turned pale, and he was stunned on the spot. The soul skill was forcibly interrupted during the activation process, and Huo Lai suffered a little backlash. However, for Huo Lai at the moment, a little backlash is nothing. What is more fatal is that he was restricted by Xiao Wu's mental control soul skill in a one-on-one battle. From the perspective of soul power level, Xiao Wu and Huo Lai are the same, both are level 42 soul masters. But there is no doubt that in terms of mental power, even if there is no special method of mental power cultivation, Xiao Wu, who is a 100,000-year-old soft-bone rabbit, is still stronger than Huo Lai, whose martial soul is a fire leopard. In the competition of mental power, Huo Lai is naturally not an opponent. Shua. Unexpectedly, Xiao Wu succeeded in one move. She stepped on the ground and jumped out quickly. The competition venue with a diameter of 100 meters was not too big. The two were not standing at the edge of the competition venue. They were only 40 to 50 meters apart. The speed of the 4-ring soul master was not slow. Before Huo Lai could get rid of the control of the charm soul skill, Xiao Wu, who jumped out at high speed, came in front of Huo Lai. First soul skill, waist bow. With a delicate cry, Xiao Wu, who had used an amplification soul skill, jumped out with her right leg and kicked Huo Lai's waist. Then she used the famous skill of the rogue rabbit, the 8-section throw, showing the many spectators what is called soft and cute violent aesthetics. When Huo Lai got rid of the control of the charm soul skill, he felt that he was in mid-air. While the whistling sound echoed in his ears, his neck seemed to be entangled by something. The next moment, the spectators heard a boom and saw Huo Lai being thrown to the playing field like a broken sack by Xiao Wu, who hooked his neck with her legs and threw him hard, splashing a large cloud of dust. The unexpected fall made Huo Lai, who had just escaped from the control of the charming soul skill, dizzy, with stars in his eyes, and his whole body seemed to be falling apart, temporarily losing the ability to resist. And chasing and attacking opponents who have lost their ability to resist is Xiao Wu's specialty. Boom boom boom. After 7 consecutive hits, Xiao Wu did not hook Huo Lai and throw him to the playing field on the 8th time, but turned her legs and threw Huo Lai outside the white circle. According to the rules of the competition, once a contestant touches the ground outside the white circle, it is equivalent to elimination. With a boom sound, Huo Lai fell heavily outside the white circle. After more than 10 seconds of rest, he shook his head and climbed up tremblingly. Please send the 5th contestant to the Blazing Fire team. Seeing Xiao Wu eliminated Huo Lai neatly, the referee announced loudly. After defeating an opponent again, Xiao Wu temporarily put aside her fear of the Blazing Fire team and raised her head proudly. Facing the powerful Blazing Fire team, Shrek did not vote for a reason. Flanders, Lu Erlong and others can see that except for the 2 3-ring substitutes and Mu Yang, Huo Wushuan, the remaining 5 fire hammers have advanced to the 4th ring in soul power, but they are all just entering. As the first 4-ring soul sect, with little difference in soul power level, the 5 non-spiritual fire hammers can't resist Xiao Wu's charming soul skills. Once she succeeded, Xiao Wu immediately rushed forward and threw her opponent with an 8-section throw. Out of the competition venue, it is easy to win the battle. It can be said that as long as this tactic is used well, Xiao Wu can at least eliminate 2 or 3 4-ring level opponents. In this way, even if the Shrek team loses, it will not be too ugly, and it can even play a good battle-loss ratio. Obviously, this tactic was successful. Only by using the 1st and 2nd soul skills, plus a self-created soul skill, Xiao Wu eliminated Huo Lai, whose level is not lower than her own, without much soul power consumption. Tisk, so miserable. Looking at Huo Lai who got up with difficulty, Mu Yang sighed inwardly. But don't say that, although Huo Lai fell badly and was bruised and swollen, he was not seriously injured. After all, the physique of a soul master is not comparable to that of an ordinary person, and the higher the soul power level, the stronger the physique, not to mention that as a beast martial soul master, when the martial soul is attached, the ability to resist attacks is stronger than most weapon soul masters of the same level. Similarly, the lack of a one-hit kill method is also one of Xiao Wu's biggest shortcomings. It's okay to play in fighting soul competitions, but if you really encounter a life and death battle, Xiao Wu, as a 100,000-year-old transformed soul beast, is obviously weaker than other outstanding soul masters of the same level. Of course, in terms of life-saving ability, Xiao Wu, who has 2 great magic skills of teleportation and invincible golden body, is also in existence that many talented soul masters can't catch up with. Then, the 5th member of the Blazing Fire team, Huoyun, came on the field. Soon, the same routine was applied to Huoyun by Xiao Wu. As a flying soul master of the agile attack system, Huoyun, who lacks defensive soul skills, is no different from Huoli, and neither of them can block Xiao Wu's 3-axe attack. After all, for fighting soul competitions that change almost instantly and have a limited field range, a few seconds of distraction or stagnation is the key to determining victory or defeat. End of this chapter. 183 Chapter 183 Is that enough? That's enough, then go down. 183. Seeing Xiao Wu eliminate another player from the Blazing Fire team, the loss ratio of the 2 teams was reversed, with Shrek having 3 players left and the opponent Blazing Fire team having only 2 players left. Tang San and Dai Mu Bai outside the court couldn't help but show hope in their eyes. Try harder, maybe there will be a chance to win? Mu Yang, one of the 3 great illusions in life, I can kill back. At this time, Huo Yu, the original 6th player of the Blazing Fire team, was ready to play. Wait. Huo Wu called Huo Yu, then turned to Mu Yang and said, Xiao Yang, change players, it's not good to lose too much. Huo Yu is Huo Yun's twin brother. The 2 brothers are not much different in strength, and Huo Yu is even slightly weaker. Since Huo Yun can't stand Xiao Wu's 3-axe attack, then Huo Yu certainly can't stand it either. Xiao Wu has defeated Huo Jun, Huo Lai and Huo Yun in the arena. Huo Jun was fine at first, as he had already fought a match before Xiao Wu. In addition, his Mars spirit can fight and assist, so his fighting ability is definitely not as strong as that of a serious spirit master. It is not surprising that he lost to Xiao Wu. But Huo Lai and Huo Yun who came on the field later, no matter what tactics Xiao Wu used, were beaten without any chance to fight back. If Xiao Wu defeated Huo Yu again, after losing so many times in a row, the face of Shuo Academy would be somewhat lost. Okay, who will go up? As he said, Mu Yang's eyes fell on Huo Wu and Huo Wushuan. Brother, you go up. Glancing at Xiao Wu on the field, Huo Wu nudged Huo Wushuan by her side with her elbow. Since everyone's name has Wu, your sister Huo Wu will not bully you. Huo Wushuan nodded and walked onto the field. Seeing the ace of the blazing fire team on the field, Xiao Wu, who was carrying the power of victory, immediately restrained the smugness on her face and became serious. In a battle of the same level, Xiao Wu believed that there were few soul masters in the mainland soul master world who could withstand her three-axe tactics on the field, but the premise was that they were fighting at the same level, and Hua Wushuan, who was at the level of a five-ring soul king, was obviously not one of them. Before the game, her godmother Lu Erlong had also reminded her that the three soul kings of the blazing fire team were not just as simple as entering the five rings. When facing these three people, her three-axe tactics could not be used. After all, the higher the soul power level of a soul master, the stronger the mental power. Although her mental power level exceeded that of most soul masters of the same level, it was definitely not as good as Hua Wushuan at the five-ring level. When the enemy was strong and I was weak, her charming soul skill was used, and the consequence was not that Hua Wushuan fell into a controlled state, but that she herself suffered mental backlash. The game begins. The referee gave the order and the game began. At the moment of the opening, Hua Wushuan, who was possessed by the red flame crystal dragon martial spirit, did not move, but raised his right arm that turned into a red dragon claw and hooked his claw towards Xiao Wu on the opposite side. In Hua Wushuan's view, he was a 59th level soul king, while Xiao Wu was only a 42nd level soul sect. Since Xiao Wu looked several years younger than him, he let her make the first move. Hua Wushuan's hooked claw was modest, and in Xiao Wu's eyes, it naturally became "You weak chicken, big brother, I will let you have a few moves first, so as not to say that I bully you." Damn it, a dragon swimming in shallow water is bullied by shrimps, a tiger in the plain is bullied by dogs. Thinking back to the past, a mere five-ring soul king would not be taken seriously by your sister Xiao Wu. Clenching her fists, Xiao Wu thought indignantly. Humph. Shaking her head, Xiao Wu threw out the idea of how powerful she was in the past. She snorted coldly, stepped on the ground, and suddenly rushed towards Hua Wushuan. Ha! The second soul skill, red flame crystal cover. With a chuckle, Hua Wushuan's second soul ring shone, red light emerged, and a spherical red transparent light cover covering the whole body condensed from the surface of the body. Then he crossed his arms across his chest and waited quietly for Xiao Wu to start her performance. Seeing Hua Wushuan use the defensive soul skill, Xiao Wu, who was charging, couldn't help but stagnate. It seems that this game can't be won at all. First soul skill, waist bow, attribute amplification soul skill, which amplifies the strength and flexibility of the waist. Second soul skill, charm, mental control soul skill. Third soul skill, teleportation, space displacement soul skill. Fourth soul skill, invincible golden body, defensive soul skill. Well, although she is a four-ring strong attack soul master, Xiao Wu, who has no strong attack soul skills, only has fist and foot attack in her own soul skill, 8-segment throw. Fist and foot attack will definitely not break Hua Wushuan's shield, and if she can't break his shield, she can't use the 8-segment throw. After all, such a big spherical shield, soft skills can't be used at all. And if she can't use the 8-segment throw, then she certainly can't do anything to Hua Wushuan. You said you are a strong attack soul master with a dragon martial soul, and your martial soul looks no worse than the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. It's just a different attribute. What kind of defensive soul skill is this? Can't you just go for the pure offensive route? Now you have nowhere to complain. Although she thought so, Xiao Wu didn't stop right away. After all, the game has already started. If she gives up, where will Xiao Wu's face be? The head can be cut off, the blood can flow, but the hairstyle and face cannot be lost. Bang! Rushing in front of Hua Wushuan, Xiao Wu's long legs bounced, and a mid-air kick landed on the red light shield condensed on Hua Wushuan's body, making a muffled sound. As expected, this flying kick failed to defeat the defensive soul skill activated by the five-ring Soul King, and even failed to repel Hua Wushuan. The bodybuilding skill, Sun Body Refining, was not practiced in vain. Hua Wushuan had an amazing physique, and his physical fitness increased again after the possession of the red flame crystal dragon martial soul. Hua Wushuan easily blocked the impact of Xiao Wu's kick. Bang bang bang! After failing to succeed in one move, Xiao Wu was not completely discouraged. A pair of white fists fell on Hua Wushuan's red light shield like raindrops, and a series of collisions sounded. Enough? Enough, then go down. After a while, Hua Wushuan, who had taken Xiao Wu's 20 punches with his defensive spirit skills, said calmly. Hearing this, Xiao Wu's body stagnated, her face turned pale and she stopped the action in her hands, and even the pair of rabbit ears that were originally upright on her head drooped down. This is really too depressing. Too depressing for rabbits. There is no doubt that for a fighting spirit master, the most painful thing about fighting spirit is that one's attacks can only scratch the opponent and cannot cause any substantial damage. And facing Hua Wushuan now, she is in such a situation. Staring at Hua Wushuan for 3 seconds, Xiao Wu twitched her mouth, and finally lowered her head and turned to walk out of the arena. Humph, human with fish lips, I will let you do it once for now. In the future, when my rabbit soul power is fully developed, I will make you respectfully call me Sister Xiaowu. End of this chapter. 184 Chapter 184 Dai Mubai was killed instantly. 184. Please send the 6th player from Shrek Academy. The winner was decided, the referee announced. Come on, boss Dai. Outside the court, Tang San encouraged Dai Mubai. Yet. Dai Mubai, feeling timid, nodded calmly and walked onto the field. The opponent was a 5-ring soul king, and he was not a weakling with a weak martial soul and soul rings of white, yellow, yellow, purple, and purple, but a genius with a strong martial soul and soul rings of yellow, yellow, purple, black, and black. He was just a level 42 soul master, and the level gap was at least 10 levels. What could he use to fight? But the game had come to this point, and he was not allowed to retreat and admit defeat, so he had to bite the bullet. Anyway, this was a soul master competition, and the worst result was just a beating, so there was no need to worry about endangering his life. Not long after, when Dai Mubai came on the field, Hua Wushuan asked curiously, I remember your name is Dai Mubai, right? The white tiger is the inherited martial soul unique to the royal family of the Xingluo Empire. How come you, a Xingluo person, came to my Tiandu Empire to participate in the soul master competition? Hearing this, Dai Mubai's face froze, and his face darkened visibly. The past is too painful to look back on. To ease the embarrassment, Dai Mubai said in a tough tone, no need to talk nonsense, let's see the truth with our hands. Hearing Dai Mubai's tough tone, Hua Wushuan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. This young man, his soul power level is not high, but his temper is quite arrogant. Is it because of his status as a member of the Xingluo royal family that he is used to being arrogant, or is this guy hiding some powerful trump card? Thinking of this, Hua Wushuan became more alert. He can ignore ordinary 4-ring soul masters, but if it is a special 4-ring soul master, he can't be arrogant, otherwise it is not impossible to overturn. For example, his sister Hua Wu, relying on her innate ability, Fusion Ring, even if her level is only 4 rings, she can burst out the attack power of a 6-ring Battle Soul Emperor. For example, Mu Yang, when his level entered the 4th ring, relied on his powerful mental power and spiritual secrets to deal with ordinary 6-ring Soul Emperors. It was as easy as cutting melons and vegetables, so don't be careless. Soon, the game started. 3rd Soul Skill, White Tiger Vajra Transformation. With a loud shout, the 3rd soul ring on his body flashed, and Dai Mubai, who was possessed by the White Tiger martial soul, burst into tears. His muscles swelled, and black tiger stripes appeared. His momentum soared. 4th Soul Skill, White Tiger Meteor Shower. With the attribute Amplification Soul Skill, Dai Mubai's move was a big move. With the flash of the 4th soul ring, countless fist-sized golden light balls suddenly condensed with him as the center, and then streaked across the sky like a meteor shower, falling directly towards Hua Wushuan. 5th Soul Skill, Red Flame Dragon Break. Hua Wushuan's face was calm, the 5th soul ring flashed, and the surging red soul power surged. A red dragon phantom burning with dragon fire and extremely majestic rose into the air behind him, and then met the incoming golden meteor shower with lightning speed. Puff 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 dash. Accompanied by dense strange noises, under Dai Mubai's shocked eyes, the large number of golden light balls condensed by his 4th soul skill, White Tiger Meteor Shower, were crushed by the rampaging red dragon like bubbles that burst with a poke. What shocked Dai Mubai even more was that after crushing the White Tiger Meteor Shower, the red dragon, whose power had slightly decreased, was enlarging in his sight at a very fast speed. No. Feeling the terrifying power of the red dragon, Dai Mubai seemed to smell the breath of death, and his legs became weak with fear, and he shouted with horror. Fortunately, Hua Wushuan did not mean to kill Dai Mubai. When the red dragon rushed to Dai Mubai less than 3 meters away, under the guidance of Hua Wushuan, the dragon head tilted up, the dragon tail swung, and almost stuck to Dai Mubai and flew up to a height of 100 meters. Boom! A violent roar sounded, and the red dragon exploded, turning into a huge fireball in the air. Bang! The strong energy explosion in the air brought a shock wave, which quickly spread to the stadium below. Although the shock wave had lost its lethality after being weakened by a distance of 100 meters, it could only be regarded as a gust of wind at most, but it still blew down Dai Mubai, who was already frightened and his legs were weak, and he fell directly on his buttocks. That's it. Seeing this, Hua Washuan curled his lips in disdain. Dai Mubai's tone was so hard before, and he thought he was a tough guy, but he didn't expect that he was just a show-off, which inevitably made him a little disappointed. Please leave the field if you lose. At this time, the referee said loudly. Although Dai Mubai was not kicked out of the competition and did not admit defeat, anyone with a discerning eye could see that this was the result of Hua Washuan holding back, otherwise the red dragon would not have exploded in midair, but exploded with Dai Mubai as the center. With Dai Mubai's strength, he obviously could not stop the explosion of the red dragon. Therefore, the winner of this match was decided. After the match, the loser must leave the field as soon as possible, otherwise the subsequent matches cannot be carried out. After all, the promotion match is an individual elimination match, and it is not allowed for 2 or more students from one academy to appear on the field at the same time. Giving a hateful look at Hua Washuan who made him look ridiculous, Dai Mubai fled from the field. Soon, Shrek Academy sent out the 7th player, which was also the last player allowed by the rules of the competition, Tang San. The previous Dai Mubai was just a show-off. Your martial spirit is worse than his. Do you still want to compete? Hua Washuan asked Tang San. Hua Washuan doesn't think Tang San has the slightest chance of defeating him. You know, fire-attributed strong attack spirit masters are the most restrained by plant spirit masters. In addition, Tang San's martial spirit is the blue-silver grass, which is known as a useless martial spirit. With the power of the dragon fire he condensed, Tang San's blue-silver grass will definitely ignite at a touch. The gap is so huge that in Hua Washuan's opinion, there is no need to carry out this game. Although it is blue-silver grass, it also has infinite possibilities, and I also want to see the gap with the genius of the Spirit Master world. Tang San said seriously. Before the wings are hardened, Tang Fozu's attitude towards people who have not been labeled as the way to death by him is still acceptable. And Hua Washuan showed his master style in the previous battle with Xiao Wu. He has strong strength but did not act violently, which won the favor of Tang Fozu, a super sister control. Infinite possibilities? Yes, in my opinion, you are much better than Dai Mubai. Hua Washuan nodded and said approvingly. Obviously, Dai Mubai's tough words to ease the embarrassment, in Hua Washuan's eyes, were just this guy relying on his good family background to look down on the world. Of course, arrogance is not the point is that you are a weak chicken. How can you look down on the world? Don't you know that even the Star Luo Emperor has to treat any titled Douluo with courtesy? Well, although he is not a titled Douluo yet, he will be sooner or later. End of this chapter, 185. Chapter 185 Success or Failure 185. Soon, the game started, and Mu Yang, who was watching the game from the sidelines, cheered up. He wanted to see what Tang San, who took the control route and had lost the ability to avoid fire and whose soul power level was 17 levels lower, would do to deal with Hua Washuan. Will he take out a big hammer? Mu Yang couldn't help but think to himself. He really couldn't think of any other means that Tang San, who was forbidden to use hidden weapons in the arena, could threaten Hua Washuan, except taking out the Clear Sky Hammer and performing the Chaos Cloak Hammer technique. Of course, this possibility is not great. After all, Tang Hao had a big move not long ago. He not only killed the Platinum Bishop Sarath, but also smashed the Tiandu Holy Temple, which represented the Spirit Hall. If Tang San exposed the Clear Sky Hammer spirit, it would be too much hatred. Come on! Hua Washuan hooked his claws at Tang San. Take a deep breath. Tang San stepped on the ground, and performed the body movement secret skill, Ghost Shadow Mirage, leaving behind a trail of after-images, and rushed towards Hua Washuan like a ghost. Hua Washuan, who was showing the master style, just activated the second soul skill, Red Flame Crystal Cover, and then crossed his arms across his chest, quietly watching whether Tang San could have an outstanding performance. First soul skill, Entangle. In the blink of an eye, the distance between the two sides was shortened to more than 10 meters. Tang San's expression condensed, and the first soul ring around him shone. The blue-silver grass on the right palm instantly grew several blue-silver vines like spiritual pythons, sweeping towards Hua Wushuan. Tang San, eat my mother, entangle. Seeing that Tang San's first soul skill of 100 years was lit up, rather than showing any trump card, Hua Wushuan suddenly felt bored. Sure enough, trump cards are not something that any opponent has. They are all young people, so it is normal that they don't hide trump cards. However, just when Hua Wushuan was about to make a move to end Tang San, suddenly, a violent soul power fluctuation came out, and a brilliant cocky light appeared on Tang San's left arm. Soul Bone Skill, Earth Dragon Roar. Accompanied by the consumption of a large amount of soul power, a yellowish earth dragon phantom with short forelimbs, thick hind limbs, and a look similar to that of a Tyrannosaurus Rex suddenly appeared in the air behind Tang San, and then the huge dragon mouth opened, and the roaring sound waves that distorted the air instantly spread. 60,000 years of Earth Dragon left arm Soul Bone Skill, Earth Dragon Roar, a control Soul Bone Skill, forcibly stuns all opponents within the effect range of the Soul Bone Skill, and the specific duration of the stun effect depends on the strength of the mental power of both parties. Roar. Accompanied by a deafening beast roar, the roaring sound waves, with Tang San as the center, instantly enveloped an area of more than 70 meters. The unprepared Hua Wushuan, and even the spectators who were closer to the arena, instantly had a blank mind and were stunned in place. At the same time, the blue-silver vines derived from the entanglement soul skill released earlier just happened to entangle Hua Wushuan, giving the audience a rope art performance. The next moment, Tang San stepped on the ground, twisted his body, used his legs to lead his waist, used his waist to lead his arm, and swung his right arm violently, like a meteor hammer, throwing Hua Wushuan, who was bound by the other end of the blue-silver vine, out of the arena. From the two previous matches between Hua Wushuan and Xiaowu and Dai Mubai, Tang San could see that Hua Wushuan did not have the habit of killing his opponent instantly at the beginning, perhaps because he felt that he had a sure win. And this habit of Hua Wushuan gave him the basis for his unique tactics. Tang San's tactics were very simple, closing the distance between the two sides at the beginning and releasing the first soul skill, entanglement. With Hua Wushuan's 5-ring level strength, plus he is a fire attribute soul master, this soul skill itself does not pose any threat. Hua Wushuan will most likely not set fire to the blue-silver vines at the moment he releases his soul skill, but will wait until he is about to be on the body, or simply release the flame to burn the blue-silver vines after being bound. As long as Hua Wushuan didn't burn the vines at the moment he released his soul skills, he would stun Hua Wushuan with the 60,000-year-old Earth Dragon Roaring Soul Bone skill, and then take advantage of this opportunity to use the blue-silver vines as the ropes of the human meteor hammer to throw the temporarily dizzy Hua Wushuan out of the arena. In this way, he can accomplish something almost impossible, with his own strength as a 42-level blue-silver grass soul sect, defeat Hua Wushuan, who has a strong martial soul and a high level of 5 rings, in the arena. As for why he didn't release the Earth Dragon Roaring Soul Bone skill first, and then release the Entangling Soul skill? Tang San took into account that Hua Wushuan's soul power level was much higher than his own, and his 4th soul ring was also 10,000 years old, so his mental power was probably still higher than his own. Because the Earth Dragon Roaring was a large-scale control soul bone skill, the stun effect against a single target was not too strong. Tang San was worried that he could not control Hua Wushuan, who had a good mental power, for how long, so he adjusted the release order of the two skills to try to make it seamless. Facts have proved that his tactics are feasible and not just a fantasy. Although this tactic is basically only effective when used for the first time, he will definitely not be able to use it a second time when the Blazing team sends Hua Wu to the field, but it doesn't matter. Looking at the dozen teams in the promotion match, which team can beat the Blazing team to the last person left? Except for the Tian Shui team with 2 Soul Kings, Tang San doesn't think other teams have this possibility. No matter whether his tactics are dirty or not, and no matter whether the Blazing team let the water go before, winning is winning, losing is losing, and the results of the game are all real. He can defeat the 5th ring high-level Hua Wushuan with the strength of just entering the 4th ring, and the time is no more than 10 seconds. He, Tang San, is definitely the most handsome boy in the promotion match of the Tiandu division of this Soul Master competition. Tang Hufa, he. However, did Tang San's tactics really succeed? The tactic was indeed successfully implemented, but at the same time, it also failed to meet Tang San's expectations. Just as he was about to be thrown out of the arena, Hua Wushuan got rid of the dizziness in time and regained consciousness. Before being forced to be dizzy by the Earth Dragon Roaring Soul Bone skill, Huo Wushuan witnessed the appearance of the Earth Dragon Shadow, knowing that this must be Tang San's hidden trump card. Therefore, after getting rid of the dizziness control, Huo Wushuan immediately realized his current unfavorable situation. Third Soul Skill, Scarlet Flame Dragon Transformation. Without hesitation, Huo Wushuan's third soul ring shone, his muscles swelled, and his momentum soared. At the same time, a pair of dragon wings covered with fine red crystal scales suddenly condensed behind him. Then the dragon wings behind him fluttered, and seeing that he would be eliminated in the next second, Huo Wushuan, who was less than 2 meters away from the ground outside the arena, rushed into the air and flew back to the arena. What? Looking at Huo Wushuan who returned to the arena, Tang San widened his eyes and couldn't help exclaiming. How did you get rid of control so quickly? After a while, Tang San came to his senses and asked bitterly. End of this chapter. 186 Chapter 186 Stay away from him in the future. 186. At this moment, Tang San couldn't figure out why Huo Wushuan could get rid of the control of the Earth Dragon Roaring Soul Bone skill in such a short time. You know, before the competition started, in order to find out the specific effect of this Soul Bone skill, he specifically asked the teachers in the academy to test it. Although the Earth Dragon Roaring Soul Bone skill had almost no effect against the 3 7-ringed Battle Soul Saints, Flanders, Lu Erlong and Zhao Wuji, after all, this is not a single control skill, but a large-scale group control skill, and the effect against a single target is not ideal. But when the target was changed to Mr. Liu Kaiban, who was a control-type Soul Emperor at level 66, the stun time of the Earth Dragon Roaring Soul Bone skill was greatly extended, enough for him to complete the display of this tactic, and even had some margin. Unexpectedly, Huo Wushuan got rid of the stun control so quickly, that is to say, Huo Wushuan's mental strength is still above that of Mr. Liu Kaiban at level 66? Did he refine the precious head soul bone, or did Huo Wushuan also practice the secret method that can enhance his spiritual power like himself? You have 4 rings, I have 5 rings, using the weak to hit the strong, how long can you control me, isn't this normal? Huo Wushuan said as a matter of course. If Tang San was shocked at this time, then Huo Wushuan was secretly glad in his heart. Fortunately, he has not fallen behind in the practice of Taiyin refining spirit, and his spiritual power is not bad. He got rid of the dizziness control a second earlier, otherwise, even if he regained consciousness before landing, it would probably be too late to make a correct response at that time. Sure enough, what my little cousin said was right, there are people outside people, there are heavens outside heavens. If you want to avoid overturning, then you must be vigilant against any opponent, otherwise the opponent who seems harmless and poses no threat to you may give you an unexpected big surprise. Well, just like my cousin Mu Yang, who is a weak food type spirit master on the surface, but is actually very powerful. Even a spirit saint who has just entered the 7th ring can't stand a glimpse of him. Hearing this, Tang San was stunned, and then showed a helpless look on his face. Although his blue-silver grass martial spirit seemed a little weak, in Tang San's heart, he always believed that he would not lose to any spirit master of the same level. It is true that he can surpass spirit masters of the same level, but this surpassing is limited, at least not to the point of being able to cross more than a dozen levels and defeat Huo Wushuan, who can probably challenge by crossing levels. Perhaps in a battle of the same level, relying on the unique skills of the Tang sect, he can defeat Huo Wushuan, but in the case of a difference of more than 10 levels in spirit power, it is natural that he can't beat Huo Wushuan. Thinking in this way, Tang San regained his confidence. When I, Tang San, cultivate to the 5th environment realm, or even the same level as you, Huo Wushuan, who will win or lose, that's still another story. Huo Wushuan, you are a 5th ring? I already have 6 rings. Tang San, you are a worthless single spirit master. When this Buddha becomes a titled Douluo, I will start to add spirit rings to the 2nd spirit. You can't catch up even if you flatter me. At this time, the referee announced the result of the game, the 3rd round of the promotion match, Blazing Academy vs Shrek Academy. Blazing Academy wins. How do you feel? Huo Wushuan returned victorious, and Mu Yang asked him. Tang San. Huo Wushuan asked. Mu Yang nodded slightly. He is a cunning opponent, but his strength is a little lacking. Otherwise, I would have fallen down today. Huo Wushuan said, touching his chin. After thinking for a while, Mu Yang solemnly told Huo Wushuan and Huo Wu, if you two face him outside the arena in the future, remember to be careful. Huo Wushuan was almost eliminated before, although Tang San's tactics were special and unexpected, but at the same time, the rule that the Soul Master competition does not allow the use of external objects also greatly restricted Tang San's strength. And the key to hidden weapons is the word dark. If Tang San secretly used a high-level hidden weapon on Huo Wushuan, his cousin would not be able to fall into Tang San's hands. For example, the hidden weapons that Tang San can create at the moment, such as the Hell King's Post and the soul-chasing and life-taking gallbladder, Huo Wushuan, who has not had time to wear the battle armor, is probably unable to withstand it. Didn't you say that Tang San is the son of Haoshan Douluo? We dare not provoke him. Huo Wushuan shook his head hurriedly. Tang Hao is notorious for his viciousness. Some time ago, he even smashed the heavenly Douluo spirit temple. He is so rampant that he doesn't take the spirit temple seriously at all. Tang San has such a ruthless father. The two brothers and sisters dare not provoke him, lest they become enemies one day and Haoshan Douluo will drop a big hammer from the sky and smash them into small pancakes. That's right. The always proud Huo Wu also nodded in agreement. The hammer-wielding figure in the sky of Tiandu City at night left a deep impression on her. If you can avoid provoking such a ruthless person, it is better not to provoke him. Very good, Tang San is a very dangerous person, you two should stay away from him in the future. Seeing the reactions of the two, Mu Yang nodded with satisfaction. It is very dangerous to be close to Tang Fozu. First, if Tang Fozu is not happy with you, you will be labeled as you have already died. Second, Tang Fozu's enemies are not only domineering, but also very powerful. If you are close, the other party may have the idea of killing you by the way, and you will inevitably be splashed with blood. Huo Wushuan, Huo Wu. On the other side, Xingda Great Forest. In the inner area, in the forest, next to a huge tiger corpse, a blonde young man is adding spirit rings to advance. After a long time, the soul power fluctuations on the blonde young man suddenly surged a lot, breaking the limit, and the soul power advanced to the 5-ring Soul King, and the level was not 51 like ordinary soul masters, but just stepped into the 52nd level. That's right, Weiss, with a 5th soul ring of about 17,000 years, a soul power of 52, and Zhu Yun launching the Nether White Tiger, the champion of this soul master competition must be you. Davis successfully advanced to the 5-ring Soul King, and a blonde old man who led the soul hunting team said with a smile. Although the spies sent news that this year's Soul Master competition not only had 3 5-ring Soul Kings from the Wuhan Hall, known as the Golden Generation, but also many 5-ring Soul King level contestants from the Tiandu Empire. But 5-ring Soul Kings are different from 5-ring Soul Kings. With Davis's 52nd level Soul King and Zhu Zhuyun's current 48th level Soul Master, which 5-ring Soul King can be the opponent when the Wuhan fusion skill, Nether White Tiger comes out? Not to mention the 5-ring Soul King, even the 6-ring Soul Emperor would have to kneel. As for the other party also having a martial soul fusion skill? You are kidding, how could he be so unlucky? You should know that there are only a few soul masters with martial soul fusion skills after all, and according to the statistics of the Empire, martial soul fusion skills mostly come from soul masters who can be regarded as geniuses, but they are not the top geniuses in the soul master world. Because one of the prerequisites for the formation of martial soul fusion skills is that the martial souls of both or more parties complement each other and complement each other's advantages. A soul master with good cultivation talent must have a strong martial soul, and the stronger the martial soul, the less obvious the shortcomings, and the less likely it is to form a martial soul fusion skill. This is like the 6-winged angel and the clear sky hammer. Since ancient times, it has never been heard that these two martial souls have martial soul fusion skills. Therefore, in the eyes of the blonde old man, the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, the several 5-ring Soul Kings that appeared on the side of the Tiandu Empire, definitely do not have such a trump card as martial soul fusion skills. Grand Elder, you are too kind, but the champion of this Soul Master competition is definitely from our Xingluo Royal Academy. Looking at Zhu Ziyun, who seemed to have little stars in her eyes after her advancement, Davis said confidently. Very good. The blonde old man nodded with satisfaction, and then said, Weiss, after the competition is over, you should bring Mu Bai back. As a prince of the empire, it is really outrageous to go to Tiandu. Mu Bai is indeed outrageous, and it disappoints my father. A hint of sternness flashed in his eyes, and Davis nodded in agreement. My good brother, you have been cool enough these years, it's time to come back and witness your elder brother's crown prince ceremony. End of this chapter. 187 Chapter 187 Tang San, it is absolutely impossible to withdraw from the competition. 187. In a blink of an eye, more than 10 days passed, and it was the 14th round of the promotion game. In this round, the opponent of Blazing Fire Academy is Sylve's Academy from Sylve's Kingdom. On the field, the third player of Blazing Fire team, Huoyu, played against the seventh player of Sylve's team. Third soul skill, Sparks Rain. As the third soul ring flashed, the fist-sized red fireballs that continued to condense above Huoyu's head changed from 1 to 2, 2 to 4, and instantly increased to 4 times. Then, like a dense rain of fireballs, they smashed into the tall-fanged King Kong Pig Soul Master from Sylve's Academy on the opposite side. Boom boom boom. A series of violent roars sounded, and the golden soul shield formed by the third soul skill of the 1,000-year-old fanged King Kong Pig Soul Master's body was immediately broken. When the firelight appeared, the whole person was blown away and spun, and spots of bright red blood were sprinkled in the air. Boom! The sound of heavy objects falling to the ground sounded, splashing a cloud of dust. Fire Rain, KO. The Sylve's College team, with 1 Soul Master and 6 Soul Lords, was naturally no match for the Blazing Fire team. With only 1 Soul Lord and 2 Soul Masters, the Blazing Fire team defeated the Sylve's team. Soon, the referee announced, in the 14th round of the promotion match, Blazing Fire College vs Sylve's College, Blazing Fire College wins. Let us congratulate Blazing Fire College and congratulate them on winning the first place in the promotion match of the Tiandu division of the All-Continental Advanced Soul Master College Elite Competition. Yes, the Blazing Fire College team ranked first among the 15 teams in the promotion match. After the 10th round of the game, Blazing Fire College drew Tian Shui College, but before Mu Yang could make any move, Shui Binger, as the captain of the Tian Shui College team in name, they gave up the 11th round of the game, and the Blazing Fire team won automatically. The ranking of the teams of each academy in the promotion match did not surprise Mu Yang. The 5 teams that qualified from the Tiandu division preliminaries took the top 5 places in the promotion match. However, the ranking of the 5 teams was different from that in the preliminaries. The Divine Wind team was still third, but the Blazing Fire and Tian Shui teams switched positions. In the promotion match, the Blazing Fire ranked first and the Tian Shui ranked second. What was more surprising was that Shrek, which lost to the Thunder team in the preliminaries, defeated the Thunder team in the promotion match and won the 4th place in the promotion match. The Thunder team ranked last and became the 5th. However, this result was not too surprising. Compared with Blazing Fire, Tian Shui, and Divine Wind, the Thunder Academy was relatively weak this year and fell behind. There was no member in the team who was obviously stronger than other participating students. And don't look at the fact that the Shrek team only had 3 4-ring Soul Masters, which was much less than the Thunder team. However, whether it was Xiao Wu's 3-axe tactics or Tang San's previous routine of stun control and meteor hammer against Huo Wushuan, they were very effective in the arena. Even though they knew the two's tactics were like this, the Thunder team still couldn't resist. Even if Tang San had used the Soul Bone skill as a trump card in the preliminaries, the Shrek team might not have lost to the Thunder team in the 7-on-7 team battle. After all, Tang San's Earth Dragon Roar Soul Bone skill is not a single control Soul Bone skill, but a large-scale control Soul Bone skill, and the Soul Bone skill effect is enough to cover the entire competition arena. After the game, Emperor Shuiye was undoubtedly another impassioned encouragement and motivation, and once again opened the coin scattering mode, rewarding the top 5 teams with 100,000 gold soul coins each, and the rest of the teams with 20,000 gold soul coins each. No other meaning, without Zaroth, the old bidden, talking nonsense on the side, the Emperor, who is not short of money, is in a good mood. The promotion match is over, and the finals will soon begin. The finals will be the real battle to decide who is the strongest academy on the continent. As an emperor, and not a strong man himself, it is not suitable for Emperor Shuiye to leave Tiando City and go to the base camp of non-alliance forces. After the money distribution, Emperor Shuiye announced that Prince Shuiqing would represent him as the envoy of Tiando Empire to participate in the judging of the finals of this competition. After 3 days of rest, the 15 teams participating in the promotion match of Tiando Empire will go to Wuhan City, located in the middle of the continent and at the junction of the 2 empires, for the finals under the escort of 1,000 knights of the Royal Knights, accompanied by Prince Shuiqing himself. The night falls, and the stars are twinkling. In the royal hunting ground, in the camp yard where Shrek Academy is staying, Xiao San, the teacher suggests that you don't participate in the next finals. Yu Xiaogang said to Tang San. Teacher, is it because of my father? Tang San asked. That's right. Nodding, Yu Xiaogang said with a serious face, the strength of the spirit hall is far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. There will most likely be accidents on the way to the spirit city. And the most important thing is that the teacher found out that the final of this Soul Master competition was originally held in Xingluo City, but the Spirit Hall temporarily asked for the right to host this final from the Xingluo Empire. Its purpose can be imagined. If Tang Hao had not hammered the Tiandu Spirit Hall into ruins, Yu Xiaogang would not be worried that the Spirit Hall would be unfavorable to Tang San, who did not show his twin spirits. Not to mention his relationship with Bibi Dong, the Spirit Hall also has to consider the impact. If it is not necessary, it will not do anything that damages its reputation in public. Otherwise, if a genius student who is not from their own forces comes, they will fight and kill, and then the Soul Master competition will not be held. But the problem is that Tang Hao severely slapped the face of the Spirit Hall, and this matter cannot be covered up at all. If the Spirit Hall does not take some action, it will not be the Spirit Hall. Although the relationship between Tang San and Tang Hao was not exposed, Yu Xiaogang knew that with the intelligence capabilities of the Spirit Hall, they would definitely be able to find out the father-son relationship between the two. After hearing this, Tang San thought for a long time, stared at Yu Xiaogang, and said in a deep voice, "Teacher, I decided to continue to participate in the competition. Since there is a beginning, there must be an end." Beginning and end are naturally excuses for Tang San to make this decision, mainly because Haoshan's father did not stop him from continuing to participate in the competition. There is no doubt that his Haoshan father loves him and must be protecting him in secret. The problems that teacher Yu Xiaogang can think of must also be thought of by Haoshan's father. Since Haoshan's father did this at the beginning and has not stopped him from continuing to participate in the competition until now, this shows that Haoshan's father is full of confidence and is not afraid of the Spirit Hall at all. In this way, with the protection of Haoshan's father who is extremely powerful, why should he be afraid of the Spirit Hall? In Tang San's mind, his own Haoshan father is the strongest peerless master on the continent. You know, the Heaven Do Temple represents the face of the Spirit Hall. Haoshan has been destroying the Heaven Do Temple for so long, but the Spirit Hall still dares not say a word. This just shows that his idea is right. It's not that Haoshan is afraid of the Spirit Hall, but that the Spirit Hall is afraid of its own Haoshan. Tang San, withdraw? It's impossible to withdraw, absolutely impossible. End of this chapter. 188 Chapter 188 Level 60. 188. 3 days later, a team of more than 1,300 people set off from the royal hunting ground. Perhaps because Tang Hao made a big noise during the preliminaries, for the sake of safety, in addition to the 15 participating college teams participating in the promotion games, even the teams that were guaranteed to enter the finals were withdrawn. The royal fighting team is also in the team. And the team is not only accompanied by Prince Shui Qinghe, but also Ning Fengzi, Chen Xin, and Douluo. Counting Huo Lai, Mu Ziyu and Shui Yanyu, there are 5 9-ring titled Douluo in the team, plus Ning Fengzi, the world's #1 auxiliary spirit master, so the safety can be said to be full. Wuhan City is located in the central part of the continent, which is about 20 days away. In order to allow the participating players to have a better rest, the Tiandu Empire has specially arranged some giant luxury carriages with some soul-guided technology for the participating players to rest. Although the Douluo continent in the current era is a desert of soul-guided technology, there are still some superficial soul-guided technologies, such as soul-guided microphones, soul-guided scenery, soul-guided timers, etc., which have a certain amount of soul-guided technology content. Well, it is worth mentioning that, like the original work, Yu Xiaogang disappeared. On the second day after the promotion game, he took a carriage and hurriedly rushed south along the official road. As for the purpose? Needless to say, he must have gone to the Pope's palace in Wuhan City and begged his former first love Bibi Dong in a very tough tone to spare his disciple. In the giant carriage of the Blazing Academy team. After finishing the meeting with Shui Qinghe, Ning Fengzi, Chen Xin, Douluo, and Shui Yanyu, and formulating the response methods for subsequent emergencies, Huo Lai and Mu Ziyu returned to the carriage. Looking around, Huo Lai couldn't see the figure of Mu Yang, the captain of the team, and his face turned black. Then he said to Huo Wu, "Xiao Wu, go and call Xiao Yang back." Huo Lai knew that with Mu Yang and other talented super geniuses in the team, the road to Wuhan City would probably not be peaceful. After all, Tiandu Wuhan Temple had done something similar once. On this basis, Tang San, the son of Tang Hao, was also in the team, so the probability of something going wrong on the way was undoubtedly 100%. Except for the mastermind, no one can tell when this problem will happen. To be safe, Huo Lai is not going to let Mu Yang leave his sight, lest he be taken advantage of. After Huo Lai finished speaking, before Huo Wu nodded, Huo Wushuan, who was sitting in the carriage, spoke, "Dad, this is a bit bad, isn't it?" Hearing this, Huo Lai was stunned, not understanding what his son meant by this. "Dad, you also know that Xiao Yang is sometimes very annoying. If you ask Xiao Wu to call him back, he will definitely bring Binger with him. Then we will be eating dog food." Huo Wushuan said with a serious face. "Usually, it's okay. When his little cousin and his future brother and sister-in-law show off their love, he can still ignore it. But the space in the carriage is limited, and there is no compartment. It's boring to travel in a carriage. If he is fed with dog food, he can't live like this. Get lost." Huo Lai glared at Huo Wushuan in anger. "How dare you say that? The Tian Shui team is full of girls, and they live not far from each other. Why don't you take the initiative to chat with other girls when you are talking about being fed dog food?" Fortunately, his eldest son is talented and has not grown up crooked. There will definitely be girls chasing him in the future, otherwise Huo Lai would have to worry that Huo Wushuan would be single for the rest of his life. 10 days passed quickly, and the journey was very peaceful. There were no ambushes or robberies, and the journey to Wuhan City was halfway over. "Bandits, I opened this mountain and planted this tree. If you want to pass this road, bow, gentlemen, please go slowly. I can't afford to offend you, I can't afford to offend you." 1,000 knights of the royal knights served as guards. The pomp of the participating teams was second only to the emperor's travel. Wherever they went, any town would receive them in the best form. It was also because the towns along the way gave the green light and provided supplies. Otherwise, just to ensure the logistics of the 1,000 royal knights, without the help of a large number of large storage soul guides to store supplies, the size of the participating teams would have to at least double. Similarly, it was also because the mounts of the royal knights were not ordinary war horses, otherwise it would be absolutely impossible to carry the fully armed knights for 20 days. There were only 2 people in the carriage of the Tian Shui college team at this time. Shui Binger was meditating and practicing, and Mu Yang was sitting beside her to protect her. After a while, the aura emanating from Shui Binger suddenly soared, and she was promoted to the 60th level Quasi-Soul Emperor. After a while, after calming down the soul power fluctuations on her body, Shui Binger quit practicing and opened a pair of beautiful ice blue eyes. "Binger, congratulations on being ahead of me again," Mu Yang said with a smile. "An 18-year-old 6-ring soul emperor, wow, awesome. That is now. You will definitely reach level 70 before me." Shui Binger shook her head with a little regret. At the beginning, she planned to raise Mu Yang as a child husband. Unexpectedly, this guy also had a second martial soul, and his cultivation speed was as rapid as a chicken blood injection. Compared with Mu Yang, because of her slightly older age, she had a first mover advantage of several levels, and the acacia heartbroken red she took almost directly increased her soul power by 1 level, while the fairy herbs Mu Yang took did not seem to directly increase the soul power level. With the first mover advantage plus the fairy herb advantage, she had at least a 15-level advantage, but as the years passed, Mu Yang narrowed the gap at a very fast speed, and even before the current soul power level was promoted to level 60, the soul power levels of the two were the same. If this continues, Shui Binger can foresee that she can win over Mu Yang in terms of soul power level. Yang, only now, it won't be long before she will go from being chased to being the chaser. Luckily, this is not someone else. Since the plan of the queen and her little milk dog failed, the plan has been changed to becoming a weak and virtuous wife, which is also possible. After thinking about it, Mu Yang said, "Binger, it's only 10 days away from Wuhan City now. Let's go to hunt souls after the Soul Master competition. The schedule of the finals is not long, and the return date of the Soul Hunter is uncertain. If you are unlucky, it is normal to delay for 1 or 2 months. If you go to hunt souls now, you will probably not be able to catch up with the subsequent finals. And the finals will be held in Wuhan City. If Shui Binger advances to the 6-ring Soul Emperor, it will undoubtedly be too high profile. It's only about a month, and you can continue to accumulate soul power during this period, so it won't cause much impact. Well, wait until the game is over before going. Shui Binger nodded. End of this chapter. 189 Chapter 189 Traders of the Soul Master World. 189. The participating teams of the Tiandu division moved forward slowly under the escort of the Royal Knights, passing through a small valley formed by two not too high hills. Who? Suddenly, a loud shout came from a carriage in the middle of the team, and then a figure in white clothes and silver hair flew into the air, looking solemnly at the hill not far ahead. Hearing the movement from the back, knowing that Douluo had noticed the sudden situation, the captain of the Royal Knights, La, who was leading the team at the front, immediately stopped his Tianhun warhorse and shouted, "Everyone, alert!" The next second, 3 more sounds of breaking through the air sounded, and the figures of Huo Lai, Shui Yanyu and Dugubo appeared beside Chen Xin. At the same time, in the center of the team, under the leadership of Mu Ziu, the teams of Shiwo, Tian Shui and Shen Feng academies hurriedly got off the carriage and gathered with Prince Shui Qinghe and Ning Fengzi, who also got off the carriage not far away. The unexpected situation encountered on the way was expected by several Douluo and Ning Fengzi. Therefore, the plan set at the time of departure was that Chen Xin, Huo Lai, Shui Yanyu and Dugubo would face the enemy head-on, while Ning Fengzi and Prince Shui Qinghe, who provided assistance to the team, and Mu Yang and others who were likely to be targeted, would be protected by Mu Ziu to avoid being exploited. Since we are here, why hide your head and show your tail? At this time, Chen Xin narrowed his eyes and taunted the top of the hill in front of him, which seemed to be unmanned. As expected of Jiandao Chen Xin, he really has some strength. A deep voice came from behind the hill, and 5 figures appeared on the top of the hill. The 5 people were led by a middle-aged man with golden hair and a golden beard, who stood in the center, wearing a golden armor, with a burly figure and a rough face. The one who spoke this time was the golden-haired burly middle-aged man who looked very much like the Golden Lion King. Around the golden-haired burly middle-aged man, there stood 2 soul masters who looked like young people, also wearing a golden armor, and their faces were very similar, and they must be blood brothers. The remaining 2, one was wearing golden armor and had a charming face, giving people the feeling that he was a prostitute, but his Adam's apple proved that he was just a pseudo-girl, not a real woman. The other person was shrouded in a layer of black mist, with a cold breath, and his face could not be seen clearly, but it could be seen that he or she was thin. Qianjun, Jiangmo, Zhu, Gui, who are you? Looking at these 5 figures, Chen Xin's heart sank, and he asked with a solemn expression. Zhu and Gui are relatively active titled Douluo in the Spirit Hall, so Chen Xin naturally recognizes them. Qianjun and Jiangmo have been ranked behind the Spirit Worship Hall, and although they rarely take action, before they retired, they were similar to Zhu and Gui now, and were both the face of the Spirit Elder Hall at that time. In addition, the 2 were only about 30 years older than him, so Chen Xin recognized them. But Chen Xin was not sure about the middle-aged man with golden hair and golden beard who was in the lead. But whether from the position or the soul power aura emanating from him, the strength of this burly middle-aged man with golden hair is still above Qianjun and Jiangmo, and far better than Zhuigui, who is level 95. I am Xiangxi, and I am ranked 4th in the Spirit Worship Hall. The rough-faced Xiangxi Douluo said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Chen Xin secretly rejoiced in his heart. He didn't know much about the elders of the Spirit Hall, but he had heard his father mention the name of the second worshipper of the Spirit Hall, Golden Crocodile Douluo. He knew that this Golden Crocodile Douluo was not only of high seniority, but also very powerful, and was definitely the pinnacle below the 99th level Peerless Douluo. Originally, Chen Xin was worried that this person was the Golden Crocodile, but now he was a little relieved. It was not the Golden Crocodile who came, but the lion whose name he had never heard of. Although it seemed that his soul power level was higher than his, most likely a 97th level titled Douluo, but with the assistance of Ning Fengzi, Chen Xin didn't think he would lose to the lion in front of him. With the assistance of Ning Fengzi, he could deal with the lion, and Huo Lai and the other 2 plus Tang Hao in secret would definitely be enough to deal with Qianjun Jiangmo and Zhu Gui. As long as the Spirit Hall did not send out other strong men, it would not be impossible to deal with them. 3 worshippers, 2 elders, the Spirit Hall is so generous. I wonder what the 5 Douluos are up to. At this time, Huo Lai beside Chen Xin asked. Are you Huo Lai from Blazing Academy? You're quite capable. After taking a look at him, Lion Douluo raised his eyebrows slightly, secretly surprised. According to the information obtained by the Spirit Hall, Huo Lai has only been promoted to the 9-ring titled Douluo for a few years, but in the perception of Lion Douluo, Huo Lai's aura is still above the 95 level Jugui and the other two, and is not much worse than Qianjun Jiangmo beside him. In the past, Tang Hao colluded with the transformed soul beast Blue Silver Emperor to kill the Pope of our spirit hall. He is indeed a traitor to the Soul Master world. Some time ago, the extremely evil Tang Hao brazenly destroyed our Tiandu spirit hall. Such crimes are simply intolerable. Our spirit hall is determined to maintain the stability of the Soul Master world. You should not cover up for us. Hand over Tang San, the son of Tang Hao, who has the blood of sinful soul beasts. After the end of this Soul Master competition, our spirit hall will conduct a just trial on the father and son who betrayed the Soul Master world. The Lion Douluo looked stern and said righteously. Show. Hearing the righteous words of the Lion Douluo, Mu Yang in the distance secretly gave a thumbs up in his heart. The spirit hall elevated the personal grudge between it and Tang Hao to the righteousness of the human spirit master world, and labeled Tang Hao a traitor and a traitor to the spirit master world. Apart from other things, even if Ning Fengzi, who always said that the three sects are of the same blood, originally wanted to help Tang Hao, he must have been worried now. In the past, Haoshan sect was forced by the spirit hall to close the mountain and hide from the world. Why didn't the various forces on the mainland stand up to oppose it, or simply join forces with Haoshan sect to fight against the spirit hall? There is no other reason. The positions of spirit masters and spirit beasts are naturally opposed, and Tang Hao's combination with the transformed spirit beast is equivalent to betraying the human spirit master world. In addition, the one who died in the spirit hall was Pope Kyungsunji, the only son of Sky Invincible. Whether it is the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, or the two empires of Tiandu and Xingluo, they dare not stand up and touch this bad luck. You know, in ancient times, the strength of the Soul Master world was far from being as strong as it is now. The humans on the continent are all blood food for soul beasts. Even if countless years have passed, it is impossible to forget this racial blood feud. It is okay not to kill soul beasts indiscriminately, because soul beasts are also the foundation of the prosperity of the Soul Master world, but combining with transformed soul beasts is a taboo among taboos. Of course, in the final analysis, it is just that the fist is not big enough. If it really reaches the level of being invincible in the world, it is no problem to take a few female transformed soul beasts as concubines. No one or force dares to say more. End of this chapter. 190 Chapter 190 I, Represent Justice. 190. This time, the Lion Douluo's righteous words used the skill of soul power diffusion, and the entire participating team and even the escorting royal knights heard it. Transformed soul beast! Xiao Wu exclaimed and looked at Tang San in surprise. It turns out that the third brother's mother is similar to her, and is a 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor soul beast? No wonder when she first met at Notting College, she felt that the third brother's aura was a little special, and she had some thoughts in her heart that she wanted to get close to him. Xiao Wu, this is the enemy's slander, don't take it seriously. Lu Erlong frowned and scolded softly. No matter whether Tang San's mother is a transformed soul beast, at this critical moment, she can't admit it. Otherwise, once the hat of soul beast bloodline is accused, the Douluo in the air may not necessarily protect Tang San. After all, the spirit hall is powerful. If even the position is untenable, the Douluo will most likely not want to confront the 5 elders of the spirit hall. Once the Douluo chooses to stand aside and face the 5 elders of the spirit hall, even if Haoshan Douluo appears, he may not be able to escape. After thinking for a while, Chen Xin said to the Lion Douluo, whether Shrek Academy's Tang San is of soul beast bloodline remains to be ascertained. We can't hand over Tang San to you just because of your one-sided statement. Let's discuss this matter again after verifying the situation later. Hand over Tang San? This is absolutely not possible. It's not that Tang San is his own son, but for the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect and the Heaven Do Empire, the Spirit Hall is a jackal that is eyeing their foundation. Although they have not yet completely torn their faces apart, they will be enemies sooner or later. It is said that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. If Tang San is handed over to the Spirit Hall today, Tang Hao will definitely not watch his son die and will definitely try his best to rescue him. But with Tang Hao's strength, how can he beat the 3 priests and 2 elders of the Spirit Hall? It can be said that if they choose to stand aside, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect and the Heaven Do Empire will lose Tang Hao, a potential ally, and Tang San, who has great potential and will surely become a strong man in the future. Therefore, it is not possible to hand over Tang San. And even if there is no potential alliance, it cannot be given so directly, otherwise where will the face of the titled Douluo be? Even if you surrender, you have to wait until the enemy is strong and you are weak, and you are far from being an opponent, right? But judging from the current situation, it is not the enemy that is strong and you are weak. Hat. Hearing this, the lion Douluo chuckled and moved his eyes away from Chen Xin and the other four to the participating teams in the distance. The first to catch the lion Douluo's eyes were Mu Ziu, who was also a titled Douluo, and the members of the three participating academy teams, Shui Qinghe, Ning Fengzi, and Mu Yang, who were protecting Mu Ziu. Level 60, Level 59, Level 59, Level 59, Level 57, Level 56? Sure enough, they are all geniuses. Except for Feng Xiaotian, who is a little older, in terms of cultivation talent, I am afraid that only the young lady can compare. After seeing through the soul power levels of Shui Binger, Mu Yang, Huo Wu, Huo Wushuan, Shui Yuer, and Feng Xiaotian, Lion Douluo secretly sighed in his heart. But soon, Lion Douluo skipped over it and shifted his gaze. Mu Yang and others were not geniuses affiliated with the Spirit Hall. Logically, such super geniuses who were not from their own forces should be eliminated as soon as possible, but Lion Douluo did not have this idea at this time, and the order from the great priest Jian Daolio was not for them to eliminate these people. There was no other reason. Lion Douluo knew that Shui Qinghe standing next to Mu Yang and others was disguised by his young lady Jian Rongxiu. According to the information sent back by the young lady, she had a good relationship with Mu Yang, and these people had a close relationship with Mu Yang. His young lady meant to subdue them, not to eliminate them. For Jian Rongxiu's confidence, the 7 great priests of the Spirit Hall, including Lion Douluo, did not object. Anyway, it didn't matter if they failed to subdue her. In terms of talent, Jian Rongxiu, who had an innate level 20 soul power, was the strongest on the continent, and she was also a unique existence. If she hadn't been busy with the plan, her achievements would definitely be far beyond Mu Yang and others of the same age. Besides, there are angels waiting for her in the Spirit Hall. Who can compete with Jian Rongxiu among peers? As long as she is a genius, not a strong one, then no matter how talented Mu Yang and others are, even if they cannot be subdued in the future, the Spirit Hall will not be afraid. Once Jian Rongxiu ascends to the position of angel, no matter how brilliant you are, and become a 99th level peerless Douluo, it will be nothing but a mantis trying to stop a chariot, and you will destroy yourself. By then, the entire Douluo continent will be bathed in the light of the sacred angels. Are you Tang San? Looking at the ordinary Tang San in the Shrek Academy team, the lion Douluo standing with his hands behind his back asked. It's me. With his fists clenched, Tang San stood straight. Facing the question of the lion Douluo, he showed no fear. There was only deep hatred in his eyes. He hated why his strength was so weak that he could only become meat on the chopping board. Similarly, he also hated the enemy who killed his mother, the Spirit Hall. Tang San heard the lion Douluo's words clearly. Although the enemy's words were mostly unbelievable, Tang San realized that it was true that his father Tang Hao killed the Pope Jian Sunji, and it was also true that he had the blood of a soul beast in his body. His mother, whom he had never met in this life, was a 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor soul beast that had transformed. No wonder his blue-silver grass, which was known as a useless spirit, could be twinned with the world's #1 weapon spirit, the clear sky hammer. It turned out that his seemingly ordinary blue-silver grass was actually the blood of a plant emperor. The reason why it was not powerful was probably because he was malnourished when he was young, which led to his failure to awaken the emperor's blood. Combining what he knew, Tang San realized the truth about why his father Tang Hao retired from the Soul Master world. A 100,000-year-old soul beast, and a 100,000-year-old soul beast whose strength was no longer at its peak after transformation, would inevitably attract the attention of the continent's strong. Because every 100,000-year soul beast represents a 100,000-year soul ring and a 100,000-year soul bone. It is not surprising that such a precious treasure attracted the attention of the former Pope of the Spirit Hall. The incident back then must have been that the former Pope Jian Sunji peeped at his mother's soul ring and soul bone, but he was killed by his father because of his lack of strength. The reason why his mother died? Perhaps it was because of his mother that his father had the power to defeat Jian Sunji? The hatred of killing my mother is irreconcilable. If there is a day, the world will be turned upside down, and there will be no name of the spirit hall in the world. Tang San, with his fists clenched and his eyes filled with hatred, shouted in his heart. Tang San, surrender. Otherwise, I will hurt innocent people. The lion Douluo said indifferently. As an elder worshipped by the spirit hall, he, the lion, also has to be respectable. He is not a robber who kills people on the road, but a righteous guardian who maintains the stability of the continent, eradicates the traitors in the spirit master world, ensures that the spirit beast race will not dominate the continent again, and that billions of humans on the continent will become blood food. How can he attack the future of the spirit master world, the participating students? Lion Douluo, I represent justice. End of this chapter. 191 Chapter 191 Despicable Tang Family. 191. At this time, Xiao Wu stepped forward and protected Tang San behind her, staring at the lion Douluo on the hill in the distance. At this moment, Xiao Wu's thoughts could not help but return to the hillside behind the Holy Spirit village 7 years ago. What if one day, many people want to kill me, and those people are those you can't beat, what should I do? Then let them step over my body first. If you want to hurt my third brother, you should step over my body first. Like an old hen protecting her calf, Xiao Wu, who was protecting Tang San behind her, shouted loudly to the lion Douluo. Xiao Wu. Tang San was deeply moved. A journey of 1,000 miles reveals a horse's strength, and time reveals a person's heart. At this critical moment, Xiao Wu stepped forward to protect herself. Regardless of whether she had the ability or not, her sincerity must not be fake. Without hesitation, Tang San stepped forward and pulled Xiao Wu behind him. While staring at the lion Douluo, he said without looking back, I am the brother, you are the sister, and there is absolutely no reason for a sister to die in front of her brother. Tang San, my world cannot be without Xiao Wu. Unless I am dead. Mu Yang, he, Tui. Tang San took a deep breath and said again, Xiao Wu, I don't know if there will be a tomorrow, but what I want to say now is that I don't want to leave any regrets. Xiao Wu, I love you. The last 3 words I love you Tang San said it with a roar. Third brother. Xiao Wu's nose was sour, her eyes were red, and she hugged Tang San tightly with both hands. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, the lion Douluo on the hill in the distance laughed, and his laughter was full of ridicule, and his eyes looking at Xiao Wu were full of amusement. It was obvious that the hidden soul bone skill of the left leg bone of the 20,000-year-old dark spirit snake could not hide the lion with a soul power level of 97. Xiao Wu's disguise and the identity of a 100,000-year-old soul beast were seen through by the lion Douluo. What are you laughing at? Facing the enemy who wanted to take his life, Tang San no longer had the humility to the titled Douluo, and directly questioned without any politeness. I laugh at your hypocrisy. The lion Douluo said with disdain. Hearing this, everyone present, including Chen Xian and the other 4 in midair, looked puzzled. It was clearly about the desperate little Mandarin duck who bravely faced the threat of death. How could it be related to hypocrisy? Humph, I, Tang San, am upright and honest. How can you, the demons and monsters who killed the participating students halfway, have the face to say that I am hypocritical? Tang San counterattacked sharply. Ha 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 ha, where is Tang Hao? After looking around and laughing, the lion Douluo asked loudly. For a long while, no one responded. You are indeed a coward. Do you know where Tang Hao's 100,000-year 9th soul ring came from? I am here to tell you that the 100,000-year 9th soul ring of Tang Hao's Haoshan hammer was sacrificed to him by the transformed Blue-Silver Emperor. 14 years ago, Tang Hao wandered around the continent with the transformed soul beast Blue-Silver Emperor, and finally got the 100,000-year Blue-Silver Emperor soul ring. And today, 14 years later, you, Tang San, the son of Tang Hao, are taking the transformed soul beast to participate in the Soul Master competition. What is your intention? The Tang family is indeed the Tang family, and the 100,000-year soul rings are endless from generation to generation. Looking directly at Tang San and Xiao Wu, the lion Douluo said sarcastically. No matter whether Tang Hao at the time and Tang San now thought in their hearts as he said, the fact is the fact. It is undeniable that Tang Hao did not hide with the Blue-Silver Emperor back then, but appeared on the continent instead. At present, Tang San also did not hide with the transformed soft-bone rabbit, but took her to participate in the Soul Master competition with many titled Douluo watching. This point is also irrefutable. It is said that it takes only one mouth to spread rumors, but it takes a lot of effort to refute them. In addition, the facts are in front of us. The labels of hypocrisy, meanness, and insidiousness will not be removed from the Tang family in the future. Well, at least Tang Hao and Tang San are like this. At this moment, the lion Douluo couldn't help but think of Tang Chen, the invincible on land who had been missing for many years in the Haoshan sect. Tang Hao's 100,000 year 9th soul ring came from the Blue Silver Emperor, and looking at the current rhythm, if it weren't for the destruction of the Tiandu Holy Temple, Tang San would probably be able to get the 100,000 year soft-bone rabbit soul ring in the future. This is the case for grandsons and great-grandsons, so did Tang Chen, the grandfather and great-grandfather, get his 100,000 year 9th soul ring in this way? Or, Tang Chen is the source, and Tang Hao, the grandson, just inherited the ancestral craft? Humph, Tang Chen is indeed extremely sinister. No wonder the Grand Priest was slightly inferior to him in the non-sky battle. Just for this trick, the upright Grand Priest could not learn it. Lion Douluo, despicable Tang family. What's your intention? The 4 words of Lion Douluo were like a meteorite falling from the sky, hitting Xiao Wu's heart heavily. Yes, since the third brother's father is a titled Douluo, and a strong one among the titled Douluos, rather than a weak and blind titled Douluo like Douluo, then he should have seen through his identity as a transformed soul beast from the beginning. If it is said that the third brother was not strong enough to see through his identity as a transformed soul beast and did not stop him from participating in the competition, then the third brother's father, who had already seen through his identity, did not stop him from participating in the Soul Master competition. What was he thinking in his heart? It's hard to say. And most importantly, before the competition, the third brother's father also gave her a not too old hidden soul bone through the third brother. If it weren't for the words of the lion Douluo, she wouldn't think too much, just thinking that the third brother's father saw through her identity and let her disguise herself with this soul bone. But with these words, combined with the fact that the third brother's father destroyed the Tiandu temple and slapped the Wuhan Hall in the face, and did not stop the third brother from continuing to participate in the Soul Master competition even though he knew that the Wuhan Hall would definitely retaliate, then it was obvious what the third brother's father was thinking. In times of crisis, would she sacrifice herself like the third brother's mother to help the third brother and fight for that ray of hope? If it was before the lion Douluo spoke, Xiao Wu felt that she would definitely do it, because the third brother was her only relative in the world besides Daming and Erming. But now, Xiao Wu felt that she would hesitate, because this love has been mixed with impurities, and she no longer has the courage to risk her life for love at all costs. Although third brother didn't know all this, she also believed that third brother didn't have such a sinister mind, but if this was really the calculation of third brother's father, how could she pretend that it didn't exist? What Xiao Wu didn't know was that once the seeds of doubt were planted, they could never be eradicated, even if the facts were different from her suspicions. End of this chapter. 192 Chapter 192 Shining Debut. 192. It wasn't just Xiao Wu who was shocked by the words of the lion Douluo, but everyone present was also shocked. Xiao Wu from Shrek Academy is a 100,000 year soul beast after transformation? Isn't this a bit too incredible? You know, the traces of 100,000 year soul beasts are hard to find, otherwise there wouldn't be so few titled Douluo with 100,000 year soul rings on the continent. Compared with 100,000 year soul beasts, 100,000 year soul beasts after transformation are even rarer. After all, the life of soul beasts is long, while the life of soul masters is short. All soul masters who have known about this know that once a 100,000 year soul beast chooses to transform into a human, its strength will change from the original level beyond ordinary title Douluo to the innate full soul power soul master who has just awakened the martial spirit. The powerful strength is gone, and after entering the human world, it is very easy for soul masters with 8 rings and above to see through their identities. Therefore, the number of 100,000 year soul beasts after transformation is definitely far less than that of normal 100,000 year soul beasts. Xiao Wu. Yu. Tang San, who just knew that he had half soul beast blood, was shocked and speechless when he learned that Xiao Wu was a 100,000 year soul beast in transformation. The Shrek friends on the side also looked at Xiao Wu in confusion. My friend is a transformed soul beast? At this moment, everyone didn't know what attitude to take towards Xiao Wu. Different from the original novel, although the Shrek 7 devils still gathered together, because Tang San did not give the other people the favor of the immortal herbs, and the strength and potential of the 7 people also had a big gap due to their own cultivation talents, the relationship between them was not as solid as in the original novel. It's like in Dai Muabai's opinion, you, Ma Hung Jun, are destined to die early because of the evil fire in your brain, and your personality and appearance are wretched. Are you worthy of being brothers with the noble prince? Brother, I'm sorry. Having been exposed as a transformed soul beast and suffered a verbal attack, Xiao Wu felt that the relationship between her and Tang San was all Tang Hao's calculation. For a moment, Xiao Wu felt that her life was gloomy and lost all colors. No. Xiao Wu, you don't need to say sorry to me. It's all my fault. I can't protect you. And the enemy's words are all false. He is clearly trying to sow discord. We must not believe it, otherwise we will fall into a trap. Tang San immediately retorted, then turned around and hugged Xiao Wu tightly in his arms. Humph, nonsense. Elder Ju, Elder Gui, capture the sinful bloodline and the evil transformed soul beast. With a cold snort, Lion Douluo waved his hand and ordered Yu Guan and Gui Mei. Lion Douluo knew that Tang Hao must be hiding in the dark today. In order to avoid being tricked by Tang Hao and succeeding in a sneak attack, it is better to let Ju and Gui come. As for the risks that Ju and Gui need to face, I think even if Tang Hao sneak attacks, he is not so powerful that he can kill 2 level 95 titled Douluo with one move. What's more, Chuigui Douluo is Bibi Dong's man, belonging to the Pope Palace faction. Compared with those who belong to the Worship Palace faction, they are not real friends. At most, they can only be considered half of them. Yuegwen and Gaimei looked at each other, and without much hesitation, they flew down from the hill to capture Tang San and Xiao Wu. Seeing Chuigui and Gigi taking action, Chenexin's face in the air condensed, the soul power flashed, the cold aura bloomed, the 7 killing sword in his hand materialized, and 9 soul rings of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 and black surrounded his body and moved rhythmically. Roar! At this time, a deafening lion roar sounded, and as the flames rose, the male lion Douluo fiery fire lion spirit possessed him, and his terrifying aura bloomed. He stared at Chen Xin and warned in a deep voice, everyone, in order to maintain the stability of the continent and eradicate the evil that shakes the soul master world, you must not go against the will of heaven. Hearing the voice, Chen Xin couldn't help but turn his eyes to Ning Fengzi behind him and asked in a voice transmission, Fengzi, what do you mean? If he took action, it would mean that he was protecting the transformed soul beast and the soul beast bloodline. Even the 7 treasures glazed sect would have to consider whether they could bear this pot. But if he didn't take action, Tang San and Xiao Wu would either be easily captured by Zhu Gui and the others, or Tang Hao would appear at this time and then be captured by the 3 great priests and 2 elders of the Spirit Hall. No matter which one he chose, it was not a good choice for the 7 treasures glazed sect. Chen Xin's strength is not bad, but it's better to leave such brain-intensive matters to Ning Fengzi. He just needs to be a qualified thug. After receiving Chen Xin's voice transmission, Ning Fengzi, who had a plan in mind, shook his head, and then nodded. Suddenly, Chen Xin understood. Having been Ning Fengzi's bodyguard for more than 10 years, the two have already had a tacit understanding. First shook his head, then nodded, the meaning was very clear, he must take action, but not now, but wait and see for the time being. Anyway, Tang San's surname is Tang, not Ning. The most anxious person at this moment is not the 7 treasures glazed tile sect, but Tang Hao who has not yet appeared. After all, Tang San is Tang Hao's biological son. At the same time, Shui Yanyu also sent a voice transmission to ask Huo Lai. Like Ning Fengzi, Huo Lai is also prepared to stay put for the time being, and may not even intervene in the future. After all, Tang Hao and they are not the same kind of people. As long as they can ensure that Mu Yang and the others are not in trouble, they don't need to get involved in the grievances between Tang Hao and his son and the Spirit Hall. It is not a wise move to fight the powerful Spirit Hall for a stranger who has nothing to do with them. As for the Spirit Hall eliminating Tang Hao, the biggest threat? Tiandu and Kai Bao Liulai sect lost a powerful ally, this is something that Tiandu and Kai Bao Liulai sect need to consider, and it has nothing to do with them. What they have to do is just to be a good protector and protect Mu Yang and others to grow up. By then, no matter how powerful the Wuhan Hall is, as long as the legendary god does not show up, the future New Element Academy will not be afraid at all. A chrysanthemum and a little ghost, you dare to hurt my son? Get out! Seeing that Tang San and Xiao Wu were about to be captured by the chrysanthemum ghost without any resistance, suddenly, a low voice sounded from the air, as if it exploded in the air. Although the voice was not loud, the domineering contained in it made everyone present, except for a few Douluo, tremble unconsciously. Hearing this voice, Tang San, who was hugging Xiao Wu and wanted to use his back to support a piece of sky for her, suddenly raised his head, his eyes full of the light of hope. Sure enough, Haoshan Dad did not abandon him, and still loved him. Tang San, there was a loud bang in the sky, and Haoshan Dad made a brilliant appearance. As a black light flashed, it seemed that something was blasting towards Zhu and Gui at high speed. In a low roar, Yu Guan and Gui Mei's faces changed drastically, and their bodies were bounced back like cannonballs. End of this chapter. 193 Chapter 193 This is a big deal. 193. Tang Hao, you are here. Looking at Tang Hao who suddenly appeared and defeated Zhu and Gui with one move, Xiangshi Douluo was not annoyed at all, but a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. In the eyes of Xiangshi and other Wuhan Hall worshippers, with Jian Rongxiu, the hope of the whole village, the biggest opponent of Wuhan Hall is not a genius soul master, but the current strong man. After all, in terms of potential, Jian Rongxiu, who has an innate 20th level soul power and an ancestral god position, is definitely the cliff-like leader of the entire continent, and no one can match her. On the contrary, the current strong man is very likely to become a stumbling block for Wuhan Hall to complete the great cause of unification. Therefore, Xiangshi Douluo never took Tang San, who was full of innate soul power, seriously. In his opinion, even if he killed 10 Tang Sans today, it would not be as good as killing one Tang Hao. Because even if these 10 Tang Sans could be on par with Tang Chen in the future, Jian Rongxiu, who had already ascended to the position of angel god, could kill them with a flip of her hand. Xiangshi, Jian Jun, Zhang Mo, Zhu, Gui. Though he looked domineering on the surface, Tang Hao was very solemn in his heart after defeating Zhu and Gui. It seems that this is a big deal. Tang Hao was a little confused. Although he smashed the Tiandu Wuhan Temple and slapped the Wuhan Temple hard. But compared with the hammering of Kyungsunji back then, this should not be a big deal, right? What is the situation? You know, after the hammering of Kyungsunji to death, he didn't see Jian Daoliu's old bidden make such a big scene. Could it be that Jian Sunji's life in the past was not as valuable to the spirit hall as that of a heavenly Do spirit hall? That's outrageous. What Tang Hao didn't know was that more than 10 years later in the original novel, he boasted to Tang San about this matter. Jian Daoliu, the peak of the 99th level demigod, had personally chased him, but he escaped with the secret method of the Great Zamuru hammer. Well, this boast is a bit exaggerated. Just kidding, God, the fastest soul master in the world belongs to the sky invincible Jian Daoliu, not to mention that he had just advanced to the 9-ring titled Douluo not long ago. Even if Tang Chen in his peak period came, he could not be faster than Jian Daoliu. Unless the demigod level 6 winged angel can fight head-on, no one can escape from Jian Daoliu's hands. Similarly, Tang Hao didn't know that the last time he hammered Kyungsunji, the reason why the Spirit Hall didn't send a large lineup to hunt him down was that they only pointed their spearheads at the Haoshan sect and forced the Haoshan sect to close the mountain and hide from the world. The purpose was not to avenge Kyungsunji, but to gain benefits. To a certain extent, Jian Daoliu is an honest man, and although he and Tang Chen were rivals in the past, they also had a good relationship. Otherwise, when the Spirit Hall failed to incorporate the Sea God Island, Jian Daoliu would not have called Tang Chen when he went to the Sea God Island, and Tang Chen would not have accepted the invitation to go with him. The real murderer who killed Kyungsunji was not Tang Hao, but Bibi Dong. In addition, Tang Hao was also a pitiful person in the matter of that year. For Tang Chen's sake, Jian Daoliu didn't fight with Tang Hao, but only put Tang Hao on the wanted list of the Spirit Hall to do superficial work. In the eyes of Tang Hao, who was unaware of the inside story, all these things naturally made Jian Daoliu scared by the reputation of his grandfather Tang Chen, and he didn't even dare to avenge his son's death. This inevitably gave Tang Hao an illusion. I killed Jian Sunji back then, so what if I destroy your Tiandu Spirit Temple now? Come and kill me if you have the ability. Okay, now the people who want to kill him are here. Although there are not many people, or even very few, only 5 people, their quality is extremely high. Level 97 Lion, Level 96 Kyunjun and Jiangmo, Level 95 Zhu and Gui both have spirit fusion skills. It's over, barbecue. If he was in his prime, Tang Hao would not be afraid at all. Although his soul power level is only 95th level titled Douluo, with the strength of Clear Sky Hammer Martial Soul, the 100,000 year 9th soul ring, and fully equipped soul bones, he can perform the sex-unique skills, Clear Sky 9 Absolutes, which should not be much different from the 97th level Lion. On this basis, if he can perform the Great Zamura Hammer, or even explode all 9 rings, it will not be him who will run away, but the 5 lions. It's a pity that he is not in his prime now. He has many old injuries in his body, and the Great Zamura Hammer can't condense his soul. The ring is integrated, and the part that turns into power and attack can be used, but the secret of exploding the ring must not be used, otherwise once he plays the exploding ring, he will most likely ascend to heaven on the spot. 6th brother, 7th brother, do it. The 3rd soul skill, the Flaming Lion Transformation. Calling Qianjun Jiangmo, the 3rd soul ring around the lion Douluo shines, the flame rises, and the surging soul power surges, and the already powerful momentum surges again. Panlong stick, appear. Qianjun Jiangmo is not far behind, blue and red light appear around his body, and the top-level strong attack weapon spirit with a dragon coiled around, Panlong stick condenses. Although the Panlong stick spirit is not well known, in terms of quality alone, Panlong stick is definitely enough to rank at the forefront of the strong attack weapon spirits in the mainland Soul Master world. At the same time, Ning Fengzi below also moved, and a small 7-story glazed pagoda condensed with his right hand. 7th soul skill, 7 treasures true body. Ning Fengzi activated his martial soul true body without hesitation, as his 7th soul ring shone. Although the effect of his auxiliary soul skills would not be improved in the state of the 7 treasures glazed tower true body, it could greatly reduce the consumption of using auxiliary soul skills. With Ning Fengzi's 7 ring level assisting Chen Xin, a level 96 titled Douluo, if the consumption of the martial soul true body was not reduced, he would not be able to hold on for too long. 7 treasures turn out glazed, 2, speed, 3, soul, 4, attack. The soul spell was recited quickly, and a colorful stream of light surged out from the giant 7 treasures glazed tower phantom that appeared behind Ning Fengzi, and then sank into Chen Xin's body in mid-air. In an instant, Chen Xin's speed, soul power, and attack attributes increased by as much as 80%. Strength, speed, soul, defense, and attack represent the 5 attributes of strength, speed, soul power, defense, and attack. These are the 5 soul skills that must be used by the soul master of the 7 treasures glazed tower. As for the last one among the first 6 soul skills, it can be selectively matched. Such as treatment, amplification of mental power, amplification of the strongest attribute, etc., are all soul skills with good effects. Among the 5 attributes of strength, speed, soul, defense, and attack, for Chen Xin, strength and defense are undoubtedly a bit useless. Defense attribute is needless to say, he is not a defense-type soul master, and Ning Fengzi has limited soul power in his body, so the defense amplification that seems a bit useless is naturally not used. As for strength and attack attributes, the two seem to have a certain overlap in the literal meaning, but in fact it is not the case. Strength attribute amplifies physical attack power, and attack attribute amplifies energy attack power. If applied to Chen Xin, the strength attribute amplification can increase the power of his 7 killing sword flat A, while the attack attribute amplification can increase the power of his various strong attack soul skills. End of this chapter. 194 Chapter 194 Do you really think you can do whatever you want if you have the strength? 194. Therefore, for Chen Xin, the power increase is the same as the defense increase, which seems to be relatively useless. Even if it is added, it will not have much effect on his own strength. It is better to let Ning Fengzi save some soul power, so as not to be unable to do it when he reaches middle age. You, the 7 treasures glazed sect, really want to go against the will of heaven. Seeing Ning Fengzi giving Chen Xin the soul-enhancing skill, he realized that the 7 treasures glazed sect was preparing to intervene, and the lion Douluo immediately scolded. Chen Xin stood with a sword in hand, smiling and said, "Don't be angry, lion Douluo. Peace is the most precious thing in all things. Today, I, Chen Xin, have no other intentions. I just heard that you are very powerful, and I hope you can give me some advice. The 7 treasures glazed tile sect has limited strength, and it is not at the point of tearing its face with the spirit hall at the moment. If it can help Tang Hao stop the lion Douluo, it can be regarded as the 7 treasures glazed tile sect's full support. The remaining 4 people, Qinjun, Jiangmo, Zhu, and Gui. Sorry, my 7 treasures glazed tile sect is powerless. Anyway, when you, Tang Hao, became a titled Douluo, you could beat Qingxuanji. Now that more than 10 years have passed, I think you can deal with these 4 people, right? But Tang Hao is not really fighting alone. He also has teammates, none other than Douluo. Emperor Shuiye had already instructed this before they set out. If a spirit hall expert attacked and Tang Hao showed up, they should help as much as possible. Of course, if it was impossible, they should focus on protecting themselves, the participating students, and the Crown Prince Xueqinghe. After all, the Heaven Do Empire only had one titled Douluo, Douluo, who couldn't be put in the mix. As for Huo Lai and the other 2? Whether it was Chen Xian or Douluo, they both knew that Huo Lai and the other 2 had no obligation to help them, let alone Tang Hao. At most, they could be cheerleaders and help protect the participating students. But even if they were just cheerleaders, they could still play a role. After all, there were still 3 Douluos who hadn't played yet, and the other side would definitely spend some of their energy on being wary of Huo Lai and the other 2, and thus they couldn't use their full strength. Seeing Chen Xian facing the lion Douluo, Douluo's eyes passed over Qinjun and Jiangmo Douluo and fell on Zhugui. Without hesitation, Douluo, who was possessed by the green phosphorus snake emperor spirit, shouted loudly, "Huoguan, I heard that your strength has improved recently. I want to see if it is true." Huoguan is an old opponent. Although he can't beat him either, at least he won't be killed instantly. It will definitely be no problem to hold on for a while. If Tang Hao can't solve his opponent when he is about to lose, he will give up and run to Muiyang. In order to avoid misunderstandings and more twists and turns, you, Huoguan, can't be so aggressive at that time, right? Humph. The first soul skill, Qinjun Force, the 7th soul skill, Panlong True Body. Seeing Douluo inviting Yueguan to fight, he wanted to destroy their original negotiation. With a well-measured tactic, Qinjun Douluo snorted coldly, and the 1st and 7th soul rings flashed one after another. While adding the amplification soul skill, he directly used the big move and urged the martial soul True Body. Then, Qinjun Douluo, with a surge of momentum, lit up the 8th soul ring. 8th soul skill, a decisive throw. Accompanied by a roar, Qinjun Douluo's 8th soul ring flew out at a high speed and wrapped around Douluo, and then threw the Panlong stick in his hand fiercely. Suddenly, the Panlong stick rose in the wind, turned into a huge pillar that fell from the sky, and smashed directly at Douluo. No, the 7th soul skill, the real body of the Jade Phosphorus Snake King. Douluo, who was preparing to sneak and play tricks, saw a dark soul ring flying from a distance and fell on him. Just when he was confused, he felt a fatal threat coming from above his head. He looked up and saw a huge pillar falling from the sky. He was almost scared to death and hurriedly activated his martial soul real body. Boom! The next moment, a deafening collision sound was heard, the huge pillar dissipated, and the Panlong stick flew back and fell into the hands of Qinjun Douluo. But Douluo, who only had time to release his martial soul real body and failed to release the amplification soul skills to bless his strength, was also severely injured by a move, and his martial soul real body was forcibly blown up. Compared with the past, Douluo's strength has indeed improved. With the method of transferring toxins from soul bones, Douluo temporarily solved the problem of his own snake venom backlash, and his soul power level successfully broke through to the 92nd level titled Douluo. But Douluo's strength is already at the lower level among his peers. In addition, he has only obtained the Soul Core secret method not long ago and has not yet condensed the first Soul Core. With only a martial soul body, he can't stop the 8th powerful attack soul skill activated by the 96th level Qinjun Douluo in the state of martial soul body. Douluo, who always picks on the weak, invites a fight. Douluo is ready to attack, Qinjun Douluo attacks, and Douluo is killed instantly. In a short moment, Qinjun Douluo severely injured Douluo, and then ignored him and began to join forces with the demon subduing Douluo to besiege Tang Hao. After all, Douluo is not their target, Tang Hao is. The reason they took action against Tang Hao this time was to eliminate the traitors in the Soul Master world who colluded with soul beasts. Douluo was a guest of the Tiandu royal family. If he was killed directly, it would have a bad impact, and the Tiandu Empire would definitely cause trouble for the Spirit Hall. So they let him go for the time being. Luckily, Douluo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with a pale face, and hurriedly dragged his seriously injured body to the side of Muiyang and others who were watching the battle in the distance. The thieves of the spirit hall are really abominable. I was just going to pass the scene, but you actually hit me so hard? Do you really think you can do whatever you want with strength? Well, if you really can do whatever you want with strength, I will endure it for the time being. Haoshan's true body. Facing the two Qianjun Jiangmo who attacked, Tang Hao did not show weakness. His seventh soul ring flashed, and the huge Haoshan's true body holding a black light giant hammer condensed. Then, a circle of white light surged out, amplifying itself and weakening the opponent's killing god domain power. The next moment, Tang Hao unhesitatingly used the Haoshan sect's inherited unique skills, the Great Zumuru Hammer, and injected all the majestic energy contained in the 100,000 year 9th soul ring into the Haoshan hammer martial soul. In an instant, red lines emerged from the giant hammer, and the 100,000 year 9th soul ring that bloomed around it flashed. The black giant hammer in his hand and the huge Haoshan true body turned blood red, and a terrifying aura emanated from the giant hammer that was like a small mountain. Whoosh! Amid the piercing whistling sound, Tang Hao swung his right arm, and the blood-colored giant hammer in his hand smashed down. At this moment, the surrounding air became distorted, and the participating students and royal knights watching the battle from a distance on the battlefield only felt that an inexplicable great power had descended, making them unable to move at all. However, Tang Hao's hammer was not aimed at Qianjun and Jiangmo Douluo, but at Yuegwen and Gaimei. End of this chapter. 195 Chapter 195 Gaimei, he. 195. Tang Hao knew that Qianjun and Jiangmo were both level 96 titled Douluo, and they had released their spirit bodies. If they could not explode their own rings, they would definitely be strong opponents. Even with the great energy of the 100,000 year 9th spirit ring, it would be impossible to defeat them with just 2 or 3 hammers. But Chuigui and Gui were different. Their strength was much worse. As long as this hammer hit them, they would be either dead or disabled for this pair of gay men. Before the official fight, he had to reduce the number of the 4 people. Otherwise, even if he could withstand the joint attack of the 4 people under the explosion, the other side could also divide their forces and capture Tang San and Xiaowu to threaten him. Don't be so arrogant. Without time to activate their ultimate skills, Qianjun and Jiangmo Douluo activated their 6th soul skills and faced the blood-red giant hammer that was smashing down on Chuigui and the others. Boom! Accompanied by a violent roar, 2 huge figures flew backwards and fell heavily on the ground below, splashing a large amount of smoke and dust. In the same state of martial soul true body, even if the soul power level was 1 level higher and they were working together, in this power competition, Qianjun and Jiangmo Douluo were no match for Tang Hao, who activated the secret method of the Great Zumuru Hammer. However, the 2 brothers were also strong men in the mainland Soul Master world. Although they were defeated in the power competition, they also blocked the hammer together and did not suffer any serious damage. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the frightened Chuigui and the others also got rid of the danger and flashed to 100 meters away outside. Old Ghost, come! The gorgeous Qirong Tongdianzhu martial spirit materialized, and Yuegwen's enchanting voice reached Gaimei's ears. They have been friends for decades, and they have already formed a tacit understanding. When the ghost appeared, the ghost's martial spirit possessed him. The next moment, a brilliant silver light and fire rose from Gaimei's body, and Yuegwen, who was right beside him, also ignited a layer of golden light and flames. Then, the 9 soul rings on the 2 of them lit up almost at the same time, rendering the gold and silver flames on their bodies more magnificent. Not good. Martial soul fusion skill? Noticing the abnormality of Chuigui and Gui, Tang Hao, who was dealing with the joint attack of Qianjun Jiangmo, felt a tightness in his heart and had a strong sense of crisis. Tang Hao naturally didn't take the 95-level Chuigui seriously. If it was one-on-one, the hammer in his hand could beat the gaze into small pancakes in minutes. But if the 2 have a martial soul fusion skill, the situation will be very different. The soul power level of this gay couple is not lower than his. Excluding assistance and treatment, no matter what type of martial soul fusion skill this is, it can pose a fatal threat to him. Tang Hao guessed correctly that the martial soul fusion skill of Zhu and Gui can indeed pose a fatal threat to him. And this is also the biggest reason why the Spirit Hall added Zhu and Gui after sending Lion Douluo and Qianjun Jiangmo. The purpose is to let Zhu and Gui use the martial soul fusion skill, bipolar static field, cutting off Tang Hao's chance to escape. Soul Bone Skill, Tiger Demon Overlord Claw. Without hesitation, Tang Hao repelled Qianjun Jiangmo's new wave of attacks, and the black light on his right arm lit up. In a blink of an eye, a pitch-black giant claw exuding endless domineering aura condensed and suddenly shot towards Zhu and Gui, who were activating the martial soul fusion skill. 8th soul skill, Demon Subduing Coiling Dragon Circle. Seeing this, the face of the demon subduing Douluo changed, and he immediately activated the 8th soul skill. Suddenly, the majestic soul power burst out, and the red light gushed out. The heavenly awakening holy golden dragon sealed in the coiling dragon stick martial soul completely awakened, carrying a monstrous power, and chased directly after the black giant claw that burst out. Boom! Before the black giant claw fell on the two people who were jointly activating the martial soul fusion skill, the red glowing heavenly awakening holy golden dragon caught up with the black giant claw, and then the two big moves collided violently, resolving the crisis of the two people. It was at this moment that Yu Guan and Gui Mei, who were standing face to face, suddenly merged their bodies with their 4 hands, and the 18 soul rings that originally bloomed on the two people instantly condensed into a huge gold and silver halo. The next second, Yu Guan and Gui Mei disappeared, and a golden and silver halo flew out quietly. Under the rendering of the halo, the whole world seemed to have turned into gold and silver, and everything around seemed to be completely still at this moment. Then, the golden and silver halo flew to Tang Hao's sky at a very fast speed, and in a blink of an eye, it turned into a huge halo with a diameter of more than 100 meters. At this time, Tang Hao had already realized that something was wrong, and he pushed the Killing God domain to the extreme, ready to use the power of the domain to fight against the domain-restricted martial soul fusion skill launched by Zhu Gui and the others. It's a pity that Tang Hao underestimated the martial soul fusion skill jointly promoted by the 295 level titled Douluo. Under the suppression of the two-pole static domain, the Killing God domain was quickly suppressed back into Tang Hao's body, and then, the gorgeous light suddenly converged, and a layer of golden and silver halo appeared on the huge Haoshan true body in the air. At this moment, Tang Hao felt an irresistible restraining force descending on Haoshan's real body, fixing him in mid-air, unable to move at all. Well, at this moment, Tang Hao fell into the hands of the chrysanthemum and a little ghost that he had looked down upon before. Ghost? He he he. 3 days and 9 meals, 3 little friends for each meal. Seeing that his father Haoshan was fixed in mid-air by the opponent's martial soul fusion technique, Tang San in the distance widened his eyes in disbelief. Haoshan, the invincible father in his mind, is he going to be defeated by the hands of the spirit hall today? Then, Tang San felt despair again. Even his father Haoshan was defeated, so who would come to save him and Xiao Wu today? For a moment, an extremely unwilling mood surged into Tang San's heart. Tang Hao, Tang Hao, the former great priest spared your life, but you don't know how to restrain yourself. It is true that the evil of heaven can be defied, but the evil of one's own actions cannot be lived. With a chuckle, the demon subduing Douluo mocked Tang Hao. Don't talk nonsense, except for him. The 9th soul skill, to prove Bodhi. Knowing the truth that delay leads to change, Qianjun Douluo stopped the demon subduing Douluo who was talking nonsense, and the 9th soul ring around his body shone, and the majestic soul power burst out. The evil-breaking dragon sealed in the Panlong stick rushed out fiercely, wanting to kill Tang Hao. But at this moment, an accident occurred. A tall figure with a black robe hood and 9 soul rings blooming around him suddenly appeared on the battlefield. Immediately afterwards, the 7th soul ring around the black-robed figure shone, and the huge blue Haoshan true body condensed. 9th soul skill, Blue Sky Tyrant Hammer. A deep voice came out, accompanied by the pitch black. 196 Chapter 196 Tang Xiao saves the day. 196. Boom. A violent explosion sounded, and the black-robed figure activated the 9th soul skill called Blue Sky Tyrant Hammer, which offset Qianjun Douluo's 9th soul skill, Bodhi. Looking at the sudden appearance of the clear sky hammer titled Douluo, Qianjun and Jiangmo Douluo were dumbfounded. Tang Xiao? So brave! Come back to his senses, Qianjun Douluo pointed the Panlong stick in his hand, and shouted the man who came was quite impressive, no worse than the 2 brothers, and even better. Although his face was not revealed, if nothing unexpected happened, he must be Tang Hao's elder brother, the current leader of Haoshan sect, Xiao Tian Douluo Tang Xiao. Qianjun Douluo was right, the black-robed figure was Tang Xiao. Tang San, there was a loud bang in the sky, and Xiao Tian Daddy made a brilliant appearance. After many years, the Haoshan twins gathered again. Why did Tang Xiao appear here? This has to mention the good things done by Tang Hao. Well, tracing back to the source, it was Mu Yang who did it. Although Haoshan sect was closed off from the world, it was not without any contact with the outside world. Putting aside other things, the Palace Etiquette Academy opened by Tang Yuehua in Tiandu City, Yuexuan, can be regarded as the base for Haoshan sect to collect intelligence from the outside world. During the preliminaries, Mu Yang used a trick to kill Tang San by the members of the Heaven Do Spirit Temple. That night, Tang Hao showed up and destroyed the Heaven Do Temple, killing all the high-ranking officials of the temple, including the Platinum Bishop Salus. This incident caused a lot of uproar, and Tang Yuehua had heard about it. With Tang Yuehua's brain, she naturally thought that her second brother had caused trouble again. The Heaven Do Temple was destroyed, and the Spirit Hall, which was humiliated, would definitely not remain indifferent, and would definitely send strong people to harm Tang Hao. Although Tang Hao was expelled from the Haoshan sect, he was her brother from the same mother, and he loved her since childhood. Tang Yuehua naturally couldn't watch Tang Hao fall into the hands of the Spirit Hall. After sending people to investigate the general cause of the incident, she set off to return to the Haoshan sect to discuss countermeasures with her eldest brother Tang Xiao. It's no wonder that my brother got into trouble, and it was not a small one. As the eldest brother, Tang Xiao naturally couldn't sit still. After arranging the affairs in the sect, he immediately set off to Tiandu City to clean up his brother's mess. However, considering that the Haoshan sect is currently in a state of seclusion, in order to avoid being targeted by the Spirit Hall, Tang Xiao did not show up immediately after arriving in Tiandu City, but secretly guarded his nephew Tang San. If nothing happened, or Tang Hao was able to deal with the current disaster, Tang Xiao would pretend that he had never been there. But if my brother Tang Hao failed to stop the disaster, with this master who was beyond the expectations of the Spirit Hall to help in time, he would most likely be able to turn the danger into safety. As for ruining the good thing of the Spirit Hall, would the Haoshan sect have to attract another wave of hatred? My brother is almost dead, how can he care so much? Besides, grandfather Tang Chen is only missing, not dead. Before there is solid evidence to prove that he has died, the Spirit Hall dare not really destroy the Haoshan sect. At most, it will just target and suppress him. Otherwise, when grandfather returns one day, you can forget about the foundation of the Spirit Hall. The land invincible fights guerrilla warfare, and the Spirit Hall can't support it no matter how big its family is. Tang Xiao, is this how you Haoshan sect hide from the world? Leave quickly, otherwise we will report to the great worshipper, and you Haoshan sect will not hide from the world. Demon subduing Douluo asked and threatened unceremoniously. Don't hide from the world? Well, the subtext of this is that you all go to hell. If possible, demon subduing Douluo also wants to join forces with his brother Qianjun Douluo to explode Tang Xiao and light up the achievement of destroying the Haoshan twin stars. However, the demon subduing Douluo knew that although his two brothers were stronger than Tang Xiao, it was impossible to determine the winner in a short time when the same level warriors fought. Although the effect of the martial soul fusion skill of Zhu and Gui, the bipolar static field was strong, the soul power consumption was also very alarming, and it could not trap Tang Hao for long. This time was not enough for the two brothers to defeat Tang Xiao. If they failed to defeat Tang Xiao, once Tang Hao escaped, it would be a big deal. After all, Tang Hao's escape meant that Zhu and Gui's soul power was exhausted and they lost the strength to fight again. The three great priests were not necessarily the opponents of Tang Hao, Tang Xiao, and Chen Xin. Even if Ning Fengzi got hot-headed and ruthless, and gave Tang Xiao and Tang Hao amplification soul skills, it was not impossible that the three great priests would be defeated here today. Tang Xiao ignored the threat of the demon subduing Douluo. If the Spirit Hall really wanted to destroy the Haoshan sect, it would have started 14 years ago. How could it wait until now? As long as Qian Daoliu's idea does not change, the Haoshan sect does not have to worry about being wiped out by the Spirit Hall. After blocking Qianjun Douluo's fatal blow, Tang Xiao turned his head and looked at the bipolar static field that fixed Tang Hao in mid-air. 8th Soul Skill, Broken Hammer. The next moment, the 8th Soul Ring flashed, and the surging blue light burst out. The huge Haoshan hammer showed strands of silver-white space power, and then it fiercely hammered towards the bipolar static field. The 8th Soul Skill, Broken Hammer, is formed by the 70,000 year space attribute Thorn Dragon Soul Ring combined with the Haoshan Hammer Martial Soul. The attack has a certain degree of space-breaking effect. In the air, wherever the giant hammer in the hand of the blue Haoshan true body passed, a large number of fine black lines were left along the way. Ordinary soul masters can't understand what these black lines are, but soul masters who have understood this aspect know that these black lines are cracks left by the failure to restore the space to its original state immediately after the space was broken. Not good. Seeing that Tang Xiao's 8th soul skill could break the space, Qunjun Douluo felt bad. He didn't have time to use soul skills to block Tang Xiao's hammer, and hurriedly threw the pen long stick in his hand. There are many flaws in the bipolar static field of Zhuigui and Gui. After that, the two could no longer use other means and could only rely on other teammates to kill the targets they restricted. And the bipolar static field is not unsolvable. While the soul power is consumed, it can also be broken free by the strong with absolute strength. In addition, although the figures of the two of them will disappear after releasing the bipolar static field, they are not in an invincible state, but have entered another spatial level. Once the opponent's strength is strong enough to break the level of space, or the opponent's attack has spatial attributes, it can hurt them themselves, thus breaking the bipolar static field. It is obvious that Tang Xiao's attack with the 8th soul skill of the space-breaking effect, the broken hammer, is very restrained by the bipolar static field of Zhuigui and the two. After Qunjun Douluo threw the pen long stick in his hand, Jiangmo Douluo also realized that it was not good, and hurriedly threw the pen long stick as well. The two brothers prepared to weaken the power of this hammer to prevent Tang Xiao from breaking the bipolar static field and allowing Tang Hao to escape. End of this chapter. 197 Chapter 197 Ending. 197. It's a pity that Tang Xiao is one of the strongest masters in the mainland Soul Master world, and his 8th soul skill is a powerful move, which is not so easy to eliminate. Bang bang! The giant hammer with the power of breaking space fell, knocking away the pen long stick thrown by Qunjun Jiangmo Douluo, and hit the bipolar static field with one hammer. Boom! The hammer seemed to hit a solid substance, and a violent roar was heard. The next second, the entire bipolar static field collapsed and shattered, spitting blood, with a pale face and fine wounds all over the body, as if the two Zhuigui who had suffered heavy injuries fell from mid-air. Although Tang Xiao's hammer didn't fall directly on their flesh and blood bodies, in the alien space, Zhu and Gui, who had no means of defense in the state of martial soul fusion, were still affected by the space-breaking force attached to the shattering hammer. The fine space gap cut on their bodies, and the bipolar static field could not continue to maintain. Their bodies were injured, and the martial soul fusion skill was forcibly broken. Under the backlash of the martial soul, Zhu and Gui didn't play GG directly, which was considered to be a relatively tough life. At the moment when the bipolar static field was broken, Tang Hao escaped from the trap and smashed Qunjun Jiangmo with a hammer. The blood-colored giant hammer whistled down, and Qunjun Jiangmo, who had just received the pen long stick that was knocked away, suddenly felt nervous and hurriedly raised the stick to resist. Boom! The blood-red giant hammer as big as a hill fell, and Qunjun Jiangmo, who didn't have time to release his ultimate move, was hit hard, like a cannonball, hitting the ground below. Fortunately, the two brothers are in the state of Wuhan Zhensheng at this moment, and Wuhan Zhensheng is also an alternative defensive soul skill with strong defensive strength. Otherwise, it is inevitable to be injured by Tang Hao's Big Sumi hammer infused with the energy of the 9th soul ring for 100,000 years. Go! Tang Xiao didn't intend to fight to the death with Wuhan Hall, and signaled Tang Hao to retreat. The strength of Wuhan Hall can be said to be the most clear among all the forces on the mainland. Although they are now teaming up with Chen Xin, the two brothers have the opportunity to explode Xianxi, Qunjun, Jiangmo and Zhuigui, but once they do so, the disaster of Haoshanzong will come again. If Tian Kongwudi really wants to make a move, unless grandfather Tang Chen returns, no one in Haoshanzong can stop him. Besides, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect also contributed this time. If any one of the 5 lions died, the two brothers would be a traitor to their teammates. In the heyday of the Haoshan sect, Tang Xiao did not think it was a big deal to traitor his teammates. After all, with his grandfather Tang Chen in charge, the Haoshan sect did not need teammates at all. But now is different from the past. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect cannot be a traitor to his teammates. Otherwise, when the time is right and the Haoshan sect reopens the mountain gate to avenge the Spirit Hall, no one will be willing to be the Haoshan sect's ally. Hearing this, Tang Hao glared at the lion Douluo who was restrained by Chen Xin, then flew down from the sky, picked up Tang San and Xiao Wu, and quickly left the battlefield. Master Ning, Sword Douluo, thank you very much for this. I will repay you for today's kindness in the future. After saying this to Ning Fengzi and Chen Xin, Tang Xiao followed Tang Hao to evacuate the battlefield. Seeing that Tang Hao had withdrawn with Tang San and Xiao Wu, it was meaningless to continue fighting with the lion Douluo. Chen Xin withdrew and flew over Mu Yang and others, beside Huo Lai and Shui Yunyu. Chen Xin knew that he had ruined the good things of the spirit hall. Next, the lion, Qunjun and Zhang Mo would probably make trouble, and he alone could not withstand it. At this time, the role of the cheerleading team was reflected. There is no need for you three Douluo to take action, just help to boost the momentum, and the three lions will retreat when they see the difficulty. After all, they are going to the Spirit City to participate in the Soul Master competition. You can capture the transformed soul beasts and eliminate the traitors in the Soul Master world, but it is not decent to attack the participating teams halfway. Fourth brother, do you want to chase? Qunjun Zhang Mo, who was knocked to the ground by Tang Hao, flew back to the air and asked the lion Douluo. Tang Hao and Tang Xiao ran away. If they chose to chase them, as long as Chen Xin did not intervene, 3 against 2 would not be without hope of killing Tang Hao and Tang Xiao. Hearing the voice, the lion Douluo's expression changed for a while, and then waved his hand. The Haoshan twins are indeed the Haoshan twins. Their strength is enough to match or even surpass those of the old generation. Even if they caught up, the 3 of them would probably not be able to stop Tang Xiao and Tang Hao. And the lion Douluo knew that Tang Hao still had a trump card. At that time, the 95-level Kyungsunji brought 2 sealed elder number 1 was still defeated miserably by Tang Hao, who had just advanced to the 9th ring. What he lacked was not the 100,000 year 9th soul ring, but Tang Hao had the Haoshan Sect's unique martial arts, the Great Samuro Hammer. Once Tang Hao's 9 rings exploded, the 3 of them might not be enough for Tang Hao to beat him alone. Without the bipolar static field of Zhuigui to restrict Tang Hao, it might be a death sentence if he chased after him. Obviously, because there were not many people who knew it, although Xiangshi Douluo had heard that the secret of the ring explosion of the Great Samuro Hammer had great sequelae, he did not expect that Tang Hao could not even cure the sequelae left by the battle more than 10 years ago, and did not know that Tang Hao did not dare to play the ring explosion at this time. Master Ning, my Wuhan Hall has recorded what the 7 treasures glazed sect did today. I hope you will not regret it one day. Take Elder Zhuigui with you, let's go. With a flash of coldness in his eyes, Xiangshi Douluo said in a deep voice, then turned his head and said something to Qunjun Jiangmo, and his figure disappeared on the spot. Ning Fengzi fell into silence as he watched the figures of Xiangshi and others going away in the air. Regret? Maybe, but Ning Fengzi knew that he had to do it. The hatred between Tang Hao and the Spirit Hall was irreconcilable. If the 7 treasures glazed sect and the Spirit Hall fell out one day, Tang Hao would definitely be the most powerful ally of the 7 treasures glazed sect in dealing with the Spirit Hall, and he would definitely not turn against them at the last minute. Today, he could not sit back and watch Tang Hao fall into the hands of the Spirit Hall. No, I have to attract more allies. Thinking back to the exposed background of the Spirit Hall discovered by the sect's spies, Ning Fengzi couldn't help but think to himself. Apart from the millions of troops under the command of the Heaven Do Empire, in terms of the power of Soul Masters alone, even if the 7 treasures glazed sect and the Heaven Do Empire were tied together, they were far from being the opponents of the Spirit Hall. If they wanted to ensure the inheritance of the sect after the fallout with the Spirit Hall, the 7 treasures glazed sect had to continue to strengthen its own strength, or attract more allies with a unified front. Thinking of this, Ning Fengzi could not help but turn his gaze to Huo Lai. Shuo Academy is not only powerful now, but also has a promising future. Based on the talents shown by Mu Yang, Huo Wu, and Huo Wushuan, their future achievements will definitely not be lower than that of a level 95 titled Douluo. Not to mention that the relationship between Shuo Academy and Tian Shui Academy has become increasingly close in recent years, and Tian Shui Academy also has a titled Douluo and 2 super geniuses, so its future is also bright. End of this chapter. 198 Chapter 198 An Ordinary Nephew. 198. Mu Yang, we are still far from being strong. After the battle, Shui Bing'er said to Mu Yang with emotion. Although the 2 of them activated the martial soul fusion skills on the basis of wearing battle armor, and the 9-ring titled Douluo did not appear, few people in the Soul Master world could be their opponents, but compared with the strong men like Tang Hao, Tang Xiao, Xiangshi, Qunjun Jiangmo, they were obviously still much worse, and they could not even withstand their 9th soul skills. Shaking his head, Mu Yang replied, Bing'er, don't belittle yourself. The previous Douluo, even the youngest Tang Hao, practiced for more than 50 years to have today's strength, but how many years have we practiced? When we have practiced for as long as they have, let alone using martial soul fusion skills, Bing'er alone is enough to suppress them all. One person suppresses all, this is still a small statement. If you can ascend to the throne of God, God will not appear, and the entire continent's soul master world tied together is not a match for a god. You must know that the real God King can explode stars, the stars of Douluo star, and even the stars of fixed stars. Even if he is not a God King, but only a level 1 Lord God, as long as his level can keep up, he can easily destroy a continent. Whether the Lord God and the God King can save the world is not mentioned for the time being, but destroying the world is easy. That's right. Shui Bing'er nodded, then paused, and asked curiously, why do you think the people of Haoshan sect always like transformed soul beasts? The lion Douluo said earlier that Haoshan Douluo's wife is the transformed soul beast Blue Silver Emperor, and Haoshan Douluo's son Tang San is also in a relationship with Xiao Wu, who is also a transformed soul beast. Puchi. Hearing this, Mu Yang almost burst out laughing. But you know what, finding a transformed soul beast as a wife, after Tang Hao set a precedent, it has become an old tradition of the Tang family. Counting the original work and later generations, it is as if all the female transformed soul beasts in the Douluo Soul Master world are bought by the Tang family. Well, Bing'er, after the soul beast transforms, except for the early explosion of soul rings and soul bones, it is actually no different from human soul masters. We can't discriminate. Well, you are right. If it weren't for the lion Douluo from the Spirit Hall, I really couldn't tell that Xiao Wu from Shrek Academy was a transformed soul beast. Shui Bing'er nodded. More than half an hour later, some boulders that rolled down the canyon due to the aftermath of the previous battle were cleared, and the entire participating team continued to set off under the escort of the Royal Knights. The Spirit Hall dispatched 5 titled Douluos to capture Tang Hao, a soul master traitor who colluded with the transformed soul beast, and finally killed Tang Xiao, and the plan failed. Although this incident made a big noise and the participating college teams also ate a big melon, the soul master competition still had to go on and could not be delayed. On the other side, after Tang Hao and his 4 people thought they had escaped, they landed in a small forest. Brother, when did you come? Suppressing the excitement of the brotherly reunion, Tang Hao asked Tang Xiao. Humph, if Yue Hua hadn't told me what happened in Tiandu City before, how could you get away with Xiao San today? Are you worthy of your third sister? With a cold snort, Tang Xiao asked bluntly. Hearing this, Tang Hao opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything to refute. Indeed, if it weren't for his elder brother Tang Xiao's rescue today, he would have really fallen. After all, who would have thought that just by beating up the Tiandu Holy Temple, the Spirit Hall would actually make a bigger scene than when he beat King Sunji to death? And the most important thing is that the Zhugui of the Spirit Hall actually hid the trump card of the Spirit Fusion skill. It was precisely because he failed to foresee these 2 points that his original script went wrong. Similarly, Tang Hao could not have expected that the lion Douluo, who looked so rough, could be so sharp-tongued that he directly said that the relationship between his own son Tang San and Xiao Wu was all planned and calculated by himself, which was simply a naked slander. God has mercy on him. He did not interfere in this matter. Everything was accumulated by the 2 of them over the years. Perhaps he did have similar calculations in his mind, but Tang Hao swore that it had nothing to do with Tang San. His eldest son's feelings for Xiao Wu could not be faked at all. After a moment of silence, Tang Hao changed the subject. Xiao San, this is your uncle, named Tang Xiao, and his title is Xiao Tian. Nephew Tang San greets uncle. Tang San bowed respectfully to Tang Xiao. Tang Xiao saved the situation in time at the critical moment, and Tang San was full of good feelings for his uncle whom he met for the first time. After Haoshan's father, he, Tang San, has the big and thick legs of Uncle Xiao Tian. Tang Xiao did not speak, but patted Tang San's shoulder, helped him up, and looked at him carefully. After a while, Tang Xiao silently gave a mediocre evaluation in his heart, and then asked Tang Hao in confusion, "What's wrong with Xiao San? It's okay that he failed to inherit your clear sky hammer, but why did even the martial spirit of the third sister degenerate into an ordinary blue-silver grass?" After this period of secret observation, Tang Xiao also knew that his nephew Tang San had good talent and overall strength. However, in terms of martial spirit alone, it was indeed as useless as ordinary blue-silver grass, and was much weaker than Ayan's blue-silver emperor martial spirit. And the most important thing is that his brother Tang Hao was a handsome guy when he was young, and his third sister Ayan was a rare beauty in the world. With such excellent genes of his parents, why did his nephew Tang San look so ordinary? If Tang San had not awakened the blue-grass martial spirit, and his talent was also very excellent, which was definitely not something that ordinary blue-silver grass spirit masters could possess, he must be the seed of his brother and third sister Ayin, otherwise Tang Xiao would have suspected whether Tang San was picked up by his brother Tang Hao. I don't know, but Xiao San is definitely not weak in martial spirits. His future achievements will definitely be better than mine. It is not impossible for him to be on par with or even better than my grandfather. Tang Hao shook his head and said confidently. What do you mean? Seeing Tang Hao's confident look, Tang Xiao couldn't help but be a little surprised. Xiao San has twin martial spirits. Twin martial spirits? Tang Xiao's face was full of shock. Nowadays are different from the past. With the spread of news that whale glue can improve the physical fitness of spirit masters, many talented spirit masters with super limit spirit ring configurations appeared in the Tiandu competition area preliminaries, and even several cases of the fourth spirit ring of 10,000 years appeared. This has made more and more scholars recognize the correct cultivation method of the twin martial spirit master that has not been clearly confirmed. With the best ratio of spirit rings, he became a 9-ring titled Douluo, and then 199 Chapter 199 Tang Hao's New Abacus. 199. Xiao San, show it to your uncle. Tang Hao ordered Tang San. Nodding slightly, a black light flashed on Tang San's left hand, and a small black cylindrical hammer appeared in his hand. Good, good, good. It's the clear sky hammer. Looking at the clear sky hammer spirit in Tang San's left hand, Tang Xiao was very excited. The spirit hall is powerful? It is indeed powerful, but even if it is powerful, as long as the clear sky sect can produce another invincible land, the spirit hall will not dare to act rashly. And the eldest nephew Tang San has twin spirits, and in the future they will have their brothers to hunt souls for him. Maybe he will not be able to surpass his grandfather Tang Chen in terms of level in the future, but in terms of real combat power, Tang San, whose spirit ring and spirit bone configuration are beyond imagination, will definitely be stronger than his grandfather Tang Chen in the future. At this moment, Tang Xiao, who learned that his nephew Tang San was a twin spirit master, seemed to see the grand occasion of Haoshan sect returning to its former heyday in the future. Brother Hao, take Xiao San to see Yuehua when you have time. Tang Xiao did not mention the matter of letting Tang Hao return to the sect. To be honest, Haoshan sect was indeed cheated by Tang Hao. Because of Kyungsunji's incident, Haoshan sect suffered heavy losses after being forced to close the mountain and hide from the world. Not to mention whether other members of the sect were willing to accept Tang Hao again, just because Tang Hao had done something big with the spirit hall, Haoshan sect did not dare to let Tang Hao return to the sect, otherwise it would definitely bring disaster again. Okay. Tang Hao nodded. At this time, Tang Xiao's eyes turned to Xiao Wu beside him. Ah! Looking at Xiao Wu, Tang San, and Tang Hao, Tang Xiao shook his head and sighed. What a sin! To be honest, due to his hidden soul bone skill, Tang Xiao had previously felt that something was wrong with Xiao Wu's aura, but he did not see through her identity as a soul beast in disguise. He just thought that his nephew had found her a good sister with excellent talent. Unexpectedly, Tang San actually followed Tang Hao's old path. However, he couldn't interfere in emotional matters. Tang Xiao knew that in this regard, the so-called for your own good by the elders would often only backfire. Another thing is that apart from the identity of a soul beast incarnation, a genius soul master with excellent talent like Xiao Wu is the object of all forces in the soul master world to vigorously win over, and there is absolutely no reason to push her away. Brother Hao, take care. Without staying for long, Tang Xiao patted Tang Hao's shoulder and flew away. After a while, Tang Hao retracted his gaze and turned to look at Xiao Wu, saying with a guilty face, I never thought that the effect of that soul bone skill would be seen through by someone with stronger strength. Xiao Wu, the human world is dangerous after all. Before Xiao San grows up, you should return to the forest first. At the beginning, Tang Hao was still thinking of letting Xiao Wu sacrifice herself to help his son Tang San, but after the previous battle, Tang Hao changed his mind and found that his original idea was wrong. If it is arranged reasonably, his eldest son Tang San will have a gap of 10,100,000 year soul rings, the 9th soul ring of the blue silver grass martial spirit, and the 9 soul rings of the clear sky hammer martial spirit. Compared to the huge gap of 10,100,000 year soul rings, Xiao Wu's 1 soul ring alone is far from enough. And Xiao Wu is a transformed soul beast, and must have been one of the overlords of the Stardo Great Forest in the past. As long as there are other 100,000 year soul beasts in the Stardo Great Forest, they must know something, right? In this case, why not let Xiao Wu act as a beast and trader and tell me about other 100,000-year soul beasts she knows in the Xingda Great Forest. Although I am not in my prime, it is still possible to hunt 100,000-year soul beasts. Moreover, if necessary, I can call my brother Tang Xiao to hunt souls together. In this way, not only can the good son Tang San not follow his old path of sorrow, but also obtain 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone to achieve himself. Tisk, it's so beautiful. Hearing this, Xiao Wu's face froze. Could it be that what I thought before was wrong, and the third brother and father didn't deliberately let her die to help the third brother? That's right, smart sister Xiao Wu, how could you listen to the one-sided words of the enemy? It's really wrong. Wu, Uncle Haoshan, it's Bunny, I wronged you. Humph, evil Wuhan Hall. Half an hour later, after some reluctance to leave, Xiao Wu left with tears in her eyes after agreeing to meet again. Xiao Wu, wait for me. 5 years later, I will definitely find you. Looking at the back of his beloved Xiao Wu, Tang San swore in his heart. Xiao San, work hard to practice. Your strength is still too weak, and you don't have the ability to protect Xiao Wu. Tang Hao patted Tang San's shoulder. Father, please train me strictly. Tang San said with a firm face. Late at night, Wuhan City, Worship Hall. Meet the great worshipper. Xiangxi, Qianjun and Jiangmo bowed to Jian Daoliu, who was standing in front of the angel statue in the hall with his back to them. You're back. How are things going? Turning around, Jian Daoliu, who looked only about 30 years old and had blonde hair and a blue robe, asked calmly. Reporting to the great priest, everything was going well, but Tang Xiao showed up halfway and failed. The lion Douluo said with a guilty look. Hearing this, Jian Daoliu raised his eyebrows, then relaxed and waved his hand indifferently. Failure is failure, whether it is Tang Hao or Tang Xiao, it has nothing to do with the overall situation. Let Xiaoxiu use it as a training in the future. Since Jian Rongxiu awakened the unprecedented innate 20th level soul power of the angel family in the past, Jian Daoliu knew that the spirit hall might encounter setbacks, but the one who would laugh in the end would definitely be the spirit hall. Therefore, Jian Daoliu looked down on many things. Since then, he didn't ask for much in his life. As long as his granddaughter Jian Rongxiu became a god and spread the glory of angels all over the continent, it would be enough. As for the rest, nothing else mattered. After a while, Jian Daoliu spoke again. Okay, don't worry about this matter, you can go and rest. Yes, great priest. After another salute, the three of them left the hall. After a long time, a chuckle sounded in the hall. Tang Hao, Tang Xiao? Hat. 10 days later. That afternoon, the participating teams of the entire Tiandu division finally arrived at Wuhan City. Because of the special regulations of Wuhan City, Xue Qinghe ordered the royal knights to garrison outside the city, and then led the 16 participating teams including the royal fighting team into Wuhan City. Compared with Tiandu City, Wuhan City is much smaller, even less than 1/10 of the area of Tiandu City, but it has brought a lot of shock to the soul masters. The city wall of Wuhan City, which is not large in area, is definitely built in the style of the imperial capital. The 80-meter-high city wall looks extremely majestic from the outside, and even the thickness exceeds 30 meters. It is completely repaired with granite. To say nothing of anything else, just building the walls of Wuhan City is a huge project, and it definitely consumes a lot of manpower and material resources. Even the patrolling on the walls are not ordinary city guards, but all soul masters belonging to the Wuhan Hall. And it is worth mentioning that Wuhan City is not a quadrilateral like an ordinary city, but a hexagon, that is, it has a total of 6 walls. On these 6 walls, there are 6 huge reliefs: sword, dragon, hammer, chrysanthemum, ghost, and crown symbolize 6 powerful spirits. A cardinal from the spirit hall went out of the city to welcome the Tiandu division teams. Under his leadership, a group of more than 200 people were quickly settled down and lived in a hotel on the west side of the spirit city. End of this chapter. 200 Chapter 200. If you can't beat them, just join them. There's nothing to be ashamed of. 200. After settling down, the Spirit Hall, the organizer of the final of the Soul Master competition, sent a message that the final will officially begin in 3 days. After a tiring journey, these 3 days of rest are enough for the teams of each academy to adjust. As for the participating academy teams of the Xingluo Empire, they were arranged to rest on the other side of the Spirit City. Invisibly, the Spirit Hall divided the participating teams of the 2 empires into 2 camps. In the suite where the Shrek Academy team stayed, Yu Xiaogang, who had come to Wuhan City in advance to meet his old lover, found that his disciples Tang San and Xiao Wu were missing as soon as he found the main group. He hurriedly asked anxiously, "Erlong, Flanders, where are Xiao San and Xiao Wu?" After hearing this, there was a moment of silence, and Flanders talked about what happened on the way to Wuhan City. After learning about what happened, Yu Xiaogang breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that things did not develop in the worst direction. As for not being able to participate in the finals, although it was a pity, at least the disciple Tang San's life was saved, so it was not too regrettable. Anyway, even if Tang San and Xiao Wu were there, with the strength of the Shrek team, they would not be able to achieve excellent results in the finals. Not to mention the Wuhan Hall team and the Douluo Royal Academy team, Shrek is no match for the Blazing Fire, Tian Shui and Kamikaze teams in the same Tiandu division. It can be said that after the loss of Tang San and Xiao Wu, the two main players of the team, whether it is the team leader Yu Xiaogang, the Dean Flanders, or Ning Rongrong, Ma Hongjun and others, Shrek has shown signs of being in a bad state. Of course, if we talk about who among the Shrek people has the most complicated emotions, it must be Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing. There is no other reason. This final is of great significance to Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing, because it is also the last battle to determine the competition for the throne between the princes of this generation of the Douluo royal family. Originally, Shrek's paper strength was not strong. Referring to the level of previous sessions, it had little chance of winning the Douluo Royal Academy team. Now that Tang San and Xiao Wu are gone, Dai Mubai is the only one in the team who is a 4-ring soul master, and the rest are all 3-ring soul masters. Just looking at the soul power level, it can be said that it is the weakest team among the 33 teams participating in the finals. How can it be defeated? It can't be defeated at all. Or, follow the Spirit Hall? Dai Mubai couldn't help thinking to himself. There is no doubt that the White Tiger Martial Soul is the top beast martial soul in the mainland Soul Master world. The Spirit Hall may not be jealous of the inheritance of the White Tiger Martial Soul. Moreover, the strength of the Soul Masters in the Spirit Hall is far above that of the Douluo Empire. If the Spirit Hall is willing to protect him, he is not without a chance to survive. No, how can this be called surviving? If you can't beat them, just join them. There is nothing to be ashamed of. And if he follows the Spirit Hall, if the Spirit Hall really realizes its ambitions in the future, the Douluo Empire is destroyed, and the bloodline of the Dai family is cut off, maybe Dai Mubai will be the last guarantee for the continuation of the White Tiger bloodline? In the mainland Soul Master world, every Soul Master whose family has a glorious history will have an obsession deep in his heart. This obsession is not what kind of achievements he will achieve in the future, but to ensure that the family martial soul will not be cut off. This is just like Jianrongxiu, the angel god who once stood in the clouds in the original book. After her position as a god was broken, she did not end her life even if she was unwilling. It is not that Jianrongxiu did not have the courage to commit suicide, but as the only living member of the angel family, she must not let the inheritance of the angel bloodline be cut off. This can be seen from the fact that there are still angel-type martial soul masters in the Soul Master world of the later continent. Thinking in this way, Dai Mubai felt that this might be a way out. Anyway, it is better than being caught by the eldest brother Davis and taken back to Douluo, wasting his soul power, imprisoned for life, or even directly eradicated. Well, let's see, we can't give up until the last step, maybe there will be a miracle. Dai Mubai secretly said. For the finals of the elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academy across the continent, the Wuhan Hall specially opened up a special competition venue in the center of the city and built a giant arena with a diameter of 100 meters. In this huge competition arena, a large number of soul guides were used for reinforcement, which was enough to withstand any attack from soul masters below the Soul Emperor without being damaged. The magnificent Pope's Palace was right in front of this competition arena, less than a kilometer away from the hill where the Pope's Palace was located. In the notice posted by the Spirit Hall, it was announced that the final 3 teams of the finals would be held in the square in front of the Pope's Palace. Early in the morning, all participating college teams came to the competition venue under the guidance of the Spirit Hall's special personnel. Each college has a separate rest area built around the competition venue. On the side opposite to the Pope's Palace is the VIP judging seat, where the VIPs who came to participate in the judging work on behalf of the 2 empires and the bishops of all levels of the Spirit Hall watched the game. As soon as she arrived here, before she could even sit on the stool, Muziu, the team leader, was called to draw lots. In the first round of the finals, the 3 teams that were guaranteed to advance to the finals, the Wuhan Hall team, the Xingluo Royal Academy team, and the Royal Fighting team, were given a bye, and the remaining 30 teams drew lots to determine the 2 teams. Not long after, Muziu returned from the draw. Although she didn't speak, everyone in the Blazing Fire team saw the strange expression on Muziu's face. Which team is the opponent? Kamikaze, Thunder. At this time, Huo Lai couldn't help but ask curiously. The opponent in the first round couldn't be the Tian Shui team. According to the rules of previous competitions, the first and second place in the promotion tournament of the same competition area would not meet in the first 3 rounds. Of course, it is said that they will not meet in the first 3 rounds, but in fact they will not face each other in the first round. After all, the first team in the promotion tournament will have a bye in the second round, and the second team in the promotion tournament will have a bye in the third round. As long as they don't meet in the first round, the top 2 in the promotion tournament of the same competition area will not meet in the first 3 rounds. Excluding the Tian Shui team, the only opponent that would make Muziu show such a strange expression is the first round opponent of the Blazing Fire team, which is a civil war in the same competition area, and the opponent is still a team with good strength and can go far in the finals. Good news, it's not the Divine Wind, so I'm not sorry for Feng Zhen. Bad news, the old big brother of the former Elemental Academy, Thunder Academy, will have a one-day tour in the finals. Muziu said with a smile. Tisk, the opponent is the Thunder Academy, it's bad luck for Lei Bassian. Huo Lai smacked his lips, gloating. In the past, among the 5 major elemental academies, although the Blazing Fire Academy was not at the bottom, it was basically only in the middle, better than Xiangjia, and not much different from Tian Shui Academy, a little worse than the Divine Wind Academy, and a lot worse than the Thunder Academy. Before the formal merger and reorganization of the academies, the Blazing Fire Academy defeated the Thunder Academy with absolute strength, allowing the Thunder team to directly have a one-day tour in the finals. This taste is too good. In this kind of healthy competition of comparing the strength of the academies, Huo Lai has always enjoyed it. End of this chapter. 201.